People at Twin Peaks, NBA Game 1, no contest. Celtics all over Dallas, 107-89. Kyrie Irving held to just 12 points. Porzingis back for Boston. Had a big game, 20 points, 18 in the first quarter, 8 of 13 shooting. Tigers Brewers tonight at Comerica Park, 6:40. All right, here on 97. The ticket. Reese Olson going for Detroit against a pretty good Milwaukee team, 36-26, and in first place in the NL Central. Lions all done with mandatory minicamp yesterday. They have OTAs set for June 10th through the 12th, but veterans are excused, according to head coach Dan Campbell. It's really for the young players on the team. Quarterback Khalil Dorsey, better news here. After being carted off the field Wednesday, it looked dire, but only a minor ankle injury. Yet, as far as DJ Reader is concerned, the nose tackle, Campbell said it's still not clear if he'll be ready for the start of the regular season due to a lingering injury. He does anticipate everyone else should be ready to go for the start of training camp. Meanwhile, on the PGA Tour, after one run at the Memorial, Adam Hadwin of -6, good for a one-shot lead over world number one, Scotty Scheffler. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 4, 9:02. Costa Jansen, Heather rolls on. Jimmy's back on Monday. We've talked about a lot today, I feel. We've talked about the Lions. We've talked about the Tigers. We've taken your sponsorship ideas. The NCAA passed a rule, I guess it's not a bill, that allows teams to advertise on their football fields. So we asked the obvious question.
Yeah.
Who should advertise for Michigan and who should advertise for Michigan State? So far, the best one for Michigan was Cheetos.
Yeah.
Should advertise on the field. For Michigan State, I believe it was this barbecue company called Man Rub. Or Beef Stroganoff.
Both of them, very good.
Or Vaseline, I heard, too.
Yes.
Yes. So
Please explain. I don't get it.
You don't get the Vaseline? I'd rather not explain. Too late in the day to lose my job. All right. Speaking of being late in the day, I know you have a big day tomorrow. I know families all across the country are planning graduation parties for their newly graduated kids. I mean,
yes, graduated
it's a big
seniors.
deal. Yes, it's a big deal. It's this time of year. Everybody gets invited to grad parties. So the obvious question is, guys, when you get that invitation, and you're like, little Jenny's having I can't believe Jenny's 18. She's graduating high school. You go to the grad party, and other than bringing alcohol for the graduates. Oh, wait, you shouldn't do that. I'm sorry. Don't do it. Strike that from the record. Other than that, oh, wait, you should do that?
No.
Other than that, what is an acceptable graduation gift? Like, what do you give? Are we talking money? Are we talking gifts?
That's a great question. I don't know. Tom brought this topic up. It's kind of been on our show sheet for the last couple of weeks because it is graduation season, and I think this was more of an acquaintance, right? It's more someone that maybe your kids are friends with. You've been invited as a family. What are you bringing to the graduation party? As somebody who is setting one up for tomorrow, my answer is I have no expectations. I just want people to come and celebrate the moment, whether it's Lucy's graduating, whether it's Lucy's friends. I want a maximum number of people to be able to come and celebrate with her, and then those that have received the invitations, the adults that have received the invitations, I want them to come and be able to tell stories because they're all people that have had an interaction with Lucy from 0 to 18. Let's tell some stories. Let's talk about all of the great things that have happened in the last 18 years and some of the things that she's overcome. I want to celebrate her. So from a parent's perspective, my expectations are that's what you're bringing.
I like that.
So the question here is, what's the bare minimum gifts? I mean, if you're family or you're really good friends, you're going to up it up some, right?
Sure.
But what's that casual acquaintance that, I don't know, it's just sort of a friend, but you get invited because they invited a lot of people. You want to stop by, you want to say, hey, you want to honor them with something. What's that minimum amount?
Well, here's the problem. If you are
everybody's afraid to answer.
Well, I'll answer. If you're a kid, though, and you're getting invited to a lot of these, You're going to be spending a lot of money on all your friends.
If you're a kid, you're not bringing
I don't
anything.
think you're bringing a gift
No.
if you're a kid.
So you're talking about the parents then. You're talking about like
Yeah, the adults.
the
Yeah.
uncles, the families of the friends of the family. I say $100. $100. I think anything less than 100 is kind of weak. So you got to go 100.
I think that's generally what I've done before. And obviously if it's somebody that's, family, you may do something different. It may be a more valued gift, but it's actually something like forget what one of the last ones, there was there was a backpack or a bag that they were going to use at college. And it was a little bit more than $100 or whatever, you just mentioned. And it's just something that's special, unique, that they're going to be able to take from this moment and use at high school, or at college.
I think you're right. I think $100, especially nowadays, everything is so expensive that
Everything is a
$100 I
$100
think
bill.
is pretty standard. But I do think if you're closer with that person, a gift could be nice too.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have some of the gifts that I got when I went off to college.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got like personalized towels.
Oh.
And I don't
You
use
still
them
have
as my
them?
bath towels, but I use them as like, we can dry the dogs off with. They're like the junk towels, right? But I still have them. They have my
Wow.
name in them. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And the colors of the
this is-
school that I went to. Because I went to Central my freshman year.
Okay.
So they're that maroon and gold or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have those.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised by this $100 thing. First off, everybody wants money. Nobody wants a gift. I honestly, truly believe that.
Although depending on what the gift is.
money with
Right.
a gift, then. So you get, because kids want money.
Sure. Yeah, cash is
course.
always king.
Yes.
We talked about this yesterday or the day before about,
Yeah.
about the weddings. Cash is always king.
Do people do bonds anymore? Because that was the worst.
I don't-
That was the
I
worst.
don't
I got a couple
know.
of bonds for mine.
Growing up, that was
to get
like
them.
that was the Christmas
Yes.
Oh
gift.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
here's $1,000 bond, but you
Yep.
have to wait for it to mature. So like when you can eventually cash it in your 20s, you're happy. But when you get it at the time, you're
Well,
like,
that's why
"Oh,
they do
come
it,
on."
yeah.
Of course.
Grandparents do that.
Yes.
Yeah, it was my grandparents.
yes,
There was always a
me too.
$100 bond on the Christmas tree. You open up the,
Yeah.
and you knew what it was ahead of time.
Yeah,
but
like back in my day when everybody was having their bar and bat mitzvah, everybody got the bonds, and you're like, oh wow, a $500 bond. But if you cash it out too early, it's only worth $150. Yeah, so 248-539-9797. What is the acceptable gift for a graduation party? But there is a caveat. They can't be like a close family friend or family member. We're talking about just like almost like a general acquaintance, right?
Yeah.
Like for instance, if I have a graduation party like you, I did not get invited to your graduation party. Kind of hurts my feelings, but whatever. But if I came to your graduation party
yeah.
for your daughter,
Yeah.
and I said, John, thank you so much for the invite. You have a lovely house. You have a lovely family. If I gave you $40, you would talk crap behind my back. You'd come in on Monday, and to Heather and Tom and Greg and to Jim, that cheap bastard Rieger gave me $40. Are you kidding?
Not giving it to you. He's giving it
Right.
to your daughter.
Yeah. I
And I
wouldn't
think
even
that
know.
any gift of money would be is nice.
Yeah.
It's would be very
Right.
nice.
But you don't want to
But-
give
I'm
a
also
gift
not
that's-
going to sit there and be like, hey, Lucy, what did Rieger give you?
Oh, you're not?
No,
I totally am going to ask Olive when she has hers.
really.
Oh, yeah.
That is her business. And then it's her business to respond to every gift that she gets with a thank you note.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a question about thank you notes.
Yeah. Let's hear some of the ticket
Yeah.
text first.
$100 is right the money you're looking for. No way I give $100 to someone I barely know. I'm not doing that 5 times to 5 people a summer. If I'm invited multiple a year, I have 4 invited on my fridge already. So, I mean, that is a good
it
point.
does add up. I haven't been to a graduation party probably since Stoney's daughter's graduated.
Oh, okay.
That's the
All right.
And what'd you give?
I think we gave $100.
Yeah, there you
but then
go.
there's 2 of them, right? So then that adds up.
Yes.
Oh, shoot, he's got 2 kids.
Typical Stoney having twins on purpose. I got a couple more for you. Cash is king. But when you have a tight-ass budget, 100 is tight, 50 is good.
That's why I always think like there's no set number.
No.
And there's going to be no judgment on what is given. And if somebody gives you a gift, you're not going to sit there and go, well, that wasn't enough. You're going to sit there and say, thank you very much.
Yeah, wow, that was really nice.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for coming and thank you for your gift.
When my daughter graduated, she went to 10 other parties. We wanted to give money to all. We gave $50. That's $500.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So my suspicion going into doing this little science experiment was $50 is good. And my feeling would be, Jeff, if I invited you to one of my kids, I'd be stunned if it was more than $50. I actually think that would be overly generous. You don't know my oldest son. You're coming by as a token of appreciation, and,
okay, fair enough.
and you're making. I would almost expect you not to come and maybe just mail something or something like that.
I'd come and say hello. Of course I would.
No,
You
but-
drive all the way down
Where does he
to
live?
the Ohio border?
Yeah. Actually, maybe I would. I drive one of those electric cars. I don't know if my one charge would make
you
it
have
there.
a charger down there?
They don't have stations down where I live. We don't believe in that
You
stuff.
guys don't believe in that stuff, actually. I would have
just
no
go
way to get
all
there.
in, all in.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yes.
You know, I'd take that $50, spend it on a bus pass just so I could get to Tom's place. Yes, but
Stoney
how
can pick you
much
up in the
is too
chopper.
much? Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, like Stoney's got to give great gifts. He's rich.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. You want to go to Joe in Troy? You're on the ticket. What's going on, Joe?
Hey guys, how's it going? So for weddings, I'm getting married next month actually, but just in the family, historically what we'll do is we'll keep a list of people that give gifts at our weddings and then give them the same amount back.
Ooh,
Because
I like that.
we're Arab, and at these weddings you'd be surprised, man, people will come and give nothing. They'll get $20. I mean, they'll give, and these are pretty expensive weddings, so you would expect you're giving people a plate, you'd get paid the $100 for it. No, so we just keep track of it.
Good for you.
So if they give you no money, they get no money back.
I mean, you give them something, but just not really like what you'd want to, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
The key is that, $20 is ridiculous for a wedding.
But if that's
see
what you
nothing.
have,
I had a friend that came
I
to my
guess.
wedding and I believe gave me $25. And I didn't look at this person any differently.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm so glad he was able to
Okay.
to come. And it was thoughtful, in his budget, what he could afford. I didn't look at him any differently
Right.
at all.
because
I
you
was
never
glad
know
he was
what somebody
there.
has going on, right? The gift of time, to me, is always the greatest one. If you're
Mm-hmm.
going to give up a Saturday afternoon to drive all the way out to our house, spend some time with us as a family, that to me, anything above and beyond that is extra.
And if I went to his wedding, I wouldn't give him $25 in return.
Right, because
I would give
because
him
your
what I would-
circumstances
Yes.
may or
Right.
may not be
Fair enough.
different.
Yeah.
You guys are making me sound very materialistic. I'm just saying. It might be true. 248-539-9797-97 the ticket.
Hey, this summer driving season is upon us once again, and the combination, add all these things up. Increased traffic, plus big trucks, plus motorcyclists, plus all the construction that we have going on right now, it adds up to more accidents than any other season of the year right here in the state of Michigan. And if you're injured in an accident, injury attorney David Feminino and his team are ready to help you right now. David never takes a fee until he wins your case. You could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, coming up at 9:35, a new rule in NCAA sports that allows you to do something. Should Michigan and Michigan State do it? We'll get to that. But how about a couple quick ticket texts? It is graduation season. What is the acceptable gift? And then Heather needs to double down on something that is non-existent in today's society. But here we go. Had my cousin and her fiance give me and my wife a $15 Amazon card for our wedding.
Ooh,
That's
the Amazon card?
Tight. I mean, you can spend it only at Amazon, and it was for $15. Wedding, $100, but at least cover the cost of your food. Gifting has got out of hand, just like tipping. And then how about this one? Guys, I got married in November of 2022. My wife has 7 sisters, needed 3 tables for them, and we did not get a penny from any of them. That's from Chad.
Well, Dad was paying for it, right?
That's just rude,
Still,
though.
come
No,
on.
You don't
I mean,
go
my
to a wedding
goodness.
without anything.
And by the way, there's one more text. Rieger is such a schmuck. Lions 10-7. Packers winning the division. Packers quarterback better than Goff. Get the F out of here. The F stands for what?
Fun.
There
Football.
you go. All right, speaking of fun, Heather.
Okay, so we were talking about graduation parties, and your
Yeah.
daughter's graduating. Congrats to her. And she's going to get a bunch of gifts, whether it's a gift of money or things to go off with her to college,
college, yeah.
right? And I'm guessing she's probably going to be writing thank you notes
She certainly will be.
for the gifts that she receives. Well, I've got a question. I'm wondering if the younger generation, these Gen Zers, are just foregoing thank yous. Like, are people still writing thank you notes? Because recently I've sent gifts to people of things I couldn't attend. A baby shower I couldn't go to, a wedding shower I couldn't attend, and I got something off their registry,
Yeah.
and they send it right to their house, right? Because I couldn't go to the event. And I've never heard back from them. So now I wonder,
Did they receive it?
I don't need the, oh, thank you so much. I'm not looking for that, but I'm looking to make sure they actually got my gift, right?
But it would be
did
a little
they
nice,
go to their
though.
home?
It would
is
be nice, though. You get somebody a gift, they should at least take 5 seconds
So
out of their day
now
to say thank you.
I'm wondering maybe if the whole thank you note thing is just kind of like disappearing. Because when I was a kid, it was something I had personalized stationery, right?
Yes.
Like I always wrote a thank you. My parents made me write thank you notes after birthday gifts and things like that, right? But I'm wondering maybe it's like disappearing. Or maybe
I think it's disappearing
these
I
two
have not
particular
got a
people
thank you
aren't
note.
going to thank me. I don't know.
in a long time.
You haven't gotten one?
No, but I do get texts.
Okay.
Right? Like, I think that's just fine. Like,
So
I think in
that's the
today's
confirmation that
Yeah.
you're looking for. And honestly, was
Say
that
thank
That's
you,
kinda
got
all
the
I
gift.
need, too.
Exactly.
I still like the handwritten thank you note. And so for Lucy, the other day I went to the post office and I got her some stamps so that she is ready to go. And there has been some other occasions too where, just in terms of graduation, people have either sent something or, they're just different occasions. And I like hearing back from those, oh, I got such a nice note from Lucy. That to me makes a big difference in sending a thank you. Sure, there are a few things where you shoot off a text and say, hey, I really appreciate the gift you gave. But I still think the more appropriate thing to do is to write a handwritten note. They took the time to order something, pay for something, send it to you. You can take, what does it take? 5 minutes to write it. Not even that, to write a thank you note, put it in an envelope, stamp it, address it, and it's off.
Yeah, you're rude. If somebody gives you a gift and you don't get a response from that person, you're rude.
Well, then that's making me wonder maybe it
they didn't
didn't
get it.
delivered. And maybe they think I'm rude for not sending a gift.
I mean, very good point. So that's why you want the confirmation.
Right.
They should understand that. But if it came off the register, right? Like,
it
isn't
should
that
go right to the address
Right.
that's attached.
I think
Well, it
they
should,
just didn't
but-
send you a thank you note or confirmation.
Right. And,
Maybe.
or they just haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah. So what's
Maybe.
what's the period? How long
Yeah,
you got to
what's
wait?
your grace period?
Well, for us, I try and encourage the kids to do it right away, or else something gets in the way. You're doing something else, you forget. Oh, I got to do this, and there's just, life gets busy, and you forget, and it does
2
happen.
weeks.
Yeah, a couple of weeks. Yeah.
I mean, if you
Would
think
be
of a
ideal.
wedding, you're going to
Yeah.
go to your honeymoon. Most likely, you're not going to be writing
Right.
thank you notes there.
Especially
And then when you come
for the ones that, whether it's a wedding registry, because you're not invited to every wedding, but friends that are getting married and they're having a smaller wedding. but you find their registry, you send them a gift, and that's where you just want to know that they got it.
Right. For the wedding, I mean, you could just after your honeymoon call up and say, hey, dude, thank you so much. Fantastic gift. Let's go have dinner. And then you pay for the dinner or whatever the case is. Like, I don't need a thank you note. I just want you to tell me, like Heather said, that you got the gift. And furthermore, that maybe you appreciate it. That's all. Just a little bit. Just
Right.
Tell me I matter. Let's go to Nick in Detroit. You're on the ticket, hey, Nick.
Hey guys, I am a member of Gen Z. I got married late last year, and
Congratulations.
I still have not sent my brothers a thank you card. I feel terrible. I got to come clean, but
Yeah, but Nick, they
Yeah.
are your brothers.
Did you send everyone else a thank you?
yeah,
Okay,
everyone
okay.
else got a thank you, handwritten. I talk to my brothers a lot, so like I told them like thank you so much, all that good stuff. There's something in me that feels wrong about this though.
Nick, get on it right now.
There's
right
still
now.
time. Well, it's good to hear that
Send it out.
Yeah.
this younger generation still wants
does
to
the
write
thank
you notes,
handwritten notes.
That was guilty, Nick. Yes. I feel bad for the guy. All right, Heather, a little
Yeah.
news.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Let's do it.
Speaking of these Gen Zers, millennials, first off, get blamed, or we've been blamed for a lot of things, right? We have killed off everything. There was we killed off napkins and malls and all sorts of things.
Blockbuster.
You just blame us for everything, but at least we don't do this. So apparently 19% of new college graduates are taking their parents to job interviews.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah. You get the big boy, big girl job interview and you go, but you're feeling a little nervous. So you bring mom and dad along with
Like
you.
not in the actual interview room, but just to wait in the lobby?
Yeah, or hey, wait in the car.
I don't know the exact details, but they're coming at least to the interviews and these employers are noticing and they're actually saying that they're kind of shying away from hiring these young college graduates that are offering the
Because they're
job
not
to
grown-ups.
Well, there's a lot of things. Yeah. So they're bringing their parents with them. 19% bring their parents, but they also come unprepared for interviews. They're unprofessional. They're wearing the wrong attire. We
Right.
talked about that.
Appearance matters.
They don't make eye contact and or they're doing virtual interviews and they refuse to turn on their camera.
Oh.
Because they're probably in their pajamas or something. I don't know what
They're
it is.
doing a Zoom interview, and
Yes.
you can't see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yes.
want that
this
job.
this is not common sense.
There's more. They apparently can't manage their workload. They miss deadlines. They're showing up late for meetings. They get offended too easily.
Yeah.
They're entitled and they're lacking communication skills, according to employers.
Okay, but your first point about bringing mom and
that's-
dad to
that
the
was
interview.
the weirdest one. Yeah.
Like, who better to give you a reference than your parents? Like, honestly, no?
No.
No, you don't
No.
do that.
Future
No.
employer?
You
Just
don't
ask
do
my
it.
mom.
You know what? All this says to me is there is great opportunity out there for college graduates that have grown up in their time at college and can have found a way to live on their own.
It's a good way to look. Have you seen these videos? They're everywhere of young people much younger than me, just being brought to tears because they don't get paid enough at the job that they're working, but yet they have too much responsibility and they can't go out and enjoy their lives. Have you seen these videos?
No, I
They pop
haven't.
up all the time on social media.
Oh,
What's the matter with these young
I
people?
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm kind of left speechless.
I
I
know.
had no idea that was a thing.
I didn't either. I saw it. I was like, I got to share that. So Tesla is threatening a customer with a $50,000 fine after he purchased a Cybertruck. Have you guys seen these Cybertrucks
Love
on the
them.
road?
Yeah.
So cool.
They're uglier than hell.
Hey, listen, I'm
yes.
part of the cult, though. I got a Tesla, so once you have to sign on. I'm
It's
a
not
cult
even a
member.
truck. So it's
cool.
first of all, it's mislabeled.
It's a truck. Like, it doesn't have a bed, but it's like an
It's-
SUV.
It
Do
looks
all-
The
like,
definition of a truck is you have a truck bed.
Like a big Bronco.
it looks like a
that has the
driving
cover.
solar
That's
panel.
okay.
Like,
yeah.
like it's just, it's whatever.
I do
Whatever.
think
It
there's
doesn't
a
matter
Not a
way
what it
to
is.
carry
Not a
stuff
truck.
in it. I think there's a way to carry something in the bed. Am I wrong? Or make a bed?
Oh, so now it has a bed.
I got to look into
I have
this.
no idea, but
They
listen
look
to
cool,
this
though.
story, okay? So this guy reserved a Cybertruck, got really excited after it launched online, and after he ordered the truck, though, his living situation completely changed. He said he and his wife got separated, had to move out of the house that obviously had a garage. Now he's in an apartment complex and the parking spaces are really tight. So he realized that this truck wasn't going to fit in one of these spaces. So I guess they have this policy where you can return it for unforeseen circumstances. But Tesla said, you don't qualify for that. We cannot take this truck back. And they reminded him that he signed a Tesla vehicle owner agreement, which states that if a Cybertruck owner sells the EV during the first year, they could be fined $50,000 and then banned from ever buying a Tesla in the future.
What is this, like Lion
Did you
season
have to
tickets?
sign something? Did you have to sign an agreement?
No, I waited forever. I would never sell my Tesla. I love it so much. By the way, the Cybertruck has the longest traditional bed of any truck. It's 6 feet. So there you go.
Or
But you don't
unless
see
you
it.
order
So I think there's a
an
cover on it.
8-foot bed.
Okay, that's it.
Listen, what do you want
Yeah.
from me? I just Googled it.
Yeah.
But
let's-
that's ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's
They're ugly.
talk about this, I guess.
like 'em.
TikTok is obsessed with something called ghost poop.
Oh,
Yes.
I know.
Now, this term has been trending on TikTok, but it's not a new term. It's been in the Urban Dictionary for a long time now, but most people have never actually heard of it. And
No.
I'm going to tell you what it means. All right. So this is going to be fun. So according to experts, ghost poop can be one of several things. It can be when you go to the bathroom and after you're done, you look in the toilet bowl and there's nothing there.
Oh,
Because
never happened to me.
It's sunk to the bottom
Oh, okay.
and then like vanished.
it hit itself. Yes.
Yeah.
Ghost poop. Or it can be when you know that you've pooped, right? But magically there's nothing on the toilet paper when you wipe.
Those are my favorite.
Ghost poop.
I like those. They really are. Those are the best ones.
Or
Doesn't that mean you're healthy?
Or you just missed.
it's the sensation of needing to poop, but then in the end, it's only a fart.
Well, that's why you never trust them.
Ghost poop.
What's your favorite kind of ghost poop? 248-539-9797.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Mine is
didn't
2.
either.
I like wiping and there's no remnants. That's exciting. What?
I don't even know where to go with that.
I mean, I know I brought up the topic of poop, so it's my fault.
No, it's not
But
your
we
fault.
don't need to talk about our personal pooping experiences.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I agree.
Sorry.
I
I
know.
just probably.
Both of you've done it. I mean, you talk about pooping without a shirt on, so.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a
What?
ghost poop, why would you?
If you're going to be there for a while, you take the shirt off?
You've never heard
Sometimes, yeah.
this?
No. Why?
It's just
That's what you-
comfortable.
even here
No,
at the station?
no.
Oh, thank God.
This is not a work event.
You're going to be there. Got your phone, shirts off? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
No, a number of reasons.
Thank you, Heather.
Yeah.
That was enlightening. I enjoyed that. Coming up next, a new rule in NCAA football. Should Michigan and Michigan State utilize it? We'll talk about it next. 97 The Ticket. I like that. Greg is on it. Very nice.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. Greg, thank you. Actually, I'm not going to tell you thank you. I'll write you a note, send you a text. Let's pick up one more. We started talking about graduation gifts, what's acceptable. And Heather brought up the fact, are thank you cards, notes dead? So we're hitting on that. Coming up in mere moments, though, a new rule in college football that maybe Michigan and Michigan State should take advantage of. Rob's in Brighton. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Rob?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I couldn't agree more with Heather. And my answer is, Heather, I hope thank you cards are not dead. My mom, when we were 5 and 6, me and my brother, until we were graduating, until our professional careers, made us sit down at the kitchen table and write thank you notes. 2 weeks ago, I'm 35. I had a huge presentation at Shinola, and I sent handwritten thank you notes to the people that we presented in front of. I genuinely think that it is a sentimental. It's showing the person that you actually care.
Right.
Like John said, you're thankful for their time. I think it's a great gesture, and I'm steadfast that I think it means a lot to the people you're sending it to.
That's a great point. I think it's also in a professional setting, it's not only the first impression of, and we talked about this in one of the news stories of those that have to bring their parents, they can't, the handshake, all of those things make a first impression. Sometimes a thank you note in that situation, that's the last impression. That's the last thing that they may remember, and it might be the most impactful thing. Oh, they cared enough to send this thank you note.
Well, the other thing, too, if you're writing thank you notes, like handwritten thank you notes, you're actually writing. Yeah. Like that
Instead
is dead,
of spell
too.
check, yeah.
Like, does anybody actually handwrite anymore? Do you?
Well, I do my thank you notes, yeah.
Other than
but,
that,
but other than that,
it is hard.
I don't send people a handwritten letter.
Write your
Do you remember
congressman.
writing? Well, I don't know if you guys did as men or boys. Did you guys write notes in school? Like, do you remember?
I took notes.
I have a bucket down in my basement of notes that I used to pay, like that you hand to. I think
that
maybe
you
it's just
pass
a
to
girl
people.
thing. You pass your
What do they
Do you
friends.
say?
like me? Check yes or no.
I don't know. I have no
Look
clue
at
what
Sally's
they say.
haircut?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I'd have to go read them. Probably stuff about cheerleading and boys and clothes. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
No, did not pass notes
gosh.
of
My
that
daughter-
nature.
I
gonna be
wonder if
doing
kids
that?
do that anymore because they're not.
I think they
writing
do.
a lot.
Because
Do they?
I don't think they have their phones in class, do they?
Yes, they do.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Depends on the school.
Really?
There are more and more schools that are not allowing cell phones, and I know
Good.
in Plymouth it's from K through 12, and obviously a kindergartner you probably don't have to worry about it, but in middle school they're not allowed to have their phones. They stay in the locker, and then you get to get them out as soon as the school is over. And a lot of high schools are now taking that same policy.
Good.
Next year,
They
the
should.
high school the girls go to, no cell phones.
Good. I think
so
that's
I guess
great.
the notes are still alive.
I
then.
hope so.
Yeah, it's the only way to communicate while the teacher is teaching you something that you're not interested in. Okay, so sorry, was that negative again? I apologize. I paid attention at times. So new rule yesterday, the NCAA's Playing Rules Oversight Panel has approved the use of corporate logos on fields for regular season games in all divisions. The change becomes effective immediately. All right, so Michigan or Michigan State on their field have the ability, if they choose to put corporate sponsors on their field. At the 50-yard line, you're allowed 3 logos, 1 at midfield, 2 more throughout the field. And we were asking the question way before the show started. Should Michigan do this? Should Michigan State do this? Michigan State might, but Michigan is holier than thou. John, should Michigan do this?
No. And it just goes along with the policy that there's no inside the bowl of the stadium, there's no advertisements. And so when you get into the concourses, there's some advertisements there, but inside, no. So it would just go along with that same policy that you don't have advertisements inside the bowl, and obviously the field would be in those parameters.
I think we're all annoyed by the sponsorship ads, whether it's on the jerseys for the Red Wings or for the Tigers. And I mentioned earlier in the show, but I was watching the Tigers at Fenway. The Green Monster is now littered with ads. Yeah. It looks ridiculous. And again, I don't
really. The NASCAR effect.
Absolutely. And, there's logos and sponsorship everywhere. I've gotten used to it, but it doesn't mean you have to like it. But you do get the feeling that Michigan State might, maybe Michigan wouldn't. I think both schools probably just should because you're making more money. But it begs the question. And we did this earlier, and we wanted to bring it back because we got some unbelievable responses.
I've said this time and time again. Our listeners, when they text things in, there are times where I'm like, man, I wish I would have thought of that. They are
Me too.
Very witty.
All right, so the question is, if Michigan was going to allow sponsorship on the field at the Big House, who should sponsor them? If Michigan State were to allow it, who should sponsor them? So far, the best responses we got, I think, somebody texted in Cheetos for Michigan.
Yep.
Like Chester Cheeto. You get it?
Yeah.
You get it?
We're back to this.
Yeah.
Every time he says a joke, he asks me if I get it.
Well,
yes, I get it.
For Michigan State.
But please explain for those that don't.
For Cheetos, I mean cheaters. You get that
Okay,
part. Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
For Michigan State, somebody texted in stroke medication. Medicine for strokes.
Okay.
You get it?
Please explain.
I think you get it.
Well,
The cameras are on. I can't even do the gesture. But what Mel Tucker might have been doing when he was talking to a woman.
stroke medication.
Yes. Somebody also texted in beef stroganoff. Or the best one was, and this is a true business, Man Rub. It's a barbecue joint or maker. Yes.
Please explain.
Man Rub. Well, John, Mel Tucker was accused of.
Yes.
Like,
I get all the references.
these are already coming in. Like, for instance, somebody says beef jerky from Michigan State. Now, that is a very good one. Somebody saying Vaseline. There's a lot for hand lotion. Listen, I'm just reading them, okay? D from Detroit says Michigan Chick-fil-A. Why? Because they were always going to the Peach Bowl. I don't know if do you get that one? Do you get it?
No, please explain.
I don't know that one.
Yeah. I don't know. The Chick-fil-A.
We like chicken? I don't know. Easy one from Michigan. Ray-Ban would gladly have their logo on the field. #spyglasses. Somebody texting it that Central Michigan should have Michigan sponsor them on the sideline. Somebody says dude wipes for the MSU program.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this is good. This is good. For MSU Field, John Hancock Investments. I don't know if that's true or not.
That's Herbie.
Michigan could go with Canon Binoculars, the brand of Connor Stallions.
Okay.
We could do that one. Yes. And then how about this one? Kleenex for Michigan State. The Michigan State ones are just more funny. Like with Michigan,
Yeah.
it's cheating. With Michigan State, it's the whole Mel Tucker incident.
No, really? Thank you for clarifying.
And then somebody does say, as long as MSU doesn't bring back the ad that aired before the Michigan game. I think we know what ad that was. Remember what was on the scoreboard in East Lansing
Oh.
during the trivia?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Oh, somebody wants Connor Stallion's Vacuum Company.
Oh, the LLC?
LLC, yes.
Yeah.
Him and Blake Corum's LLC. Oh, this is good. This is very good. The Big Brother Foundation at U of M, just for the Michigan State game.
That's kind of witty.
It's not bad. U of M, Cracker Jacks with X-ray glasses, Bushnell Optics. That's from Mike. So there you go.
Well, you could use all of them because you can, game to game, change it up.
Yes.
That's also a part of the NCAA rule. It doesn't have to be the same one for all home games.
Yes, every game you can use a different one. Do you think if you were a billionaire and you hated Michigan State or you hated Michigan, you could pay Michigan State per se enough to have I don't know, man rub on the field? Could you Michigan State would have to turn down millions of dollars not
just
to do
say
it.
yeah, which they would.
Of course they would.
Yeah.
Oh, man, there's so many I just can't read, unfortunately. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. 97 won the ticket.
All right, guys, if you've been finding yourself wearing a hat more and more often, or you're turning off your camera on Zoom calls, it's time to deal with your hair loss, and it's time to talk to the guy who wrote the book on it. Literally, that's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist. And Dr. B can restore your hair and your confidence, just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. You can go online and read some Google reviews from his patients who recommend Dr. B, and they're all going to talk about how much younger and more confident they feel after their procedure, and they say they couldn't be happier with the results, and many saying it's the best decision and investment they've ever made. Now, Michigan Hair Restoration has so many more options than just hair transplants. There's lots of natural remedies Dr. B can talk to you about as well, and he has treatment plans that fit almost every budget. Now, right now, they've got a special you can't miss. Call and book your consult and speak to Maria. Make sure you mention 97.1, and you're going to get this complimentary natural hair remedy treatment that's valued at $1,000 at your consultation. It's your gift from Dr. B, and he's never offered this before, so call today. Download Dr. B's Ultimate Guide to Hair Loss and Restoration at MichiganHairRestoration.com.
All righty, waiting for Karsch and Anderson to walk in the studio. I always hear Mike and Rico talking about how hot this place is.
Yeah.
So is that you guys or them
Oh,
making
it's
it
them.
hot?
Oh,
Yeah.
Doug comes. I want you to watch when
He'll
Doug
come in and
walks
crank
in.
it up?
He will come in here and he will hit the up button on the thermostat until it will go no further. Now I come in the
What is that, like
mornings.
90 degrees?
I don't know. I come in the morning sometimes, and it's more in the middle of the winter,
100%.
and they've turned
It's a little
things down. Yeah, and so I'll turn it up so it's hopefully comfortable in here. Never seems to be exactly perfect, but welcome to HVAC world.
So you guys, you and Heather, Greg too, you guys are lifelong Michiganders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to know if you think this is a thing. So tomorrow the Stanley Cup finals start, and
Yeah.
you got Edmonton versus the Florida Panthers.
Final.
I knew he was going to do that. The NBA
Yeah.
finals, the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, there's only one of them, right?
That's such a Greg correction. I've made 1,000 mistakes today, but that's the one he corrects. Anyway, so I'm well aware, I know you guys are as well. Last Canadian team to win a Stanley Cup was all the way back in 1993. It was the Montreal Canadiens, okay? Is it a big deal to you as a Detroiter, knowing how much Canada loves hockey, how elitist they are about hockey? Do you enjoy the 31-year streak of Canadian teams not hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup, or is that just me?
I do,
Okay, good.
but
Look at that. We agree.
But there's a caveat.
Oh, I don't like butts.
This is.
Can I just get out of here without saying anything else?
This will go to being not a Canadian elitist, we invented hockey snobbish level, but I understand what I'm going to say. I'm in between wanting the cup to be in the north versus being in Florida.
Oh, so you
Miami,
This is
as far
interesting.
south as you can go.
So it's almost like a place like Miami doesn't deserve to win the cup. Why give it to those people when you could give it to Canadians, people that would truly cherish the cup?
Yeah,
That's
a
an
fan base
interesting-
that may
I didn't even think
appreciate
about
it
that.
just a little bit more.
I didn't think about that, but I will be miserable knowing that they're appreciating it. And here's the other thing. And again, I know this is just me. I get it. But they haven't won a cup, the Canadian teams, in 31 years. I love watching Hockey Night in Canada after the last Canadian team gets knocked out because they got to talk about all the American teams. But furthermore, the fact that it's going to be Ken Holland that gets Canada back on the map, that is hard to deal with. I love Holland. I think I thought he did a great job with the Wings, and the last 8 years were unfortunate. However, he left. Yzerman's here. We haven't been back to the postseason, and he's winning a cup. I get it. He was like gifted Draisaitl and McDavid. I mean, so was
but he's
Stevie in
added
Tampa, though.
a number of
He's done a great job.
ancillary pieces.
Right.
And at the beginning of this year,
The
what
Canes,
happened?
the nurses. I mean,
Yeah,
great
he
job.
fired the coach, and
You're right.
I mean that takes a lot of guts to be able to do that. And then all of a sudden, you turn things around and you're playing for the Stanley Cup.
Do you think give me a percentage, how many Detroiters, hockey fans, want Canada to lose? Like, we got a lot of Windsor fans listening, but I think they're Red Wing fans. I think they get sick and tired of the Canadian Toronto, Canadian Montreal coverage.
I would probably say it is in the area of 90%. A vast majority
Good.
don't want the cup to go
Yes.
north of the border.
Yes. All right. At least I know I'm not alone. I celebrate it every year. Let's go Panthers.
Yeah, we all do. I mean, what are the two things other than the success of our team that we celebrate? It is Toronto getting knocked out in the opening round,
that's
which
my
I know.
favorite.
Easy, don't get too excited.
Oh,
we're
boy.
almost there.
I got to tell you, I'm going to have to use one of those sponsors for Michigan State's field.
Please explain.
Oh, see.
But I do think that that's one thing that we celebrate. And then we also celebrate the fact that the cup has been south of the border for 31 years.
Yes. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It really is. Like, they have their Olympic gold medals. They do, and they love it. I love
What's bigger,
when
though?
they get knocked out.
An Olympic gold
they'll
or
tell
the
you-
Stanley Cup?
They'll tell you Olympic gold because it's
Because
for the whole
that's-
country.
Well, but that's also recency bias a little bit, don't you think? Because it's been 31
but
years.
I think people in Toronto don't necessarily want Edmonton to win a cup. You know what I mean?
But at this point, don't you think they just want it to be north of the border?
I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know. Like, I think there's probably a lot of butthurt Toronto fans that are going to be like, really? Ken Holland and the Oilers get to break the drought? I don't know. I think they all celebrate the gold. Because, like, here in America, I don't know if we celebrate gold medals all that much. We care about, like, our main teams.
Yes, we care about our main teams.
More
but
than we
also,
do about the Olympic gold. I
have
think
you
in
ever heard
Canada they care more
I know,
about the
I know
Olympic
everybody
gold.
talks about the Jared Goff chants, but have you not heard the USA chants?
No. Where are those? What does that mean?
I mean, we should maybe ship you out to Paris, and
I don't want to go there.
for the Olympics.
No.
This summer.
No, I'll watch
man,
baseball.
I would love. That's a bucket list item for me.
Gators in the
Going to the
house.
Olympics.
Gator, you agree with us. It is a pure joy for the last 31 years to see a Canadian team not win the cup.
That's a lot of pointing.
I don't know if it's a joy. I mean, for me, it's just Toronto. I'm actually rooting. I'm rooting hard for Edmonton.
You're rooting for Edmonton?
Hell yeah!
Oh,
Why
my
wouldn't I root for
goodness.
Edmonton? Best player in the world plays
Oh,
there.
my goodness. Great. I thought you were one of us.
I'm rooting for Edmonton.
Do you think it's a Detroit thing? You've been here your whole life. That Detroiters that like hockey root for Canadian teams not to win the cup? Or is it just Toronto?
I think it's just Toronto.
Really?
I don't know. I don't necessarily know it's just Toronto, but I get stuck in between the two of would I rather it be one of the Canadian teams or down in Miami?
It's a good point. Well, what about Doug? Does he share my belief?
What's your belief?
I'm going to guess no.
Well, he's part Canadian.
That's a good point. I won't even ask him then. Do you think the majority of Detroiters enjoy that Canada can't win a cup for the last 31
You
years?
look at me like I somehow offended you.
No, I'm not offended. Do I think they enjoy it? I think everybody finds it mildly
Amusing,
But
yeah.
I don't. I'm
So,
not.
Are you rooting for Edmonton?
Yes.
Why? Because you're part Canadian?
No, because they're an exciting team, and I'd like to see the world kind of wake up to Connor McDavid, and
Yeah.
I think it's great.
and
For
I
the
like Zach
NHL.
Hyman a lot.
I think the guy gets enough coverage. Anyway. All right. What do you guys got coming up?
Gators got a hunch. We're going to open with a hunch, something to look
Just a
for
hunch.
today.
Interesting. I
Okay,
almost
do we
got
get a
punched
hint on
today,
which
so-
sport?
What's that?
Which sport of the hunch?
Basketball.
Oh, Gators rocking an Iron Maiden shirt. What is that from like 86?
Well, the shirt is not that old.
No,
It's a
I-
reprint, but it's from I think 1983.
Oh, I was close.
83,
All right.
84, somewhere there.
All right. All right. Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody. 97 won the ticket.
We're brought to you by the good people at Beninati Pool. Celtics take over Game 1 early and cruise to a 107-89 win over Dallas. Distance by 30 from the Mavs, Luka Doncic. Kyrie Irving only had 12. The Mavericks only 9 assists as a team. How about Porzingis back in the lineup for the Celtics? 20 points and 8 of 13 shooting. He had 18 in quarter number 1. Tigers host the Brewers tonight at Comerica Park. 6:40 right here on the ticket. Reese Olson going for Detroit. Milwaukee 36-26 and in first place in the National League Central Division. Lions completing mandatory minicamp yesterday. They have more OTAs coming in the 10th to the 12th, but just for the young players, according to Coach Campbell. Veterans apparently excused. Some good and bad news coming out of camp yesterday. The good, quarterback Khalil Dorsey, who was carted off the field Wednesday, only has a minor ankle injury, according to Coach Campbell. Campbell also said it is not clear if nose tackle DJ Reader will be ready for the start of the regular season due to a lingering injury, which they expected. He anticipates everyone else should be ready to go for the start of training camp. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Campbell. UConn head coach Hurley meeting with the Lakers today about potentially coaching their NBA team on the PGA Tour after one run at the Memorial. Adam Hadwin at -6. That's good for a one-try lead over world number 1, Scotty Scheffler. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So the last part of that Dan Campbell cut, which you somewhat heard, where he says, I want the whole enchilada, is something we're going to talk about a little bit more today.
You can talk about Mexican food? Yes. We got a taco bar today?
We have one scheduled for, I know that there's a taco bar coming in. I think it's 2 weeks. Is it a week from Thursday? Week from Thursday.
Just stop it.
Taco bar, a week from Thursday.
Let me guess. It's Tigers game. We're on remote, something like that.
No, you're on vacation.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't even know when you're on vacation, Gator.
No, I do. I just wasn't putting it together.
You're out of town. Actually,
The 20th.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
You like
3
beef
weeks, whatever.
enchiladas or chicken enchiladas, Gator? I know your answer, Doug.
I like them both. Actually, you know what? I first started off with was just cheese and onion enchiladas. Those were the ways that I went vegetarian enchilada.
Wait, when was this?
Well, back in the day, we used to show you get your options. And I always gravitated to the cheese and onions because it had the word cheese in it. So I was like, yeah. Otherwise, if I have a choice between chicken and beef, I'd generally lean to the chicken for the enchilada.
Okay.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah. Now, is this an order? Or you would order or you would make?
Order.
Okay.
No, I'm no good at making the enchiladas. No, because I've always been confused with it. Like you're supposed to, I think you're supposed to dip it in the red sauce, and then you fry it in the pan for a little bit, and then you put the stuffing in, roll them up, and then you do that a few times, then you throw them into the oven. I'm not good at making burritos or enchiladas.
Years and years and years ago, my mother-in-law got me a athlete's cookbook. It was like all these famous athletes and their favorite recipes.
Okay.
And Keyshawn Johnson's enchilada recipe was awesome. I made that a lot.
All right.
Eric Winalda had a chicken and noodles recipe that was
Soccer player?
fantastic. Yep. My favorite, though, in the whole book was Alexi Lawless's Jell-O recipe. It was just Jell-O. Like I was like, I bet money Alexi submitted a Jell-O shot recipe and they just changed it into a Jell-O recipe. But I had a good laugh about that. But Keyshawn's enchiladas were something else.
What made them special?
They were just good. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. I would make it with ground turkey, but just really, really lots of cheese. And yes, dipping the enchilada, the tortilla, and after it was wrapped, and then cheese inside, cheese on top. It was good. It was really, really good. I make it with a dirty Spanish rice type of deal.
Do you make it with flour tortillas or the corn tortillas?
I'm a corn tortilla guy. Yeah.
Well, they should be with corn. That's why I ask.
Yep.
So.
Yep. All right, Gator's got a hunch. Now, we have rules here on the show. And one of the rules is you do not need to back up or explain the hunch. That's exactly what a hunch is by Carson Anderson show definition. You just kind of have a feeling.
It's just a hunch, man.
It's a hunch. Typically, if you have an opinion or prediction, we ask that one backs it up. Here,
All right, what makes you say that?
What makes you say that? Hunch? It's just that. I don't know. Hunch. So we allow for that on occasion here on the Carson Anderson program. And Gator, on his show sheet today, said, I got a hunch. And your hunch is?
My hunch is there'll be a Pistons news drop today or news dump today. And it's just a hunch. But I think they kind of did that last week with the announcement of Trajan Langdon when they sent out the press release and all that. And there was no press conference. There hasn't been a press conference yet. I feel like today we're going to get another news dump explaining why there hasn't, maybe it won't explain it, but it'll tell us why, basically.
Mm-hmm.
We can infer as to why they haven't done it yet. I think it'll have something to do with the head coach. It's just a hunch.
Just a hunch.
I feel like today's the day.
Do you have an expectation of what's going to happen, or are you just expecting an announcement?
I My expectation is that Monty Williams is coming back. Yeah.
You seemed to be shading that way yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just a hunch.
Okay.
Friday's, news dump day.
It
Gotta
is.
bury
Usually
late.
Fridays are reserved for bad news. If you have a news dump at like 4:45 on a Friday,
Right.
it's typically you don't want to answer questions
Sure,
about it.
typically.
Let it marinate over the weekend, and then down the road you address it. But you're going to go with you. I don't know if that'd be good news or bad news. I don't know how Piston fans if they want Monty Williams back.
There you have it. So it's just a hunch. It's a hunch that'll set something up for a press conference, maybe either this weekend or Monday. I'm not sure.
Well, make sure you pay attention to a Sankofa near you.
One of the James Edwards,
Amari Sankofa, the Pistons beat writer for the Detroit Free Press,
or try the third one of James Edwards. Maybe try him.
Yeah,
The Athletic.
But yes, okay. Gators on the record. Kang, what do you think of this hunch? You got that feeling maybe today?
I don't have the same hunch as Gator. That doesn't mean he's not wrong.
Or right.
Or right. I'll say this. I would like to hear some news just so we can kind of move forward. I feel like we're in purgatory with the whole coaching situation, right? If he just comes out and says, Monty Williams is our coach, I can't wait to get started on this, blah, blah, blah. We're in the draft process, everything, good. Or, hey, we're moving on from Monty Williams. Search starts now. We're looking for the next leader. We're still draft process, all that, good. I just want to know and move on. So let it happen, Trajan, the Alaskan assassin.
We need to say a happy birthday today. Happy birthday to David Montgomery, the Detroit Lions running back. Lions just tweeted out it's his birthday, so happy birthday, David.
Nice.
I would characterize that as a successful signing. I would say that has gone very well for the Detroit Lions.
Real quick, do we decide on a Three Kings or no Three Kings? If it's a no, it's fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So he shares the birthday today
with
Prince.
Oh, today's Prince's.
Would have been Prince's birthday. Anna Kournikova also today. I believe she's 43 or 46, one of the two today.
What a day. Can you imagine if today's your birthday and you're just finding out? David Montgomery, Prince, and Anna Kournikova.
David Montgomery?
Yeah.
Also Michael Cera from Superbad.
Which is that, which character is that?
He was
I know it wasn't
the main
Seth.
character, Evan.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, so is it Evan's birthday or is it Michael Cera's birthday?
Michael Cera's birthday.
Okay, because the other day was McLovin's
right,
birthday.
totally different.
Okay.
Yep.
Totally different.
Not the actor who played McLovin.
Right.
Chris Mintz. Yeah.
Well, happy birthday to all. And belated happy birthday to McLovin, who turned, 43?
Happy birthday, Anna.
Remember how we were doing the topic,
Dude.
passes the eye test?
Yes.
She passed the eye test.
Yeah. Well,
that whole story, in retrospect, looking back, all very uncomfortable now. And
what? What are you talking about? What, at the parade in 1997 when she's riding with her friend Sergei Fedorov?
Yep.
What? They're friends. They're family friends. That's all. At that time.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have to deal with that mess.
16 or 17.
Now,
Yeah.
I wonder if she would, in this modern era, if she would have been on the float. Would she have been in the parade? I would suspect that maybe they would have opted not.
Still to this day, the one woman that had me frozen in my tracks when I saw her, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen up close and in person. It was prior to walking into the locker room after a preseason game against the New York Rangers, which was the first event we had after 9/11.
Okay.
And I was outside the room waiting to go in, and she had walked up and was standing like as close to me as you are and staring at me. And I was like, oh, wow, she's really, really gorgeous. This just in. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever
I'm
seen
sure
in
you
my
didn't
life.
come across as creepy at all.
Well, I didn't say anything. I just kind of, I probably came across the same way everybody does that comes in close contact. You just kind of look around and try not to stare, and then you're incredibly embarrassed, and it's really awkward for you more so than her. She's probably used to it and laughing about it.
All right, coming up, big night in Detroit last night. We will talk about it a little bit later on. We'll get to some Lions stuff. Dan Campbell's comments yesterday. Is there a trade to be had for our Detroit Tigers? All things we will discuss today here on the Carson Anderson program on a Friday. Thanks for being with us. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hurst, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It is a Friday in Detroit. Thursday night in Detroit featured the reopening of the Michigan Central Station to much fanfare, closed in 1988, and it looks great. Ford Motor Company moving in and refurbished the place. Diana Ross, Eminem headlined a concert. Ford spent $950 million to develop the 30-acre campus, and it was a building that was kind of. It stood out where it was located, and people saw it, and it became sort of a bit of a symbol for blight and decay. So it's nice to see that it has been refurbished, and it's another example of one of these beautiful old buildings that, when they're done and done right, can really become a gem. And I'm not sure how much this impacts the average person, other than it looks great. But they're hoping to have retail in there, and so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I was reading a story how they kept 4 train lines open just in case it ever does become
active again,
and maybe with either commuter rail or Amtrak. And we've heard about these things. I'm a big fan of rail travel, and I don't get excited about stories like this anymore, because I just don't know that Americans will ever accept it, and Detroiters will ever go all in. And our system just isn't as good as it is in, like, say, Europe, even Australia. The mass transit and the rail was awesome. But like I said, Diana, Eminem, Seeger was covered by Fantasia, by Jelly Roll, by Melissa Etheridge. And it was cool. Jared Goff was there. Amon-Ra St. Brown was there. Barry Sanders was there. It got TV coverage. And Gator, you were flipping back and forth between the NBA Finals, which they made us flip around. Boston took command early, and
yeah, I was flipping around, and but before I got to it, my parents my dad calls me. He's like, you watching this concert? I'm like, no, I haven't flipped it on yet. Probably get to it at some point. And I wasn't paying too much attention to it. I knew what was going on, and eventually I flipped over to it. I think Big Sean may have been on at the time, and but then I got to see the performances that I think people would want to see. I saw a little bit of Jelly Roll, and then I saw Jack White and Eminem, and Jack White and Eminem were great.
Yeah,
I mean, because they're the energy those guys bring is so spectacular. It's and they're, as two musicians, they're very different. But the one thing that they have in common is their uniqueness to their genres. Like, Eminem is unbelievable. And he's not unbelievable because he's a white rapper and that's unique about him. And that's not it. It's the way that he phrases things. His whole style is completely different. This guy was a pioneer with the way that he laid down his raps. And he's awesome. And then you look at Jack White, and his sound and his tone and his style of music is completely different from anything you'd ever heard of to that point. And he's been, imitated and duplicated since. But these are two guys that are so iconically Detroit and totally resonate what Detroit is about, and it's with humble beginnings and all that. And I just think they're great stories to have, and they're both still relevant. These aren't like, and there's nothing wrong with bringing up Motown, artists and performers, because they're amazing, right? But they were in the 60s. This is more recent, and these are the two new icons that represent Detroit, and they do it well. And it was pretty great, even though the guy in the dump button was a little lax.
Should we explain what the dump button is?
Well, to dump obscenity, to make sure that explicit language doesn't get out over the air, you have what's called a dump button. You press it, and it can eliminate what's been said over a period of time. They forgot about that for the first few times that Eminem dropped some F-bombs, and then they started hitting the dump button, but completely missed it. And it got to be kind of comical after a while. But
editing on the fly can be tough. There's a lot of times, and I know this to be a fact, that you'll be watching like a game of some sort, and they'll be inside the huddle and the audio will go out.
Yeah.
And you'll just think it's a technical difficulty. No, they're dumping profanity. Yeah. They're dumping profanity when they do that.
Yeah. But I mean, the concert itself was great. It looked like everybody had an awesome time. It was an amazing backdrop to see, because that building is beautiful, and it should be all the money they spent and dumped into it to fix it up. But it's not just the train station or the train depot. That's not just it. It's the surrounding area. It's the parks that they have built there in Southwest Detroit also that they've spent the money on to beautify that part of the city. And it looked awesome. It was on full display. And what set it apart, what really made it special, is that was the symbol for blight. That was a symbol that everybody pointed at when they came to Detroit would put down Detroit. They would say, "Oh, look at this bombed out building they have over here. What used to be magnificent back in the day, they don't even care." And what is it now? Now it's a symbol of revitalization and progress and how far the city has come. Yes, the city has a lot further to go, and I'd love to know what Detroiters want done to their city next to make it great, because this is the headquarters for Ford. It's not like it's, some big utilitarian thing for the people in the city of Detroit, other than it looks beautiful and you'll get visitors to come and take pictures of it, and people are going to want to be there, and maybe they start to have concerts down there outdoors and more events out there, which could be great for the city. But it's just carrying on the momentum of things that we've already seen, and most recently was the NFL draft and how great that was, with nearly 1 million people coming downtown for 3 days, and then you have this event, and it was just pulled off brilliantly.
Yeah, it's funny. I always kind of thought of the Packard plant as that gets held up as and the Packard plant. When you talk about what you would love to see refurbished, that's apparently scheduled to be completely leveled by the end of the year.
Well, it was supposed to be done a long time ago, but the guy from Brazil, the business guy from Brazil, ended up backing out. So
and so, I mean, I don't know what's next. There was that report a few weeks ago that the population of Detroit went up for the first time in decades, which is cool. A healthy city. Rising tide raises all boats, I suppose. And that's the same area, by the way, with that Central Station. It's short walking distance to where DCFC is building their new facility and their new stadium. So could be a fun little pocket of Detroit that's revitalized there a little bit. But
let's say the whole Corktown area, getting to Southwest Detroit, it's there's a lot going on there, which is going to be great.
If you want to share anything, if people who were there want to tell us what it was like, it'd be good to get that firsthand account. Always love that. 248-539-9797. But also, if if there's any other old building or area that you see and you go, God, that'd be great to be revitalized. It'd be great to see that get investment and refurbished, because let's face it, there's a lot of still.
Well, there
areas
is
that could be improved.
And shout out to Mayor Duggan for making it like priority number one to try to eliminate as much blight as he can under his tenure as mayor. And they've done 15,000 houses that they've gotten rid of that were just eyesores, and built new ones. And there's a lot more to go, but it feels like there's been real, tangible progress that has been made. And I think everybody should be pretty proud of it and still demand more. Obviously, there's more to come with District Detroit, and that's going a lot slower than anticipated, and that's a bone of contention with people, and rightfully so. But when you see something like this come through, when Ford Motor Company goes out and they say we're going to redo this, and then they do it and they present it in such a spectacular way, maybe that kicks some other people in the ass to get things going the way that they should.
Okay, we'll take your feedback and phone calls on that throughout the show. What area of Detroit would you like to see get the refurbishment project next? A building, an area, something you see every day. 248-539-9797. And firsthand account, if you were there at the opening of the Michigan Central Station last night, which closed in 1988, it looked great, and it looked like a fun night for Detroiters. In the meantime, Gator, a wild tweet about our Lions. Did not expect to see this. We'll get to that today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 and Ticket open lines, 248-539-9797. Another little check plus for the city of Detroit last night with the reopening of the Michigan Central Station, and it looks beautiful. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Lions stuff coming up shortly. To your phone calls, Frank, you're on 97.1 and Ticket. Hi, Frank.
Hi, guys. I was at the event last night, a triumphant night for Detroit. They had elevators going up to the 18th floor. You could see the Gordie Howe Bridge and all the parks around
Frank, you're
it.
breaking up pretty bad. I don't know. You said they had elevators going up to what floor?
The 18th floor there, where you could look out on the Gordie Howe Bridge, and it was just a sumptuous kind of night where they had the plane.
Frank, it's not going to work. If we can maybe get you in a different cell, you're breaking up pretty bad. But I do want to hear from people who were there. I mean, I imagine the views from there are fantastic.
Have to be. Yeah. I mean, you're already, I mean, you could see in the background the Ambassador Bridge. So I imagine it's not too far off to see the Gordie Howe Bridge. When you're up that high in that part of the city, yeah, you'll be able to see everything.
And that building stands out just because it's in the middle of, it's like the only tall building in that
It's
area.
like in the middle of a park. I mean, it's pretty great.
I can't wait to see. And I mean, you and I, we've talked about DCFC, but them building a new stadium right there.
Well,
could
what's
really
exciting
add
about
to
that
neighborhood?
Because it's two things. One, it puts the stadium there, which makes it kind of that neighborhood feel, which I think is great. But more importantly, you're replacing a dilapidated hospital that hasn't been in operation in forever.
Yeah.
So you're getting rid of an eyesore and you're putting in something that people actually want to use and go to. I think it's a double score there.
And they play a lot of games. 248-539-9797. Okay. I mentioned this before the break. I saw this, and look, we're at such a weird time as it pertains to the Lions. This tweet comes out, and I'm like, wait, what? Pro Football Focus tweets out the following. It's just a graphic. It's not a, any of their rankings or measurements. It's just a graphic, and it asks a question. And the question is, what team has the best cornerback duo in the NFL? Okay. And they list 7 teams, and then they've got other. And I'm like, all right. So you look at the graphic, and the first team listed is the Miami Dolphins. All right, yeah, Dolphins, good corner duo there with Jalen Ramsey and Kendall Fuller, and you work your way through it. It's Dolphins, Jets, Seahawks, Tariq Woolen, Philly, Cleveland, Dallas, and the Detroit Lions. And then a little box that says other. They included the Lions in this question that they tweeted out. What team has the best corner duo in the NFL? They include the Lions.
That's interesting.
And a little bit stunning, right?
A lot stunning. Wow. That's really interesting.
Let's start with this. Are we sure what the duo is in Detroit? I mean, do they know?
I feel reasonably confident.
Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold?
Yeah.
Reasonably confident?
Reasonably confident. I mean, the Carlton Davis part, yes. Terrion Arnold, yes, based on him getting lots of work with the ones in the mini camp here.
Mm-hmm.
I said reasonably.
Look, I love that we get talked about just because it's fun to hear about your team. It's fun to see about your team. And people always talk about, nobody respects or the lack of respect or whatever. And that's that stuff doesn't really matter. What matters is what happens on the field. But to include Detroit already seems pretty stunning to me.
Yeah, and look, you try not to read too much into a graphic like this, but when they have the 7 teams listed and then the 8th box is other, I'm trying to see, is there an order here? It's nothing. It's not alphabetical. So I'm wondering, is it top to bottom that they view the Lions as the fourth best duo in the NFL?
Like, I'm happy
Before
and
either players
intrigued
played a single snap for the Detroit Lions?
and curious as to why they included the Lions. I'm not mad at them.
Mm-mm. Well, no, we're never mad at them when they start to praise our team. We're not mad at that.
This is a little weird, right?
This is a lot weird. It's a lot weird for a secondary that has been maligned and deservedly so for years. They've revamped it again. This is version 2.0 where they've tried to revamp it in the offseason, and we don't know. It's on paper. So on paper, they think Carlton Davis, if healthy, is a very good corner in this league. Obviously, they must think that. And then the second part is that Terry Arnold, the rookie, maybe they had a really high grade on him coming out of college. Was he the highest graded corner coming out of college for Pro Football Focus? But even though he wasn't a number one corner taken, but
you start thinking about some of the corners that are on this list. I mean, Trayvon Diggs in Dallas, and we mentioned Woolen in Seattle, and Jalen Ramsey in Miami, and
Sauce Gardner with the Jets, but it's Darius Slay with Philadelphia, but it says duo. So it's the second guy that has to be complimentary to you as well.
I get it. I can't believe this respect already for something we haven't even seen.
Well, it's again, there's no order to it. They just have 7 teams, and then it says other.
Well, the order is Gator. They're one of the 7
they're
teams.
One of the 7, right?
Yeah,
I get that. But so if you're gonna, maybe the Lions are 7th in that. Is that still surprising?
Yes,
it's still surprising. Given that it's a guy in Carlton Davis who has not played a full season in the NFL in any given year, and then the complete unknown with a rookie, which is, it's kind of crazy to see that. Because I would imagine if they did this thing a couple years ago when Rick Woolen was a rookie, Seattle's not going to be there, right?
Yeah.
But it was the way that he played that puts him on the list. They're already expecting Terry and Arnold to be that guy, apparently.
248-539-9797. That tweet has been retweeted from our account. You can take a look and comment.
Or is it possible that they just say, okay, best 2 corners, and they look at Brian Branch?
Maybe.
He's not, necessarily CB1, CB2, but he's slot CB.
I guess
that's good. That's good enough. I don't know, but hey, I like it. I mean, I think the room is vastly improved over a year ago, and if these guys are healthy, then it could be a real asset to this team. And just hoping that the learning curve for Terry and Arnold isn't too steep at all, that he steps right in and looks like a guy.
Yeah, not at all mad. Just kind of curious.
It's curious.
I mean, we'll take it. Hopefully it is indicative of things to come. It's truly an indicator of they're going to be all right back there. The Lions gave up, was it the 4th most passing yards in the NFL last year?
Yeah, they're the 4th most. So Pro Football Focus does a lot of their stuff on numbers, right? Analytics, projections. So they're, whatever formula they end up using, because we don't even know if they use one, but I'm just basing off what they usually do, is they have Terry and Arnold projected to be that good, right?
Yeah.
For a player who hasn't played an NFL down yet, I think that's just, I don't know if they have a scale for rookie learning curve in their formulas ever or anything like that. But if this is true, if the Lions have one of the top 7 cornerback duos in the league, NFC Championship game again, for sure.
I mean
that was right?
Yeah, if this is accurate, and the Lions are worthy of being on this list of the best corner duos in the NFL, holy crap, they're going to have a good season. The biggest weakness, one of the things that led to teams being able to move the football on them has been not only addressed, but addressed to be amongst the best in the league. I mean, they don't give any criteria as to why they put these teams on this list. So, and it could be just, honestly, it could be a Pro Football Focus intern that built the graphic and tweeted it out just to create some.
Well, I think maybe this is just a precursor for a story that defines what it is that they're going to say and why they have these teams there, and get some debate and some people to respond to it.
Would you? I mean, I would not have in a million years imagined that the Lions would be on this list. And for people who missed it, it's a Pro Football Focus tweet. What team has the best cornerback duo in the NFL? The Lions are one of the teams listed in this 7 teams that are mentioned, and then you could vote for other.
Well, it is June 7th. I haven't done my great deep dive into the secondaries of all the NFL to see where they would rank.
Oh, that is true.
But nonetheless, yeah, it is a little surprising. And yes, of course, if the secondary is appreciably better than they were a year ago, you can dare to dream as big as you want. We're already daring to dream as big as we want, and we should dream as big as we want because this is a really good football team.
You know, we always hope for the best case scenario. This would qualify if they go from what they were to one of the top 7 corner duos in the NFL. Yes, this would qualify as dream scenario. 248-539-9797. What do you think's going on here? Is there now a pro-Lions bias in the national media? Did this actually happen? I think it's intriguing. We'll read your comments on the tweet that was sent out. Check it out at our Twitter account, at DunGator971, if you want to get it right on the air. Go comment. You can send your text as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Lots of feedback coming in here, and we will get to it momentarily. If you didn't see the graphic we were talking about moments ago, check it out on our Twitter page at DougandGator971, our Twitter account, where you can comment on the Detroit Lions being included in a question from Pro Football Focus. Which team has the best cornerback duo in the NFL? Miami, the Jets, Seattle, Philly, Cleveland, Dallas, and Detroit, or you can vote for other. And we're like, okay, that's cool. Love that Detroit is included in the discussion and hope that this is a very valid assessment of the corner duos. But seems a little premature even to us here. And this is, our glass is usually half full and we try and figure out how things can work out. This is a sign that things might be working out. But based on what evidence, I'm not really sure. There's some promise here. There's definitely a talent upgrade at the corner spot, but already worthy of being discussed as the best corner duo in the NFL.
Yeah,
it seems a bit early for that
It feels
call.
like they jumped the gun. Feels like they're jumping the gun.
Yep.
But okay. But
Maybe
again,
you know what it is? Pro Football Focus must have a hunch.
no, there's no hunch at all. It's all analytics. Everything is numbers driven. That's what they are, and that's what their data has spit out at them. Clearly, that their data feels that Terrion Arnold is a hell of a corner. And that will translate, and they must really think highly of Carlton Davis.
Here's feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. First of all, about the Michigan Central Station opening last night. I didn't get to see the show because I'm actually in New York, but what I would really like to see is the city start tearing down all Ford plants downriver and actually doing something with those properties, because these are very big eyesores and actually need to be taken care of. That's from an unnamed texter. My sister-in-law lives in Corktown, and one of my favorite parts about last night was the walk back to her apartment. With so much energy after the show, we stopped at 3 different bars in the whole neighborhood, and atmosphere was just really in Corktown specifically. The Indian Village area would be a great place to see restored. From an unnamed texter, I would actually like to see them start using the train station so people can actually crank the train down. Crank the train down to the building for where. Oh boy. Sorry, you tried. Next one. If they can start using the railways again, I think that would be awesome for the people who don't want to live in the city. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big train advocate, and it's cool that they left 4 platforms open, or were planning on doing it. I guess I haven't been down there and see it. I didn't see any follow up on that, but they were planning on doing it. And in hopes or anticipation that someday it might become a thing again, but I'm not so sure.
Well, it almost feels like you need to have that infrastructure back in the day, the first part of the 20th century, to already have that in place, because to try to do that now, I don't know if that's.
I guess they've upgraded the tracks. I mean, and we're doing another family summer train trip this summer. We've done a bunch. It's a fun way to travel. It's relaxing. You get to see a lot, but you have to have time.
Yeah, but going to rural areas, that's easier to do. When you're trying to go through a major city, it's not so easy to do unless you already had that infrastructure. I mean, that's why it's worked with Chicago, because they've had the L forever.
Yep.
In Europe, I mean, it's going from country to country. It's like us going state to state. It kind of makes sense with some of where those trains go through.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Gator. It's going to be definitely hard to do now, but theoretically, I think the plan would be, right, to get people from the suburbs down to downtown a lot easier. You don't have to drive to parking. Big events like the draft, how awesome would it have been if there were ports around Metro Detroit where you can just hop on a train to get you down there, and you don't have to worry about parking and all that stuff. Like whether it's from Pontiac, Royal Oak, the West Side, whatever. I mean, that's what people want. Instead, we're all driving, taking 75, 94, whatever to get there.
It's funny because there are a number of occasions where I've looked up the Amtrak schedule to see if it makes sense for going down for a concert or a Tiger game or whatever, and the timing is never synced up. But from an unnamed texter regarding the corners and the Lions being included on the graphic that says who has the best corner duo in the NFL. Unnamed texter says, if we have a top 7 duo at corner, we're winning the Super Bowl. We weren't just good last year. We were great with one glaring weakness, corner. Add all the experience gained by last year's run, we might be elite. That's from an unnamed texter.
I kind of agree with that text. I mean, You take that secondary that gave up the 4th most passing yards in the league last year, and I know it's the whole secondary, just not the top 2 corners, but you replace them or add a cornerback duo that's top 7 in the league with the offense that we're expected to have, that's a Super Bowl team.
I mean, so you start thinking about, okay, what that means in practicality, okay? And so let's just take somebody else's corner duo that's on this list. Let's take Miami's and put Kendall Fuller and Jalen Ramsey in the Lions secondary. Because apparently that's the company they expect us to keep. And I look, I mean, some of this feedback. Scott writes in, this is one graphic I would not have us on yet. But hey, yeah, I wouldn't have us on this graphic yet.
It feels a bit premature, but this is what they're doing. It seems way early. I mean, you think about like Seattle, for instance. It's Devin Witherspoon and Rick Woolen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Young.
Yep.
And really good.
From an unnamed texter, the corner position was a weakness, but it wasn't nearly half as bad as the defensive line. That's the big question mark. What was the pressures number you had? Were they top 5 in the NFL in quarterback pressures?
I forget what the actual number was, but they pressured the quarterback just fine. They just didn't get home.
I wouldn't argue that the defensive line was great, but I don't know that I would say that the corner position wasn't half as bad as the D line. Carlton Davis III is awesome. That's why we're on the list. That's from Chase.
Let's hope he is. I mean, he's kind of an unknown, right? I mean, you see highlights, and highlights obviously will show the highlights of one's career. That's the highlight. And he looks great in those highlights with Tampa. But until you see him in a Lions uniform and across from Justin Jefferson or whomever,
they're going to get tested.
No, they're definitely This division is a ton of great receivers, but that's kind of the NFL. Most of the NFL is great receivers.
Feels like it. From an unnamed texter, the Lions are only on there for engagement on the tweets and their website. Their corner duo is still not good and a point of concern. I mean, I'm a little suspicious. Look. We know why things are done. And we know, I shouldn't say everything. Some things are done simply to spark engagement and conversation. Yesterday, I feel like the worldwide leader turned its entire network over to report that Danny Hurley was being looked at for the Lakers job. We had these TVs in our studio, constant. Danny Hurley, Danny Hurley, Danny Hurley, Danny Hurley. I'm not following that story closely because A, I don't care, and B, I'm not sure our audience does. However, I was like, is this the only story in sports? Is Danny Hurley being looked at for the Laker job? And why is that? Because the Lakers draw eyeballs. They're a ratings getter.
And the NBA is more popular than baseball.
If Dak Prescott passes gas in line at a cafeteria, they'll do 45 minutes on First Take about it because the Cowboys draw eyeballs. And that's, and so the engagement, this engagement argument, are the Lions now a team that sparks engagement?
I don't buy that because that's not Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus is all about data. And it's however they compile their own data. That's the controversial part. That's why we don't always buy into Pro Football Focus because it's done with their own style and their own flair and however they're going to do it, their own criteria. But make no mistake, it's about numbers. I don't think they're there trying to, what can we do to pique interest from the Lions
So
fans?
You don't think this is like a regional tweet? You know what I mean? Like every region gets a different Sports Illustrated cover or whatever. Hey, here in the Midwest, you throw in the Lions.
I don't know. Is Twitter regional like that?
Algorithms. I don't believe anything on the internet anyways, but you know how I am.
Right. Well,
But I don't know. I'm just trying to throw out another idea. But I agree with you, Gator, because I was saying it too. Pro Football Focus is all about numbers, analytics, projections. So if they're projecting the Lions to have a top 7 cornerback duo in the league, should we as fans and media expect a top duo already next year?
I don't. I mean, Pro Football Focus doesn't change my mind very much for a variety of reasons. But no, I don't expect that. I might expect them to be good because Terrion Arnold has the best nickname ever. Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero is pretty great.
Sub-Zero, he wears the number 0, which I'm not a fan of, but the nickname Sub-Zero is awesome.
That it is. That it is with the fatalities and all that. Finish him. Big fan. But if I told you that instead of looking at this as being top 7, if I told you the Lions had a top 15 cornerback duo, would that still get you excited? Because it'd still get me excited. Because
it's still top half in the league. Top half in the league.
Year.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up. His name has been floated out there as available in trade. Should Detroit call? We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Celtics all over Dallas in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Final score 107-89. 30 points for the Mavs, Luka Doncic, but only 12 for Kyrie Irving. Porzingis comes out of nowhere, back for Boston. 20 points, 18 of them in quarter number 1. Tigers, Brewers tonight at Comerica Park. 6:40 right here on the ticket. Reese Olson going for Detroit, who was even Steven 500. The Milwaukee Brewers 36-26, first place in the NL Central. Good news and bad news coming out of the Lions camp as they wrapped up mini camp yesterday. The good is Khalil Dorsey, who was carted off the field Wednesday, only a minor ankle injury, according to head coach Dan Campbell, but also said not clear if nose tackle DJ Reed will be ready for the start of the regular season. due to a lingering injury. He does anticipate everyone else should be ready to go for the start in training camp. Meanwhile, on the PGA Tour, after one round of the Memorial, Adam Hadwin at -6. That's good for a one-shot lead over world number 1, Scotty Scheffler. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 and ticket open lines, 248-539-9797. I'm going to give you 10 questions to guess who somebody is.
Oh.
I'm going to give you 10 questions. I like springing these on you. I probably like them as much as you hate them. Yeah. That coming up momentarily. Let's get to Rick on a cellular on 97.1 the ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Doug. How you doing? Thanks for taking the call, man.
Sure.
Hey, Rick.
You guys are on point here on something. We've had some pushback on Aaron Glenn over the years since he's been with the Lions, and what I mean by that is, play of the secondary. As a coach, and this was one of the issues of a position guy going to D coordinator, Aaron was a good DB in the league, okay? Your job as a coach is to make players better, okay? If you subscribe to it, you either get better or you get worse. Now, making any excuses for people that might be drafted this year and we might not be where we want as a corner, et cetera, Aaron's job is to make players better in the secondary, okay? And when he was a position coach, okay? And somebody needs to point that. I'm just talking about asking one more question, okay? How come the players aren't improving? All the coaches want the best corners so they can throw them out there, okay, and so we won a game. How about taking the second best corner and coaching him up so he gets better and you win?
Well, I would say this. One thing he can't control is injuries. And last year, the secondary was decimated by injuries. And the year prior to that, they had some injuries as well. So guys that got into play, are you saying that guys like Jerry Jacobs didn't get better?
Gator, that's a good point, man. No, that's a good point, brother. I'm just saying that, when Kirk Cousins goes without 2 starting linemen for 350 yards and a half against you, there's an issue. And people seem reluctant to talk about the secondary play of the Lions.
I don't think anybody is reluctant to talk about the secondary of the Lions, and it was the number one thing that they needed to address in the offseason. And I feel like they've definitely addressed it. Now, if you want to turn this into an Aaron Glenn thing, I get it. And I think Doug and we touched on this a couple of days ago. I think this is a very, very important year for Aaron Glenn with the Detroit Lions because they have given him every resource to improve that defense, particularly in the secondary. Now, maybe not. People may think that they needed to add another defensive end here, whatever. But the secondary, I mean, they've spent draft choice. The first 2 draft picks are guys. They went out in free agency and got a guy. They re-signed their own guy, and they traded for a guy. So those resources are there for the secondary to be better, and that is on Aaron Glenn. I would agree with that.
Gator, I like the take, man. That's all I wanted to clarify, brother. I appreciate it. And Aaron was a good DB in the league. Guys should be improving. So hopefully he gets it done and we do go to the Super Bowl. So thanks for taking the call.
I appreciate the phone call. I mean, look,
Nolan Fon will improve?
he's a part of the secondary, sure.
Kirby Joseph?
Last year, if you said going into the season that you're going to be playing in the NFC title game and starting at one of your cornerback spots was going to be Kindle Vildor, with all respect due, and I mean, you can only do so much as a position coach. There is no reluctance here, and I don't think there's ever been any reluctance to talk about the secondary. Vildor basically wasn't active until the beginning of November last year. He was a practice squad player. And he, if I recall correctly, no, that's not true. My bad. That's not true. It was a year before.
He was released by the Bears.
He's released. How about this? He was with the Eagles up until the beginning of November, and the Lions signed him to the practice squad. A player that was with the Eagles, released on the street, started the NFC title game. So, how much of that's on Aaron Glenn? I don't know. But when Aaron Glenn came up, when we brought up Aaron Glenn, we brought up yesterday, I think it was yesterday, it was this week. What are some of the potentially unforeseen problems that could befall this team? One of the things was, it's possible Aaron Glenn's a problem. We don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I really like Aaron Glenn.
I don't think
But
that's the case.
it's a big year for Aaron Glenn. He's been given more material to work with.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. We'll find out if it is. Like I said, this is a big year, but I think they've been trying to figure things out with the secondary since this staff was put together.
Yep.
Keep in mind they're on their third cornerbacks coach in 4 years, so they've always tinkered with that, and they've tinkered with personnel because guys have gotten hurt, and they've brought guys in on 1-year deals and had not a whole lot of success with bringing these guys in. And the one guy they signed to a deal had his issue in the offseason, and they let him go in Cam Sutton. So now they've got a ton of draft capital put into the secondary. You got the first 2 picks this year were corners. You got Brian Branch from last year. You know, they've used draft picks like Melon Fonwu and Kirby Joseph in the secondary as well for the guys at the safety position. So that's a lot of guys that you're trying to home grow, let alone the ones you're bringing in from free agency and trade.
But Aaron Glenn gets plenty of people questioning him.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a correct characterization when he said people are reluctant to talk about it. But
He does, but I think maybe some people wonder, why does he get so much praise? Why is this guy being interviewed for head coaching jobs when, you know, the secondary, which should be his expertise, doesn't look all that good for this team? Well, you do a deeper dive and take a look at the situation and see what's there. That being said, is this a make or break year for Aaron Glenn?
it feels pretty big. I don't know if it's make or break, but there'll be if the defense is still a big problem, not a problem, but a big problem. I think it will be.
Well, this could be
a lot of heat will come his way, and justifiably so.
This could be a bold ass prediction, but what if Aaron Glenn is? I mean, I could see Aaron Glenn not being on his team next year for one of two reasons: either the secondary was good and he gets a head coaching gig, or they weren't good and the Lions move on. Right? I mean, it's the extremes.
Yep.
I think they'd have to be bad for him to get fired.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, I think they can be good and average and he'll still be here. I think this is a no excuse year for Aaron Glenn. I think that they have brought in the players, the personnel on that side of the ball to play their type of defense. They've always been kind of saying maybe, they kind of shied away from what they really wanted to do, but now they got their guys. And they really only need to be average to above average, right? Because the offense is that elite. They were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl. You mentioned Vildor was back there. A football went off his face.
Yep.
And Brandon Ayuk made an incredible play. And now the Lions are going home. So if Aaron Glenn gets his defense just to be average, I think he'll be fine. The team will be fine. But if they're below average, then we have a problem.
248-539-9797. All right, Gator. I don't know if you caught this. If you did, it'll totally submarine the topic. But it was tweeted out by Bally's. Did you see what former Detroit Tiger is the first base coach for the Milwaukee Brewers?
I did not.
Okay, good. I'll give you 10 questions. See if you can narrow this down and guess who it is.
All right. Are they yes or no, or can I just ask a question?
Well, I mean, I would prefer yes or no questions because you could just, well, who is it? It would be one of the first questions.
I was going to say, how old is this player?
How old is he now?
Yeah.
39.
Okay. Wow. Recently. So, okay. What position, is it too specific to say what position did this player play as a Tiger primarily?
I thought he actually played second base.
Okay.
No, he was mostly an outfielder, wasn't he?
I don't know what he mostly was. I'm going to have to go back and look it up.
Is it Don Kelly?
It is not Don Kelly.
That's your third question?
Yeah. Is he white or black or Hispanic?
I'll just go with not white.
Okay.
I'm going to try and find out here.
Was he an everyday player?
No.
Okay.
Okay. I stand corrected. He did play outfield. I thought he played second base, which would have been, well, anyway, go ahead.
More of an outfielder?
Yep.
Non-white. not everyday player. When did he last play for the Detroit Tigers?
2012.
2012. Wow, that's a long time ago.
You've asked 6 questions.
Yeah, that's the World Series team that failed against San Francisco. Does he have?
We've grinded to a halt. Are you out of questions?
Yeah,
I can give you a hint.
Yeah,
he was a fan favorite.
a fan favorite.
Yep.
As an outfielder. Okay. The guy who stole the bases that everybody went nuts for. Who couldn't hit, that guy. And I can't remember what his name is.
Well, that's the guy. Quentin Berry is the first base coach for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, all I could think was Anthony Ghost, but it's not him. Quentin Berry is the first base coach?
Yeah.
Quentin Berry, that was Anthony Ghost went back to become a pitcher, right? So
Yeah, he was repurposed. Yep.
Yeah, Quentin Berry got off to that great start, and we all kind of rolled our eyes.
Well, we didn't. I wasn't rolling my eyes, but I felt like there was a collective eye roll coming from the Tiger clubhouse.
It's
like
Jim Leland.
Because it was a lot of discussion about fans were so excited, and he had the one thing that everybody loves. It was elite speed.
And actually, Doug kind of gave something away, and I didn't want to say anything about it when you were asking about position.
Yeah.
The second base thing, he's left-handed. We took calls all the time why he couldn't play second base. And so I didn't want to say anything. And
It's funny. I was trying to remember if he actually played second base or fans were just suggesting that he played second base.
But he was an outfielder because he was left-handed.
And here is the one stat. This is the one stat that I think got him so much attention. He played 94 games. He stole 21 bases. He was caught stealing 0 times. Not once.
Didn't he have a hard clap, too, when he would round bases?
Well, that's the
he
thing.
was very, he was very
clapped
impressed
like
with himself.
crazy. Yeah.
He seemed to be very impressed with himself.
All right, is this player available in trade, and should Detroit call? We'll get to that today at 11:18 here on Carson Anderson. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like our family did, with a new Kinetico system that removes 99% of contaminants. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste, which is a good thing. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Streaming the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com. You can watch the show. Go to twitch.tv and search us up in the 971 The Ticket. The search bar right up there. You put them 971 The Ticket. Participate in the streaming chat. A good community of people there. Also, youtube.com. Always you can take in the program. We have gotten a few tweets back here regarding the Detroit Lions being included in the list of teams. The Pro Football Focus tweeted out, which team has the best corner duo? Miami, the Jets, Seattle, Philly, Cleveland, Detroit, or Dallas, or you can vote for other. And we're like, wait a sec, Detroit already getting discussed to have the best corner duo? From Crip Eaten Bread, Pro Football Focus loves the Lions for some reason. I mean, I do too, but it really seems like PFF just loves every move they make. Maybe I'm just jaded.
Well, this just in, and I want fans to hear this and embrace it.
Yep.
Lions one of the best teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
So get used to this. This is why they're going to love them. Why? Because we're really good.
Yeah. This is going to last. I know. I've come to realize that every time we get some sort of praise that we're not accustomed to that seems very authentic, I go, wait, before we get into what was said, let's talk about the fact that it was said.
Yeah.
And I've been doing it for the last year, and I don't know when it's going to stop. From Jason, hell no, absolutely scorched all last year, and we have to play 2 rookie corners this upcoming year, maybe as time goes on, but not today. Well, Jason, I don't know if they're playing 2 rookie corners, but they're likely to play 1. They might play 2.
Well, Rakestraw will get plenty of play.
I would think so. All right, Gator. Report out there. The White Sox are actively seeking trade offers for Luis Robert. So, in fact, John Heyman went and called him the number 1 player that will be available at the trade deadline. He's a 26-year-old outfielder coming off a year that he hit .264 with 38 home runs and 80 RBIs. He got hurt to start this year, was dealing with a grade 2 hip flexor strain or something. He hasn't played much. He's under club control for the next 3 years. So, look, Detroit isn't thought of as a destination. Detroit isn't thought of as a widely regarded buyer. But I always operate under the assumption that you should at least ask. You should at least investigate. Why would you not investigate? So if he is a hot commodity, that means better teams are going to be asking. And if better teams are asking, I don't know if he has a no trade clause. I suspect he doesn't because he's in the early portion of his career, but he might. How interested or how aggressive would you pursue this guy if Scott Harris says that's the kind of player I want?
Well, he's intriguing, obviously. Had a fantastic year last year when he hit 38 home runs, 857 OPS. But that's the first year he's played where he played more than 100 games in a season. And I'd be a little concerned is that I know I've watched him. I think he's talented, but you have to do a big dive and see, is that something that's projectable? Or is that just kind of a fluke season? Is he just is he a good average, better than average baseball player, or is he a budding star at the age of 26? Still a lot to show there. Intriguing because of being under team control for the next few years. That's huge. Would the White Sox trade within division like that a player of this ilk? I'm not sure. I mean, if it's about minor players, I don't know if they care so much. If anybody cares so much, when you're talking about a big talent. I don't know if teams are as willing to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if they are either, and I would tend to think no. And you try and operate within the guardrails of reality. This would be a big move, and there's no indication that they'd make a big move. But damn it, I'd just check to see, and then you start putting together okay, what kind of trade deal would get this done?
Well, that's a scary part, right?
I think it would come with a cost.
Mm-hmm.
Would Jace Young, Ty Madden?
That would probably get it done.
I'd do it.
I don't know. What if I told you this is a guy who struck out 172 times in 145 games last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot, but he doesn't have a
struck out
terrible
18
walk rate.
times, and well, it's not a great walk rate either.
He's not a guy that doesn't get a walk. How much higher was his on base percentage, his batting average?
Last year, in his huge year last year, he was 50 points.
50 points higher. Yeah, it's not a ton, but it's also it's not non-existent.
His strikeout to walk ratio through 10 games this year, 18-1.
Yeah, he didn't play much yet. So.
No, he's just come back. Yep. This last weekend this past week he's finally back playing for the White Sox. But those are terrible numbers. It doesn't mean he's a terrible player. Obviously, 38 home runs has you going, ooh, well, that's interesting.
He's won a Gold Glove in his career.
Yes, his rookie season. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he chases everything down. He's a really good outfielder, and I'm interested, but I don't know. I don't know.
I'm more than interested. If I'm the Tigers, I don't think they do this, but if I was in Scott Harris's ear, please call. Please try to make a deal. I love Luis Robert. He's young. I think his potential is crazy. He had a great year last year, hurt this year, so obviously down. The White Sox are looking to move him. Here's your chance to get a big young bat in the middle of your lineup with club control for the next 3 years.
That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
And that's why it's going to be costly.
And pretty much anyone not named Skubal or Max Crosby, or not Crosby, Clark. I don't know why I keep saying that. Max Clark, those two guys are probably the only two guys that are untouchable for me. And anything else, we can try to make a deal because. And to go yesterday the Tigers made an announcement, by the way, that they were going to have these premier seats behind home plate.
Right.
Yep.
Who's going to pay for these seats if you have no one to go see? Luis Robert would be a guy I would go see. It is a business in the end. So I think it kind of goes a little bit hand in hand, but this guy's available now. I think the timing matches up. Go get him.
You bring him in and your outfield would be ideally what? Kerry Carpenter, Luis Robert, and Riley Green?
Or Carpenter goes and becomes your full-time DH, and you've got the
Certainly
other
we know that
to do whatever you want.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, and A.J. Hinch uses every single option at his disposal. I don't know, man. I would be interested. I for sure would be interested. Now, to be clear here, Scott Harris has a philosophy, and this guy doesn't check every box for the philosophy, but it is, there's no doubt he's a plus bat, and he plus defender. Won a Gold Glove in his career. He can run a little bit.
Stole 20 bases last year.
Yeah, so let's make this happen. Now, just because you don't check every box, does that mean you wouldn't take him? If he strikes out too much for your liking, would you still take him?
I mean, that's an alarming number.
You have to have some flexibility. I mean, because you get back into the hard and fast rules thing, and it's only going to be this way, and you paint yourself into a corner.
Yeah, I'm not into the hard and fast rules, but that when you've got a president of baseball operations that comes out and preaches what he does about the strike zone, and then you're entertaining trading for a guy who struck out 172 times last year in less than 600 plate appearances. And that's
you'd have
so
to overcome.
many.
I mean, it would have to be something you overcome and say, "I'd do it anyway."
Yeah, and obviously the 38 home runs that he hits, the defense he plays, those are reasons to do it. But how high of a price is it?
I feel like the bad year that he got off to before he got hurt is mitigated by club control. Like he'd be under your control for 3 more seasons, and if he is what he was last year, he's kind of a bargain, to be honest with you.
Well, he's been up and down in his career. I mean, he hasn't played long. This is only his 5th year in baseball, but it's been a little bit of up and down. The down years are still good, but are they good enough where you would say, I mean, you're bringing up Jace Young and Ty Madden. Madden hasn't done much this year with the in the minors. He just came off a really good performance. He struck out 8 and 3, but he's had a horrible year other than that. And Chase Young is like any second now he'll be called up. He hit his 9th home run of the season last night, and his OPS is just under 900 right now. So there's a lot to like there. And is that a guy that they want to see before they entertain the thought of trading?
Well, you can also get in. I mean, I just threw out two names.
No, but I think those are two. That's like where you're going to start. I mean, Luis Robert is a guy that if you're the White Sox and you've got Luis Robert, you're thinking, here's a golden ticket I have. A guy who's he's going to be 27 in August. So that's another thing to consider. Okay. But team control for 3 years while the guy's entering his prime years of his career, and they're all under team control. That's huge. And the White Sox seem to have these players all the time.
Yep.
Every couple of years, they've got those guys that are fit the same thing, and they end up swinging some monster deal that doesn't typically work out for them.
248-539-9797. So, would you do it? Would you do it? Luis Robert being shopped around by the Chicago White Sox. Should the Tigers pick up and make the phone call? If they do make the phone call, what are you offering? How do we get this done? 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Taking calls and texts, same number, 248-539-9797. Doug brings us an interesting nugget. The idea that the White Sox are willing to move Luis Robert, outfielder, won a Gold Glove his rookie season in the COVID year.
Mm-hmm.
Guy who's only played more than 100 games once, and that was last year. He had a fantastic year with 38 home runs. He had a pretty high OPS of 857 last year. Been hurt this year, only played 10 games, but the strikeout ratio is extraordinarily high. He struck out 18 times in 10 games this year, 18 times in 41 plate appearances, to put it more succinctly. Last year, he struck out 172 times in less than 600 plate appearances. but there's a lot of upside. The potential for power, like the 38 home runs was huge. He can run. He had 20 stolen bases last year. The defense is off the charts good. Great. Okay. All those things are great until you get to what the price is. And who knows what Chicago's asking for, but if you're the White Sox, you're going to ask for the moon.
It's funny because the downside is he's their torque. And that a guy who had a great power season strikes out a lot, didn't get off to a great start this year. The upside is he blossomed last year and can provide that kind of power, speed, glove.
Well, he's got to be miserable in Chicago. It's the worst team in baseball.
Yep. A lot of feedback on this. If he's under club control for the next 3 years, why is Chicago trading him? From an unnamed texter.
Because Chicago is a terrible team, and they're in a position where if they trade a guy like this, they could get potentially 2 or 3 starting players in return. They're prospects, but that's what they can get in return.
Luis Robert is a strikeout machine. Haven't we learned the Baez lesson? I'll pass. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, I do have that concern. This is Javi Baez 2.0. Really good defense. Shows some pop, but the strikeout rate is huge.
Robert is a walking IL. That's from an unnamed texter. How about torque for Roberts? Risk of selling low on torque. The funny thing is like I don't think they'd want that, but in some ways there's a lot of similarities here.
If I were the White Sox and you're dealing with the Tigers, I'd ask for torque as a throw-in.
I would too.
Because that ballpark.
So Jace Young, Ty Madden, and torque.
That's a lot to give up.
I know.
And I'm not ready to give up on torque. By the way, I had 3 hits and 2 doubles last night for Toledo.
Yeah, Parker Meadows is killing it down there too. What is Scott Harris's?
He had a home run, I think, and a stolen base last night.
What is Scott Harris's philosophy? Name one offensive player on this team that fits his philosophy. Oh, I mean,
Mark Canna.
The first name would be Canna.
Riley Green.
Yep.
Drawing a ton of walks.
From an unnamed texter, Luis Robert, you absolutely make that call. Lots of upside there and immediately becomes your best all-around player. Unnamed texter, Gator sounds like a Tigers GM. That player would help the Tigers dramatically. What else would you get, Gator? Good luck finding the perfect player. I mean, you'd have to overlook, like we said, if you are waiting for a player that checks every box to fill Scott Harris's philosophy, you are narrowing down the option of players you can acquire, and then you got to acquire a lineup full of them. Look, I understand the philosophy. I think try and draft and develop to feed into that. But are all 9 guys you parade out there every day going to have low strikeout rates and high walk rates?
Parading them. Well, here's part of the reason.
Parading has such a negative connotation.
Every time we start talking about the future of the Tigers and what would you do, there's a name that always sticks in my mind that is probably unrealistic as hell. And I hold that as the standard of the guy that I want. And it seems unrealistic because why could you even possibly imagine the Tigers paying money for it? And you know who I'm going to say.
I'm cringing at what you're about to say. Go ahead, say it.
It's Juan Soto.
Okay, but
free agent at the end of the year.
You said, and I'm holding that to the standard?
I'm sorry, but I can't. No, what I'm saying is that name is always going to creep into my head and rent space in there, even though I know better.
Okay, but
that's the guy I desperately want, and I would throw a monster contract at
I have no
him.
problem with that. If that's the standard of the type of player you go after, you're not getting that guy.
Well, I'm not having to give up anything to get that guy. That's the thing. It's a free agent who fits and checks every box you'd want.
I sure pursue him, but does that mean you won't take less? If that's the standard?
No, it doesn't. Don't get hung up on the word standard. I'm talking about the player. I like this player a lot, and that's the player that I want to go and target. And if it means more than $40 million a year, then yes, I'm on board for it. And that would be a monster splash, and it's a guy who, like I said, checks every box.
He'll look great next to Luis Robert.
Now you're selling premier seats.
Well, yeah, you're going to tell me that's the other cost is, I'm trading for Luis Robert and I have to give up Jace Young and Ty Madden to get it. Well, okay, and I'm getting Soto. My outfield then becomes Riley Green, Luis Robert, and Juan Soto.
And you still have the starters, the rotation.
Yeah, and I haven't given up, and I still have Jackson Jobe who's going to come in.
Do it.
And what am I getting? What am I getting for Jack Flaherty?
Yeah, starting to look pretty good.
It looks good if you can, sign Juan Soto.
More feedback. I'm not impressed with Luis Robert. I'd take him, but I'm not giving up too much. Definitely not Chase Young. When you have a lineup as inept as the Tigers, a guy like Luis Robert is available, that's an overall net positive to the lineup. He can hit third. 248-539-9797. Man, a Robert deal would sure make me think of what happened after we got Mags from the Sox. Our top 3 starters could be amazing in cold weather playoffs. Jeff and Hal, it's going to be hard since they're in the division, but make the deal for Robert. Strikeouts give a tiny pause, but I'm all in, like Kang said. Jeff, thank you. I mean, look, the strikeouts are a big deal. And the in-division thing, there'd also have to be more of a go-for-it attitude that they have shown very little signs that they are in that position right now or that they are taking that posture right now. Unnamed texter, there's literally nobody in this lineup the pitchers fear, even a little bit. Luis Robert in the bottom of the 9th with the game on the line, I feel pretty good about that. 248-539-9797. It's another edition of Would You Do It? He is being considered he has been called by John Heyman the most. He would be the number 1 player available on the market. And the White Sox are reportedly shopping him.
You see the Tigers have made a trade, guys?
Yeah, I did. Tigers have traded infielder Buddy Kennedy to the Phillies for cash considerations. Got some cold, hard cash.
Did we? Because Evan came in and goes, does that mean they're going to consider giving us cash? Cash considerations? I mean, that's kind of, I like something more definitive here. I think Dombrowski's pulling another one over us.
Mm-hmm. Cash considerations coming our way. Is this 40-man roster spot?
He was on the roster, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But no, they dropped him from the 40-man when they brought guys back up, right?
Gotcha. All right. I didn't know if he was still there, but the list of the 10 best players available that could be available at the trade deadline that John Heyman put out. Examining MLB stars' chances of being dealt before the trade deadline. Luis Robert's number 1. Jack Flaherty isn't on the list, which I was kind of curious to see what he thought he might fetch. But
what's the starting pitcher that he's
got? Garrett Crochet
from the White Sox.
Jesus Luzardo, just to name a couple. Here's what he wrote about Luis Robert. The White Sox are actively seeking packages for Robert, and with 2 team options at a club-friendly $20 million and just $63 million to go through 2027, assuming options are exercised. He combines control and talent like no one else out there. Worry over injury history is the negative, but teams need outfielders. And he writes Dodgers, Phillies, Royals, etc. Chances to be dealt? Good. So, if you're interested, he can be had. Is Scott Harris? Well, I suspect he probably isn't. I would be.
Well, I like Garrett Crochet. I like him too, but that's overdoing it on pitching, I suppose. I'm surprised Crochet's on that list. But is this the White Sox just saying fire sale?
Could be. New TV show coming out. And I, for one, can't wait. We'll get to that today at 11:52. Yes, I'm looking forward to a TV show being released. 11:52, we'll get to it. Hey, the NBA Finals, they're here, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to win alongside the champion because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. So look at the prop bets, Dallas and Boston, point spreads, over-unders, whatever you want. There's no better place to bet on all the finals action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just head to FanDuel.com/Doug to get started and take a shot at $200 extra bucks to play with. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
I was looking at the weather radar.
Yeah.
Because it got dark here, and there's no rain forecast at all. So that was kind of strange. And so I expand the map out a little bit to take a larger look at more towards the Midwest. And, it'll have cities that show up there. And I'm like, where is Munkle, Indiana?
Munkle?
Well, it's not Munkle, it's Muncie, but I couldn't see. The I looked like an L. So I started laughing. And a town called Munkle would be funny to me.
A Munkle is a funny name.
Yes. Munkle.
Yeah.
What are you? A Munkle.
I'm a Munkelite.
Yeah.
I'm from Munkle.
Munkelonian.
It could be. Is if your uncle's a monk?
He's a Munkle. Goes without saying.
There you go. Munkle, Indiana, a.k.a. Muncie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also known as Muncie.
All right, so tonight the Tigers kick off the post-Buddy Kennedy era against the Milwaukee Brewers. And we were talking about the story that John Heyman, he wasn't the only one, Jeff Passan, I guess, was writing about Luis Robert being available from the Chicago White Sox. And look, man, I don't know, in division, certainly would be a bold move. There's a cost certainty thing about him, though, being under club control for 3 years that might intrigue the Tigers. Does he strike out more than probably you would think Scott Harris would be comfortable with? Yep, but he'd immediately go into the 3-hole in your lineup and essentially be better than Torque was last year if he repeats what he did last year. This year, he's been hampered by injuries, hasn't played much. White Sox shopping him around. Would you do it? 248-539-9797. You asked a question in your show sheet about this series with the Brewers, which there are certain things that I just don't know I will ever get used to. And one of them is that the Milwaukee Brewers are not in the American League and the Houston Astros are. The Milwaukee Brewers used to be in the Tigers division. And you asked the question, do you miss that? Do you miss the Milwaukee Brewers being in the Tigers division?
I kind of do. It's like they're right there. They're just across the water.
Right.
Head west and just, paddle. Milwaukee.
It's one way to get there, yes. Bring your canoe, your boat.
It's kind of weird, when you just look back at it. And I'm trying to remember the way it was set up before. In the 80s, Milwaukee was in the American League East, right?
Yes.
Were the White Sox in the American League West?
Yeah, they were.
And that's kind of strange, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
Given their geographic location. But
it made no sense. I mean, there's all kinds of examples of these types of things making no sense. But I mean, look, it was. The American League East was the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Brewers, the Orioles, the Tigers, the Indians, and the Blue Jays. That was our division. The West was Kansas City, California, Texas, Minnesota, Chicago, Oakland, Seattle. And yes, Houston was in the National League West. Milwaukee was in the American League East. I don't know that I'll ever get used to it.
No, it's definitely difficult. I was watching... They had some highlights during the Tigers game. They had some highlights of Nolan Ryan pitching when he was with Houston and also with Texas. And I'm like, was Houston in the American League at that point? No, they definitely were not. They were. That's National League. Stop messing with your mind here.
Yep. But
I do struggle with it though. Still.
So look, I like drivable games where the fans don't have to get on planes, can save a little money and just drive.
Yeah, and Milwaukee is a fun town, actually. There's a lot of bars and restaurants right there.
I have swung and missed in Milwaukee. I've been there a couple times, and I'm clearly missing the Milwaukee fun. And both times it's been okay.
But you've had a thumb-like feel to it.
Yeah, I don't feel like I need to go back.
Oh.
So, don't quite know what happened there. But it's just, I've missed. Have you ever gone to a city, everybody told you it was great, and you went there and you came away and you're like, eh?
I'm sure I have, where I just didn't get it. It's like, I don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel guilty because every single time we bring up Milwaukee, I'm like, been there twice, never had a great time. Don't know what I'm missing.
I mean, I don't like New York, but I understand why people do. For me, it's just too much. All this.
Yeah.
It's too hectic. It's too crazy. But for some people, they love that, and I understand that. So I can't even put New York on that list. All the major cities I've been to, I've had a pretty good time in them.
Well, I'm just I feel like I got to go back and give it another try. I feel like I owe it to Milwaukee to give it another try. I just got to find an excuse to go there.
Mine would, if I had to pick one, it's unfair because I was barely there. It would be in Indianapolis.
Oh,
but
really?
do you remember this? I don't know if you guys remember this. I drove there overnight with an intern for the Monday Night Football game.
Oh wow, vaguely. Who was the intern? Do you remember?
Doug, do you remember his name?
It's one of the guys with the same. We had two interns with the same first name. Was it one of those guys?
Oh, you might. Cameron?
Cam, was it
I
a
don't know.
Cameron?
We had two Cams at the same time.
I don't know if it was a Cameron. But remember, we had tickets. We got like 4 tickets or something.
Was it Hot Mom Cam or was it the other Cam?
Definitely not Hot Mom Cam. I remember that Cameron. Gator liked his mom.
Oh, I was the one.
I didn't see her. You guys did.
What about, it wasn't Will, was it?
No, not the Will that you drove to Big Ten
Yeah.
meetings? No.
It was a classic trip.
No, but we went to Indianapolis, went to the game, but before the game, we went to get something to eat. I think we went to like Hooters or something downtown. And then after the game, we went home. But it just seemed like kind of seemed like a boring town. But like I said, we didn't go looking for
Yeah,
anything.
I got to tell you, Indianapolis is.
You love it?
I've absolutely love it. Had spectacular times.
Well, let's see. The times Doug's gone to Indianapolis have been for Big Ten championship games where Michigan wins, or he's gone there for the Super Bowl.
That was fun.
Pretty big event.
Been there for 2 Big Ten tournaments. Been there for an NCAA tournament and a lot of kids soccer. A lot of kids soccer.
And the kids
Grand
soccer
Park,
stuff still good?
the parents to Grand Park, which is north of Indianapolis, but you do get into the city. Well, you can get in the city. You can opt to get into the city, but yeah, I've had a good time in Indy. So I say you give it another shot.
All right,
I'll give Milwaukee another shot.
Let's hold each other accountable.
Is there anyone? Is there one that everybody told you was great? And
no, I've pretty much the cities I've been to where people said it's great have lived up to it. Yeah,
lived up to the billing.
Yeah,
hype is real. Torque last night in Toledo. Couple of doubles, 3 for 5. The night before, 2 hits, 2 for 4. His first appearance at Toledo, we went 0 for 3. How long does he need to be down there hitting the baseball before he gets called back up?
He's got to hit a homers. He hasn't done that yet.
Yeah,
and I imagine he's going to have to be there. He's going to have to be here for it's not like 10 days we bring him back.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that's the case. I think the other side of what they're getting right now is a long look at Justin Henry Malloy. Now, somebody you can't predict are injuries. If somebody else gets hurt and creates a need, maybe Torque comes back. Or maybe Jace Young gets that chance. But I would imagine Torkelson's going to have to show that he's got his power stroke back and his eye at the plate. And he's doing everything. Like when they look at him and they see a different batter, they look at his at-bats, they see his swing plane, that he's made the adjustments that everyone's talking about making that apparently he's been too stubborn to do. If he's done those things and seen success with it, then they'll bring him up. But I imagine that's at least a 3-week stint.
Yeah. I mean, how long has Parker Meadows been down there for?
It feels like a while now.
Yeah, and he's been killing it. Now, he wasn't 1-1, but he has been killing it, and they haven't called him up. So
he is because he started the season with the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
He has played 23 games at Toledo. So he's got 108 plate appearances. He has 6 home runs, 11 stolen bases. He's hitting .283 with a .947 OPS.
Yeah.
So he's taking advantage. He's got 5 doubles, 2 triples, and 6 home runs. That's a lot. That's 13 extra base hits and 108 plate appearances. And he's only struck out. Well, he struck out 22 times. So that's the strikeout rate is lower. And 12 walks in that time is okay too. His on base percentage is almost 90. It's 87 points better than his batting average.
Well, let's just say that if he's any indication, Torque will be a while, but a lot of it has to do with available playing time at this level as well, right?
Yes.
So it's not just you go down there and tear it up. You got to have you replacing somebody who's here and with the idea that you're going to be better than somebody who's here.
Yes, Akil Badu, if he doesn't hit with the Tigers over the next week or two.
Yeah.
Could you bring Parker Meadows back up? You could justify that.
All right, 248-539-9797 open lines. Dan Campbell said something yesterday. I want to delve into it a little bit more. We'll get to that today at 12:05. We have found, Gator, I think this will be my all-time favorite list, and I can't wait to get you to try and guess what's on this list. We're not going to do a who's on top, but I think people will be very entertained by this. That at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
little Kobayashi in you there.
What, in terms of?
You had a mouthful of food, and then you threw down a mouthful of water?
Well, I had to. I took a bad bite, so.
I know. I was saying you had some Kobayashi.
Yep. I had to
Every bite's a
rinse it
bad
down.
bite for Kobayashi.
Little burrito bowl again today, so. Pretty good.
Oh, great.
What's that?
Yeah, burrito bowl.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing. It's delicious. But
Oh.
I'm trapped in a room with you for the next 2 hours.
Had no beans. I didn't have any beans. I just took what was left over, and the beans are all gone.
Veggies?
Yeah, it was veggies and seasoned ground turkey. So you'll be good.
All right.
You'll be good. Plus, we got the rule.
Well, yeah, we do have the
We do have a rule.
We've actually held to that.
We've
rule
held
pretty
to that rule with probably a less than a handful of exceptions.
Yeah.
And you're stuck in a room and you cannot escape, and you're on the air for 12 to 15 minutes at a time. There is a rule about what you cannot do in studio. And we have been beholden to the rule. Occasionally there's been a slip up or slip out or whatever you want to call it, but for the most part, we've been beholden to the rule. So
Yeah, I think it happens if somebody is outside the studio and one is inside the studio, and the person inside the studio let some sweetness go and didn't realize that the person outside was walking right in.
well, when you get up and leave at the beginning of a commercial break, there might have been the occasion where like, all right, that'll dissipate. And then there's the occasional Kang crop dusting.
Yeah.
He'll bring in a live read copy, walk out, and we'll both look at each other. Did he just?
False allegations.
I don't think he's done that in a while,
No, I think it's been a minute. So
but that just gives him more opportunity to do it now or next time.
Don't threaten me.
Yeah. Yeah, don't threaten Kang with a good time.
no, nothing but respect for you, my friend. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We got to Stan here next on 97.1. Hi, Stan.
Good afternoon. Well, Ray, good noon. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Concerning the Luis Roberts, he's a very talented player. However, two reasons why I don't think it's going to happen. One is that I heard on the radio, it could have been your show last week, that the Tigers have the third best outfield group in Major League Baseball. So why would we trade assets for already a bona fide great category of players?
What I know. Hold on, I got to stop you there because I don't know what you're referencing. Third best outfield group.
Okay,
by what measurement?
What they do based on WAR, they accumulate all the players that have been playing. The best outfield group in major leagues are the Yankees with Soto and Judge. After that, it's the Astros, and the Tigers were ranked number 3.
With Wenzel Perez and Riley Green and
with the offense, you bet. And then the other thing is, and more importantly, we've put a lot of assets into, with Meadows and Max Clark, and I just think it would be redundant. And then I have one other point.
Let me ask you this, Stan. Straight up, would you rather have Luis Robert playing center field or Parker Meadows?
I would, based on the bat, Luis Robert.
Okay. Would you rather and the glove? One's a Gold Glove winner, the other one's a Gold Glove waiting to happen, so it might be a wash there.
And Max Clark's a baby.
Well, but I think he was talking about Parker Meadows. So
you mentioned Max Clark,
but I mentioned Parker Meadows too. So would you rather have Luis Robert or Wenzel Perez?
I agree with that.
Okay. Would you rather have Luis Robert or Mark Canha?
We're talking about what is the Tigers going to do?
Right, but your defense of it was they have the third best WAR among outfielders, and I'm just throwing out all the outfielders, and I would rather have Luis Robert than any of those guys, with the exception of maybe Riley Green and probably Riley Green.
Well, again, I believe I like what we have. I'm not, for some reason.
Why do you? Let me ask you this: Why do you like
Chicago.
Why do you like what they have? Because what they have is not production. They're not producing.
The problem that the Tigers have had is the investment in Torkelson and the lack of any stick at third base and shortstop. It hasn't been the outfield.
Well, it's been the outfield too, but the lack of Torkelson, the lack of Javi Baez doing anything is certainly front and center. But that's just distracting from the fact that the outfield hasn't done anything either. I mean, Kerry Carpenter did, and Riley Green, and Carpenter's out for a while. Riley Green has been good, but outside of those two guys, what are we talking about?
Well, I'll say that what sort of assets are we going to have to trade to get him?
Well, it would probably be significant.
For him?
No, but would you have to trade Jace Young? Yeah, Doug brought up an interesting trade of Jace Young and Ty Madden to get Luis Robert.
Well, what's interesting about Jace Young, I was listening to a podcast, the Motor City Metrics guys. They said that Jace Young has 11 errors this year so far, and his defensive metrics are not as good as Jahan at third base.
Is who?
As Malloy. Malloy played better third base than Jace Young. Jace Young's had 11 errors this year down in Toledo.
Well, look, appreciate the phone call. Then you, I guess, wouldn't hesitate to trade him. You either want to make this deal or you don't, and I don't know that the Tigers would even consider it. I always think when someone's available, you should call, no matter who you are, no matter where you are in the standings, no matter what you are. If there's a good player available, and no matter how unlikely it is that team would pick up the phone, no matter how unlikely it is that player would waive a no-trade clause to come to you. And I don't know what the Luis Robert contract states, but that's not the point. The point is I always check. There have been times in my life where I couldn't believe the price something was. I'm like, oh, I could afford that. And so why not?
Well, shoot your shot. I mean, I'm not against it by any means. I'm trying to be as open. I'm looking at reasons why does this guy fit or does he not fit? And there's more in the plus column than the negative column, but the negatives, there are some big negatives to it. But if he's healthy, is there a question that this guy is a really, really good baseball player?
Seems like he would be. The last year being the really big year that he had makes you wonder. Last year, Torque had a big year. Didn't roll over.
No.
This, in Luis Robert, he wasn't off to a great start, but he got hurt. So,
but Luis Robert has been, even though up and down in his career, the down years, his OPS is still well over 700 in those down years.
All right. Let's play this soundbite from Dan Campbell yesterday. I started thinking about it in very real terms today. Dan Campbell addressing the media. Somebody asked, what's your final thought for your team after mandatory minicamp? And here's what the Lions head coach said. Okay, so this soundbite is just, it's great to hear a Lions head coach that people don't scoff at, that people believe in, talking about winning the Super Bowl, and the city's response collectively is a hell yeah. Hell yeah. And oftentimes, I feel like sports talk radio, I drive around the country and I like to listen and find out what other markets are doing and see if there's anything that we're not doing that they're really good at and stuff like that. But I've discovered that a lot of times sports talk radio turns into a battle of who's got higher standards. And so I don't love doing the what's your expectation for the year? What would be a failure? What would be a success, et cetera, et cetera. But I started thinking about it in real terms. Okay, Gator, can this Lions team win the division?
Yes.
Of course they can win the division. And in fact, I expect them to.
I do too.
Can this Lions team get back to the NFC title game?
Yes.
I agree. Of course they can get back to the NFC title game. And I kind of expect them to. Can this team win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yes. Here's where it gets sketchy. Do I expect them to? And I don't know that I can answer that with a resounding yes. It's fair to see the improvements they have made and how they can without question, on paper, look like a better team, they still have to beat San Francisco. I feel like I just need a little bit more data. I need to see if the secondary improvements work. I need to see that all the rookies last year have taken that step forward. I think there's a position group that's going to be better that we don't even talk about that much. We'll get to a little bit later on. But I also need to see what San Francisco is. Right? I mean, San Francisco was thought to be the best team in the league, and they went out in the NFC, and they went out and they proved it. And as much as the Lions were winning that game, in the end they lost. And, San Francisco took care of business when they needed to. So I guess I realize when I'm thinking about this, I need to see San Francisco and Detroit this year before I feel like I can say that I indeed expect them to go to the Super Bowl. And that feels like a bit of a cop-out, but are you comfortable in saying that you expect them to be better than San Francisco and go to the Super Bowl?
I expect them to be at least as good as San Francisco. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think this team is improved over what they were last year, and maybe even vastly on the defensive side. Offensively, I still have a question, but I like their offense. And with San Francisco specifically, I mean, we don't know if that team's going to stay together. We don't know what the situation with their wide receivers is still up in the air. And is Brock Purdy really the guy, or is Brock Purdy? Did he just have a phenomenal year? And is he a system quarterback, and it's just a great system to work in? And can that be challenged by teams having a full offseason to prepare for what they have to offer?
Yeah, I feel like when you're a 7th-round pick, people don't take you seriously. They take you seriously to a degree, but there's always in the back of their mind a bit of doubt. I mean, San Francisco added a pass rusher that had double-digit sacks last year. The Lions didn't. So I want to believe they're better than San Francisco. I just don't know that I can go there yet. I hope that they're better than San Francisco, but I guess I just need more data to really feel comfortable in saying, yes, I expect them to beat San Francisco and go to the Super Bowl. Kang, do you expect them to beat San Francisco and go to the Super Bowl?
Oh, man. It's because the thing is, I respect the NFL as a whole very much so, because what I mean by when I say that is it's really hard to win every Sunday, let alone in the playoffs. I do, it sounds a lot like cliche when the coaches go up there every week and say that, but I think it is largely true. So when you say something, you set a goal as lofty as the Super Bowl and winning the NFC Championship game. I can't say I expect them to win the NFC Championship game. I really think they're one of the 4 or 5 teams that have a really good chance. They're in that tier. They're now in the tier 1. This is not sneaking up on anybody. This is not calling your shot. This is the expectation is you are in that group of teams that can and go to the Super Bowl and win it. So I'm not there yet as far as expecting the Super Bowl, but I'm damn close, Doug. I'm on the cusp. I mean, maybe it takes a week 1, they blow out the Rams, and I'm like, all right, I expect the Super Bowl. I don't know. But, as of right now, I guess I lean with what you're saying.
248-539-9797. You heard the head coach say he wants the whole enchilada. And as a fan, look, it's the expectation is where you get to a game and you go, yeah, I bet the Lions on the money line to beat this team. You bet the Lions to be better than San Francisco. I guess the funny thing is about the schedule this year is we're going to see it. We're going to see it right before the playoffs in a Monday night game when the Lions travel to San Francisco again. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. By the way, I really think I've struck a chord with a lukewarm take. I need more evidence to decide if the Lions are better than San Francisco.
A lukewarm
I mean,
take.
really, honestly, that's exactly what it is, but I'm not just going to say it to say it. You know? Hey, I think they're really good. They certainly should be in the mix. Do I expect them to be better than San Francisco in advance to the Super Bowl? I need to see more.
Well, fork to your nose in a dark alley. What are you going to do?
I guess I'd probably lean with the team that went there last year till I see otherwise. And
To be the man, you got to beat the man.
kind of, right? So, lukewarm. Sorry. That's all I got.
I feel the other way, Gator. I mean, they haven't beaten them yet, but I do. If I had to do it right now, make a call, I'd take the Lions over the Niners.
Go.
Well, here's my reasoning is, obviously we know what happened in the first half, and we know what happened in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think that had the Lions elected to take a field goal and make that field goal, there's almost no way the Niners can come back and win that game because of mathematics, just time and score, okay? Like if the Lions continue to just kick field goals in the second half and the Niners scored touchdowns, the Niners still would have lost the game. So I think with that perspective and the Lions getting better on their roster this year, they're better than the Niners. I just can't say I expect them to beat the Niners.
Well, which is the bigger fluke, the first half or the second half?
Second half.
The second half is a bigger fluke.
Yep.
So if you believe that, and I do too, then yeah, I think that they were the better team, and a few mistakes in a row destroyed them. You go with you'd rather have they had kick that field goal and make the field goal, and I was of the belief get that first down. It's even more so because even if you ended up with a field goal on that drive, you ate more time off the clock. You got to a closer field goal, one that would be more reasonably expected to make.
I like it. I don't just like it. I love it. And I hope you're right. If I don't have a strong feeling one way or another, and you look down and you go, okay, Vegas has San Francisco at plus 250 to win the NFC and the Lions at plus 600. I'll just take what Vegas takes if I'm forced to, which is what you made me do. I'll just take the Vegas favorite if I don't really have a strong feeling one way or another. And it might change, and it might change quickly. Do I think the Lions potentially do I think the Lions close the gap? Yes. I think they close the gap. We will see if it's enough. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. All right, so tonight is a charity softball game raising money for a great cause. It's the Jamie Samuelson Strikeout Colon Cancer charity softball game, which will be at Flynn Park in Troy tonight at 7 o'clock. We here at the program have talked about this charity quite a bit, and we've also talked about how Kang, our guy behind the glass, our producer, we wanted him to coach the Watermelon Sharks. This always falls on a bad night. I got travel baseball stuff tonight. But Gator, you will be there. Kang, you will be there. And you were there last year. And John Jansen, I understood, kind of took over and ran the show. Is that correct?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
For our side.
Yeah.
He was our skip.
He ran the show.
And his brother was on the other team.
Yeah.
And Jansen will not be there this year. And nobody has been elevated to the role of skip.
I don't know personally. The Gator?
I don't even know who's playing for us, in all honesty. Been kind of kept in the dark on this whole thing. There's a mystery about our team.
Well, Kang, based upon your willingness to step up and coach a team, and the fact that you would do that, I think it's time for somebody else. Gator, I nominate you to be the coach, captain, and skipper of this team tonight.
I decline the nomination.
You love baseball.
Yeah, baseball I do.
This is your chance to fill out a lineup.
It's okay.
Yep.
Put guys in the field and girls.
Absolutely not.
You want no part of this?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
He doesn't have that leadership gene.
You could do your Leland impression.
It's okay.
Oh, dude. Yeah, you're perfect for this.
Yes.
It's bad communication skills is what that is.
You have bad communication
Well,
skills?
if I talk like Leland, it's been, we're just out there, just go out there and do what we can,
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Exactly.
All right, talk like yourself then.
No, this is all about you. You're the one that's got the most recent experience.
No,
there.
I don't. We've already shown that I will not step up when needed to coach.
You are a step-up guy when called
Yes,
upon.
Gator, you are.
I don't need to coach this team. That's okay. Why don't you, Doug? You've got nothing going on.
If I did have nothing going on, I'd be there. I've already said I'm going to be rolling with travel baseball stuff tonight. So you, and you know what? I'm coaching tonight.
Good.
I think you should coach tonight.
No, that's all right.
So Evan Jenkins is playing tonight, our very own.
Yep.
He votes for Gator. I
Why
just got a
does
text
Evan
from
step up?
I got a text from Birchie. He wants Gator to coach. I think this is just coming down to a vote, and you, my friend, are the most popular man.
You don't
And
get.
Doug's
What are you
voting.
raising your hand for?
Oh, yeah.
The votes are in. So should we? Is it Skip? Is it coach?
Yeah, what do
is
you
it
want us to call you?
manager? What is the role?
I don't know. Ask Dan Miller what he wants to be called.
I haven't heard.
He's
Dan
not on
Miller.
the team.
Yeah,
he's an MC.
So he probably should put this thing together.
I
I'll tell you
think
what. Hand me a roster.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes,
All right.
we did it. We
Absolutely
did it.
not.
We did it.
No, I don't need to be
Coach?
I don't need to.
Scott,
that
you
is
got it,
not-
Skip.
That is not.
Let me talk here to Kang real quick. Is Miller emceeing? Dan
Yes.
Miller's make sure that he introduces and the head coach.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He'll give him the lineup card. The umpires will know.
You have to be the one that argues calls. You have to be the one that calls. Can I get Blue? Can I get time? Mound visits, or are you pitching?
I have pitched.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I imagine I'll pitch again tonight. I don't know how long. I think Greg Campy is going to be with us as well.
Okay.
I mean, Campy's the coach. Really, I mean that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but
I didn't know this was happening. I'm out.
They beat Kentucky.
they did beat
They
Kentucky.
beat Kentucky, dude.
Yeah, it's a different sport though. I think it's, he's going to put a full court press on. You need to coach this team.
I don't need to coach.
You need to coach
and
this
I won't coach this team, but I'm happy to play. I think this is the third year in a row we're doing this, and it is a great cause.
Hey, Dan Miller.
Coming out, you never know who's going to be there. It's a lot of fun.
Literally, we don't know.
And the team we play against, I mean, they're a semi-pro team.
Yeah,
so it's,
seriously.
at the very least.
What's the
Kang? I
what's
don't
the
think you're
spread on
inaccurate
this
when you
game?
said that Spencer Torkelson is suiting up for
Yeah,
the
they
other
picked
team.
up Torque and Parker Meadows,
Yeah,
and
that doesn't surprise me.
So it's 97-1 or the media team plus
media
19
team.
plus 19 and a half runs.
I'm serious. Like we actually hung for a while
We
last
did
year.
last year.
And the floodgates opened up at I forget what inning it was. But
It's like the fifth inning.
we got fast pitch McGee over there just going
I'm
to
sorry.
town.
My mistake.
I'm dying. I'm asking
never
for
make that mistake again.
medic.
Well, here's a call out to Dan Miller when you're introducing the lineups. Please introduce and your head coach for the media team, Scott Anderson from 97.1 The Ticket.
It's not accurate. It's just not accurate. And I think you putting that out there in the universe is not good.
Good luck tonight, Skip. 248-539-9797. Got my favorite Major League Baseball list ever. We will get to that today at 12:35 here on 97.1. So the dude that called earlier and said that those that believe in wins above replacement as a stat, that the Tigers outfield does not rank third in Major League Baseball, but they do rank sixth in wins above replacement behind the Yankees, Boston, Houston, San Diego Padres, Toronto, and then there's Detroit. It's just a stark reminder that of all the things that get looked at, one of the things that we have to get used to is the frustration that's centered around the Detroit Tigers offense. Everybody's offense is down. I mean, batting average across the league is down like 15 points over where it typically is. Wins above replacement does more than just that, but still, it's pretty wild.
It's it has the Tigers with a 1.2 WAR among all of their outfielders.
Yep.
Riley Green has a 2.0 WAR.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody else is negative, is what it tells you. The other thing it tells you is that the Yankees are the class with a 5.6. Then it drops to a 3.9 for Boston and a 3.1 for Houston. Every other team there is 2.0 or less, and there are only about 10 teams that are even in the positive column. So the Tigers are in a positive column with their outfielders because of two players, Riley Green and when Kerry Carpenter plays the outfield.
Mark Canha's plus as well, but not a ton plus. He's plus 0.8.
He's 0.8. Yeah, it's
but it is
enough.
a plus. Yeah. Anyway, so just following up on what that caller had to say and his reasoning why he didn't want Luis Robert. But I guess, hey, unless there's another great position player or a guy that looks like he could be a great position player available, you don't get to choose who's available. Does this guy, would he make you better? And I would argue strongly that the answer is yes.
But in fairness, when I put it to the caller, would you rather Luis Robert or would you rather have Mark Canha? It's Luis Robert. Would you rather Luis Robert or Parker Meadows? Luis Robert. I mean, you go with those names. Even if I said to you, would you rather Luis Robert or Riley Green? What would you say?
I would probably rather have Riley Green.
Oh.
I'd rather have Riley Green.
Interesting.
Yep. Hey, Coach Gator, Dan Campbell wants the whole cheese and onion enchilada. That's from Scott and Carlton. Don't you?
Oh, yeah. If you had to say something, Coach, what would you say at the end? What would you want us to get out of this this game tonight? Coach?
Sorry, who are you talking to?
I'm looking right at you, Skip.
Coach Scott the Gator Anderson.
Yeah. It's
the leader of this team.
Not the coaches. I'm not the coach.
Well, in lieu of any other nominations, and I haven't heard any other.
I nominated Kang.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I got one. You got like 6.
Yeah. Vote is in. Kang lost.
I concede.
Sometimes it should behoove the nominee to step down and say, I'm not qualified. If I can only think of that in real world terms, where somebody who's going to be the nominee decides to say, I'm not the right fit for this job. I'm big enough to say that's not me. I'm not the guy. I'm gonna have to decline the nomination.
Doug, when someone says you're not good enough, you tell them yes you are,
Yeah,
right?
right.
You tell them you
Somebody
are.
said Scott Anderson isn't good enough to say, Scott Anderson's pretty good.
He's pretty good. He's a leader.
When Scott Anderson tells you he wants nothing to do with this job,
you say, yes, you do.
You respect his opinion and say, no, he doesn't.
You tell him, yeah, you do want this job.
Is that Lou Holtz?
He has some Lou Holtz going.
It's way more fun than I thought it would be. The ironic thing about the Lions and 49ers is one of them has the first overall pick in the draft, and the other has the last pick of the draft, and both are system quarterbacks. That's why it's hard to see separation between the two teams. Unnamed text, I think the Lions and Tigers offer great perspective. The reason the Lions can compete is because their players get better. You can see growth in the guys that come in, and you cannot say it about Tigers hitters. Pitchers get better, batters do not. I think a lot of it has to do with getting the right people. And I mean that I guess if the implication is it's coaching, I tend to think it's more about player selection. But A2 in Tecumseh says, here's the thing, the Detroit versus 49ers at the end Detroit 49ers game at the end of the regular season should be for home field. If we're the number 1 seed, I like our chances. It could be. It could be. All right, Gator, we found a list of MLB teams. Are you ready?
Sure.
A list of MLB teams ranked based upon how much cattle is found in their county. Gator, go.
How much cattle is found in their county?
That is correct.
Texas Rangers.
You're going with the Rangers, number one?
It's the first team that comes to mind. Okay.
Okay, you got Gators going with Texas, number one. MLB list of major league teams ranked by how much cattle is found in their county.
Kansas City Royals.
You going KC too?
Sure.
Okay.
Cattle.
Come on, watching all that Yellowstone hasn't
I listen, I'm trying to think. Colorado Rockies, I'll throw it out. Sure. I don't know.
Was that a guess or not?
That's a total guess.
But you're going with Colorado.
Those are my three.
Those are your three?
Those are my three.
I think we should. How is it they did it on The Price is Right? Do you have the list in front of you? I haven't seen the list.
No, I can pull it up. Hold on.
List of major league teams based on how much cattle is found in their county. I will say one thing that surprised me about this state when I visit is how quickly it gets rural and farmy. And that is the state of California. You drive a little bit out of San Diego, where I got relatives, and I'm like, holy cow, we're in the Wild West out here.
Well, there's unlivable places because of the desert, right?
It gets...
And then they have mountains, and California's interesting.
All right, I got the list now.
Okay. He went Texas. Don't tell us, but just did he get any of the top three?
What were your teams again?
Texas, Kansas City, and Colorado.
You got 0 of the top 3.
0 of the top 3.
All right.
Back to the drawing board.
Really?
Would you want me to go?
Yes.
I'll go. All right. I'm going to go, based upon my experience, 1, San Diego. You get outside, and I don't know where the county ends and begins. I just know when you get outside the city, you start driving up towards Ramona. I couldn't believe how rural it got, how quickly it got rural. There's like cattle wandering along the roads. I'm going to go 2, Tampa. I think about our trips that we make to spring training and all the cattle you see on the side of the roads when we're driving along there.
Yeah, but Tampa's on the coast as opposed to Orlando,
Yeah.
which is an hour
Yeah, well,
away. But you're
counties are big.
Are they?
Ish. Some of them, some states they are. And I'm going to go 3. I'll go Arizona.
Okay. 1 of your teams made the top 3, Doug.
One of them did?
Yep. Who do you feel most confident about?
San Diego.
San Diego?
Pick 'em number 1.
San Diego is located in San Diego County.
And
is ranked number 5. So that was not the team.
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
But not
MLB
number 1.
stadiums or counties, I'm sorry, with
Yep.
cattle. Yeah.
Where was Texas at?
Texas was 6, Tarrant County.
Okay, how about Kansas City?
7, Jackson County.
Top 10.
We're doing really well.
Yeah.
Colorado,
not so good. Denver County, 24th, tied for 24th.
All right, Tampa.
Tampa, not good either. Pinellas County, 21st overall.
All right, so
Arizona's in the top 3.
Yep.
All right. How about Houston?
Houston is in the top 3.
Good call.
Thank you.
Where does it rank? Actually, what's the name of the county?
Harris County for Houston.
Harris County. So we got 2 of the top 3.
And Arizona was Maricopa County.
Maricopa.
Whatever.
For some reason, I know that name.
And by the way, 1 and 2, not even close.
Okay. I'm going to go Oakland.
Oakland, surprisingly, is number 4.
Wow.
Alameda County.
I'm telling you.
Alameda.
That California gets rural quick.
So you're missing just the third. By cattle. Do you guys want to take a shot where the Tigers are? Wayne County?
There's no way they're in the top 3.
Well, no. they're
No
not.
way.
They're not in the top 3.
It's just how far in the 20s are they even at 30? I think they would imagine they're like 27.
Gator, you got a guess?
I will go with how about Cincinnati?
Cincinnati Reds, that's Hamilton County, 13.
I'll go San Francisco.
Sticking with California.
Yep. It's my theory.
They are located in San Francisco County.
Yeah.
Tied for 24 with 0 cattle.
That's a weak guess. I didn't think about that city, but I'm stuck with my California theory.
How about Atlanta?
The Braves are located in
Fulton County.
Orange County.
Orange County.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. That's not Angels. Cobb County. They are 17th.
Milwaukee.
The Brewers are located in Milwaukee County. They are tied for 24th.
We're doing terrible now.
How about Toronto?
Dead last. They couldn't even get a number in cattle. They couldn't. This is according to the Census of Agriculture, USDA.
Well, they're actually Toronto's not the United States, so
Yeah, that's why they couldn't get a number.
I'll go one more guess here. I will go.
Think outside the box, maybe.
Oh.
Okay, Yankees.
That's outside the box.
That is way outside the box.
I'm sorry, they're tied for last as well. Bronx County. Nothing.
Probably stupid.
Gator, one last one.
Last one, I will go with Minnesota.
The Twins, Hennepin County, 11th.
All right, we'll come back and tell you what the Major League Baseball top 3.
This is your favorite list.
I love this list of Major League Baseball teams ranked by how much cattle is in their county. We got 2 of the top 3. We can't get the third. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:50. Speaking of lists, found a great list that should make you smile if you're a Detroit sports fan. We'll get to that today at 1:02. Hey, when it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks, right in the middle of both the NBA and start of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight. What makes Twin Peaks great on game day? For starters, you won't find colder beer in the state. The beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees, and when you combine that with a mug that's only used once a day, it's been freezing for 6 hours, you get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up their beer of the month, Oberon, and see for yourself. Combine that ice-cold draft with their from-scratch kitchen, and you have a recipe for success. Try some of their signature dishes featuring the house-smoked items like the ribs or brisket. Or if you're a wing guy, check out their always hand-breaded 2-order boneless wings. They got something for everyone. And then there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. You're going to want to stop in tonight as the Miss Twin Peaks representatives from your favorite lodge will be glammed up and ready to sign autographs before they head to Dallas for the Miss Twin Peaks contest. Stop in between 5 and 7 tonight to meet and mingle with the hottest ladies around. Grab your crew, head to the nearest lodge. To find the one closest to you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, I don't want to hold the audience in much longer suspense.
I think
Ken comes
people
up
have
to
been
me.
sitting in the cars the last 4 minutes like, what is it? What's the answer?
It's weird that Doug's so intrigued by this because it's red meat.
I know,
cattle,
it's
right?
meat.
Yeah,
It's
not.
so funny. Ken goes, I found this list. I'm like, what's the list? He goes, Major League Baseball cities ranked based on how much cattle there is in the county that their team resides in. Like, you got to be kidding me. We actually did a decent job in coming up with guessing. I got Arizona. You got Houston. But we also got like 4.
Yeah, top 10. Yeah.
Oakland, we got 4. You got Texas, which was 6. I got San Diego, which is 5. You got Kansas City, which is 7. So what is the third from the top 3 we didn't get, King?
The third team with the highest amount of cattle in their county is the Seattle Mariners in King County. Seattle.
Wow. I would never, having been there, I can think of driving a short way outside of San Diego and seeing cattle. I can think of driving outside of Oakland and seeing cattle.
How depressed are those cattle?
Well, they're all wearing flannels. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3
yep.
is
the Diamondbacks, Houston, Seattle.
And that's 1, 2, 3.
And by the way, the Diamondbacks, I have more than almost 200,000 cattle compared to number 2, which is Houston.
So Diamondbacks, Arizona, way more cattle than any other MLB town?
Yeah, not even close. So, you guys, the Detroit Tigers located in Wayne County, and they're ranked number 16. They have 254 cattle in Wayne County.
That's it.
250, not 254,000, 254.
Cattle.
That's all accounted for.
Registered.
Yeah, that we know of.
Not pets.
Yeah.
According to the USDA Census of Agriculture, which
Yes.
has kind of been my go-to measurement of cattle for years.
Mm-hmm. So the funny thing is the comments. So the New York Mets are 23rd. They're located in Queens County. They have 6 cattle. First comment is, who's got the 6 cattle in Queens?
Yeah.
Solid question.
Somebody does.
Yeah. Interesting. Chicago, of course, both teams are in Cook County, so they both have the same number, 108.
What does Pro Heifer Focus say?
Their analytics department projects.
Pro Heifer Focus.
They expect big growth from Texas. I mean, I've heard of Kansas City beef. That's why I'm like, Kansas City, right? Nope. We're St. Louis.
The Cardinals, they're 14, St. Louis County.
How many?
370.
I mean, that's it. Are you sure it's not like 370 represents like one number represents 1,000 or something? It's one represents one.
Yeah, it doesn't say otherwise.
Because how many are in Arizona?
210,000, almost
Are
211,000.
you doubting the USD Census on agriculture?
Well,
I think it's a slippery slope, my friend.
Miami-Dade County's 9. The Marlins.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Florida's... I mean, I just keep thinking of our drive from Orlando to Lakeland and how all of a sudden there were cows everywhere on either side of the road. And I was like, this is not what I expected in Florida.
Well, definitely not what I would expect in South Florida.
Well, certainly not Miami, but apparently.
I mean, are pythons part of cattle?
By definition, no.
No.
All right, Stanley Cup Finals open tonight in Edmonton and Florida. Actually, I'm sorry, tomorrow night, Edmonton and Florida. Game 1. Any thoughts on this series? Anything excite you?
Well, I'm excited because it's showcasing the league's best player in Connor McDavid. It's a high-powered offense that Edmonton has. They're fun to watch. McDavid can score goals in a phone booth. I mean, he's like Pavel Datsyuk, but even better and a lot better, which is scary to think that's how talented that he is. And he's not the only guy in that team. They've got several guys in that team. The local with connection with Zach Hyman from University of Michigan, who has discovered how to score goals while in Edmonton much later in his career, and good for him. It's Ken Holland's new team, leaving Detroit, goes to Edmonton, and now they have a chance to win the Stanley Cup. First time in Canada since whatever Montreal won it 31 years ago or whatever it is. If you don't like Kachuk. Here's another reason to root for Edmonton. Although I'm rooting for this series because it should be fun. Florida plays a bruising style of hockey. They're not afraid to hit you, and Edmonton is the more the finesse side. So something's going to give. Which is going to prevail. If you play that bruising style, if you put Edmonton on the power play, that's not going to go your way. That's not going to be good. So it should be an interesting series. Florida, the best team in the regular season. Edmonton, I think, was 6 points behind. They're not terribly behind. So I like this series.
Yeah, I mean, McDavid, from a United States perspective, he may as well be playing on Saturn, right? I mean, if you put a great player at Edmonton and it doesn't get nearly the hype that it would. I mean, you just look at Sidney Crosby, right? He goes to Pittsburgh. He's a domestic hockey player, and he got a ton of hype. Had Connor McDavid landed in St. Louis or Chicago, or dare we even dream Detroit, right? I mean, he would be way more of a known commodity to the average fan. Now, not to the average hockey fan, but just to the average fan that might parachute in and watch the Stanley Cup Finals. There are going to be probably some whoa moments. We tweeted out a highlight of him last week, and that goal he scored against Dallas. I mean, talk about dangle, snipe, and Selly. I mean, it was ridiculous the way he worked his way through the D. And it was one of the best goals I've ever seen. And we tweeted out and said, this stuff right here goes mostly unnoticed by a lot of fringe sports fans because it happens in a Edmonton Oilers jersey.
And I think it's great for the NHL that the best player gets to play on the biggest stage. And even though he's in Edmonton, it's okay. Look, I mean, arguably the greatest player that ever played was an Edmonton Oiler in Wayne Gretzky. So this is a second coming. Will this, I mean, he's going to stay in Edmonton his whole career, and Gretzky didn't. So at some point, does Edmonton move on and he comes to a bigger market and then helps to expand hockey even more? I don't know. That's looking so far down the road, but this guy's fun to watch, man. And yet, if you put him in a room with four other guys and said one of these is Connor McDavid, I don't know if anybody would be able to pick him out unless they're a diehard hockey fan.
You're probably right. All right, a list that should make Detroiters smile. We will get to that today at 105. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Tigers open a 3-game weekend series with the first-place Brewers tonight at Comerica Park. After a 4-3 road trip in both Boston and Texas, Detroit comes in at 31-31 entering the 6-game homestand. Reese Olson gets the ball tonight right here on 97.1. Justin Henry Malloy still excited, getting ready to make his home debut at Comerica Park. Still buzzing after that first career home run Wednesday against the Rangers. Small bit of news before tonight's game. The Tigers have traded infielder Buddy Kennedy to the Phillies for cash considerations. Everybody remember your favorite Buddy Kennedy memory. First pitch against the Brewers at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mandatory minicamp has ended officially for the Lions in Allen Park. They've got one final round of OTAs next week, and then after that, it'll be for real. The next time they'll gather as a team fully will be for training camp in late July. And Detroit's annual bowl game at Ford Field needs a new title sponsor. It was most recently the Quick Lane Bowl since 2014. Also in its history, it's been the Little Caesars Pizza Bowl and the Motor City Bowl. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so Quick Lane Bowl needs a new sponsor. And it's going to be one of two. It'll be the Rocket Mortgage Bowl or the United Wholesale Mortgage Bowl. Which of the mortgage moguls will go get it? That are always trying to out-sponsor each other. What do you think?
I think it's probably a safe call.
Yeah. Yep.
Probably a safe call.
Anyway, that's what I'm thinking, my man. That's what I'm thinking. United Wholesale Mortgage or Rocket Mortgage. 248. Gator found a list here. And this should make me smile. Should make you smile. Should make everybody smile. It was a list going into this season of the best guards in the NFL. Best guards in the NFL. At number 30, 27-year-old. Is a $13.6 million cap hit for the LA Rams, Jonah Jackson. At number 27, Graham Glasgow. And at number 6, Kevin Zeitler. Did our really good offensive line actually get much better?
First of all, is this from Pro Heifer Focus? I feel like I need to know
it is not from Pro Heifer Focus.
Yeah, I think it's possible they did, but it all depends how they gel together because an offensive line works as a unit. They're not individuals. Yep. So until you get to the outside. But I feel like the guard and the center have to work together and the guard and tackle kind of have to work together. But so guard is part of that whole team concept there. In theory, it could be a lot better. And if you look at these numbers, it'll tell you that. When you add a top 10 guard to the roster for the upcoming season.
The concern is Zeitler's age. He's 34. But he ranks ahead of Zach Martin of the Cowboys, and his cap hit is $5.9 million. It's a one-year contract. He's not a long-term solution, but that's not really our concern right here, right now. At 34, every year you play, there's perhaps some diminishing returns, perhaps a higher risk of injury. But this would be, I haven't even considered the idea that the offensive line would be actually potentially better. With a little bit of luck, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe this strength becomes even stronger.
Well, I thought that could be the case with Zeitler. But what I'm not sure about is how damaged is Frank Ragnow. Trying to do it for another season while he's banged up, and they're doing the whole load management during the season with practices and all that. And we know when Frank suits up on Sunday, he's ready to go, and he's one of the best in the league. And hopefully he's able to suit up each and every week. But hang another year on this guy, hang another year on that guy, and Taylor Decker going into final year of a contract, and still not old by any means, but a veteran for sure on this team. And Penei Sewell might be the best in the game over on the other side.
It's interesting. You look at the offensive line, and they got pretty fortunate. Penei Sewell played every offensive snap last year. Taylor Decker played 88.46% of the snaps. It's a pretty good ratio. You get to the guard spot, Glasgow played 90.07% of the snaps. Jonah Jackson just 67.74% of the snaps. Frank Ragnow was at 83.96. I mean, I don't know how that ratio compares to every other team in the NFL. The way I remember it is the Lions had a bunch of injuries, but I would take this again. I would take getting 100% out of Sewell, 88.5 out of Decker, 90 out of Glasgow. I mean, the Jonah Jackson, if Zeitler plays 67.74, we know that they survived with Sorsdahl filling in or
Osika.
But that's healthier than I remember. Ragnow 83.96, healthier than I remember. These are last year's snap counts according to Pro Football Reference. But Zeitler's pretty good and might be an upgrade at that guard spot. So I'll take that. I'll take that and smile. And it also speaks to, again, management maybe pulling a fast one. We wanted to keep Jonah Jackson, but they might have got a guy who's better for way less money. And is he only available for less money because of his age, do you think?
Probably.
Yeah.
I would imagine that's probably a big part of it. And he's also been injured the last couple of years as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's missed some time. Has he not missed time?
Let's go back and look.
But what I'm excited about is if it's an upgrade, is his strength more in the run blocking? Does it allow the Lions to run the ball more efficiently, more effectively?
It's funny. What I read was pass protection.
Well, is that even better? Give Jared Goff just that much more time to throw the ball?
Yep.
Because I thought Jonah Jackson's strength was run blocking. So if Zeitler's is pass blocking, then does that give the possibility that the passing game could be more potent?
Here is Zeitler's last 3 years. Last year, he played in 87.3% of the snaps. The year before, 87.32% of the snaps. The year before that, 98.47% of the snaps. So he's actually stayed pretty healthy.
Yeah. Well, he's missed a couple games here and there.
Yeah. But it doesn't appear like that's going to be an injury. He's going to be an injury issue. The most shocking thing about this whole thing is that Penei Sewell was at 100% last year. Like, it's hard to envision going through an entire season without missing a snap.
Yeah, well, let's knock on wood there. That he's huge for this offensive line.
Insanely valuable.
And a receiver.
That's right. Versatile. He's a weapon. He is a weapon. Anyway, just interesting. The list did, of course, come from Pro Football Focus, which
is not Pro Heifer Focus.
It is not Pro Heifer Focus, and it probably involves their grading. So take it for what it's worth. But still, I was a little bit surprised. A little bit surprised to see that.
Well, I'm curious to see the development of the guys that they've either drafted and stashed or players that they've got as undrafted free agents on the offensive line that have, played here and there. Dan Skipper, another one of those guys. Are they improving? Is Sorsdahl improving? Skipper improving? Awasika improving? And we're going to watch Giomano all in training camp. Can't wait to see his progression. How much he's learned. Talking about his mean streak and all that and his aggressiveness. Great. Okay. Let's hopefully it translates because that's a mountain of a man.
Okay, Gator, you asked something on your show sheet and I have to answer resounding no, but I thought it was one of the most fascinating questions you've ever asked on a show sheet.
Well, this is interesting.
You asked the question.
I think I know what it is.
Have you noticed an uptick on crazy stories involving machetes? And I will say, no, I have not noticed an uptick in crazy stories involving machetes. Apparently you have?
Well, maybe I'm looking at different headlines than you, but yeah, I have seen.
Well, clearly.
Yeah. headlines that I've seen, like some crazy stories.
You've been
usually-
logging on to Pro Machete Focus?
What kind of algorithms are you getting?
Look, I go to different sources and I'll
Yeah.
see some crazy headlines.
Only machetes? What do you subscribe to?
I'm not subscribed. Not subscribed.
Jeez.
But I am seeing more and more stories about violent encounters involving machetes. And I think it's the craziest thing I've seen. Like Florida man with machete, blank.
Are you sure it's not like Brazil Free Press or something?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. So is there one in particular that stands out?
Well,
or-
I saw one this morning. It was I think it was a Florida story. I didn't link the story, but I could pull that up. But it's the fact
a Florida story. You don't say.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But these are becoming more commonplace now, where you're seeing more stories about machetes and machete violence. I can't explain why it happens. I'm just telling you that it is happening. It seems to be kind of crazy.
I will say right now, I love this, but I hadn't noticed a trend.
Here's the headline. Florida man arrested after swinging machete at victim and stealing meth.
Well, if a man approaches me with a machete and they want my meth, you can have it.
The Escambia County Sheriff's Office arrested a Pensacola man after he reportedly, quote, came over with a machete and stole methamphetamine. According to the arrest report, deputies arrested 34-year-old Caleb Allen Pogue on Sunday at around 3 o'clock after speaking to a victim and another unnamed witness. Through conversations with the victim and the unnamed witnesses, deputies learned the following. The victim reportedly told deputies that Pogue stole, quote, his ice or methamphetamine and swung a machete at him.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to try something new with Google. I'm going to say man with machete and see what comes up. 1 week ago, man stabbed with machete in Times Square amid apparent something. Got some stories in March. Body cam shows fatal shooting a man charging at somebody with a machete. Chilling details reveal a Wall Township machete slaying. I tried to kill him. Man chops victim's hand off with machete in Miami Gardens. Yes, I am seeing an uptick in machete violence.
There's this is stunning to me. I had not noticed it, but I guess I need to be leery of people with machetes out there.
3 people taken into custody after man is stabbed with machete.
You can get one on Amazon.
You can get machetes anywhere.
Yeah, I'm just going to look up and see if. What do you mean you can get machetes anywhere? What is that? You sure?
Can I go to Home Depot and get a machete?
I don't think so. Yeah, you can get a machete on Amazon. I did not know that.
Oh, this isn't here. How's this for a headline? Machete wielding man with bird on his shoulder charged with 11 felonies.
A bird on his shoulder?
Yep. Oh, this is in Michigan. In Green Charter Township, Michigan. Where is that?
I'll look it up.
Mecosta County. Where is that?
Green Charter Township is it's north of Grand Rapids on 131, just north of Big Rapids. Between Big Rapids and Reed City.
Security camera footage in an entrance to the Green Charter Township Hall in Mecosta County shows the exact moments a graduation party was interrupted. It was during a graduation party, so that was our main concern, that nobody had gotten hurt. We wanted to figure out what the whole situation was, said Jared Cruz. Cruz is in the township. Let me see.
Found the township hall here on Google.
Yeah?
Yep.
He said that Timothy Solomon of Hershey showed up with a machete Saturday afternoon, carrying a bird on his shoulder, and then started screaming at the people at the party who had rented the building out for the afternoon.
Well, that's terrifying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There's an uptick in machete violence.
Is there, or are you just getting more stories now because of what you clicked on? Maybe it's the same amount of machete stories, but you're seeing more of it because you
remember
Googled
seeing
it.
machete stories.
So we got this text that says, Gator, you clicked on a story that had machete, in it. Now they're sending you nothing but more machete, events.
Could be true. Could be true. 248-539-9797. Got sidetracked earlier. It's a TV show I'm looking forward to. We'll get to that at 120. 97.1 The Ticket.
So during the break, I read you a story from the Daily Mail in London talking about how machete violence is grown by sixfold over the last 7 years.
This is terrifying.
I just pulled up another story that says this from the United States from January 16th. Austin's machete crime problem. It says Austin has a machete crime problem with unprovoked and deadly attacks plaguing residents committed by men wielding long-bladed 12 to 26-inch long knives.
Good Lord.
I mean, it's legit, man.
Apparently. So you asked the question, if I notice the uptick, the answer is no. But I know about it now. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with this information. Let's go to Andy. You're next. Hi, Andy.
Hey, guys. Andy from Fowlerville.
Hi, Andy in Fowlerville.
Yeah, those machetes, you can buy them at Walmart. They actually have like a 26-inch one, and it says cheap steel blade, but guys buy them to clear out their deer blinds. Now, if you want to go to an Army-Navy store, you can get a stainless steel one that's really badass, and it's really thick and heavy. And those might be the ones. So it also has like a serrated edge on the back, so you can, if you need to cut their bones up, they're good to go.
How?
Yeah, I'm not looking for a machete.
I'm intrigued. What? How do you know this?
Because I have 2 machetes, and I use them for clearing out my deer blinds.
Clearing. I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Clearing out your what?
His deer blind.
Oh, is that what
My
he said?
deer blind.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you've got, I have 2 of them, and they really chop up to you could chop up to about a 2 or 3 inch branch off if you hack on it long enough. So I imagine the people that are getting hit with these are not happy.
You don't say. Let's go to Ken. You're next. Hi, Ken.
Hi, guys. I've got one in each of my vehicles. They're made by Gerber. They have a bad, ugly saw on the back edge. You'd be surprised they come in handy from time to time.
You said they're made by Gerber?
Gerber, the company that makes the multipliers.
Oh, I would say the company that makes baby food is what I was thinking.
No, not that company.
So what you said there, I'd be surprised they come in handy from time to time. Yes, I am surprised they come in handy from time to time. What have you used your machetes for? Why would you keep one in each of your trucks?
Probably the most extreme is somebody put a cable, added a cable lock, and you 2 whacks with a machete, and that cable lock isn't locking much of anything.
Cable locking what?
Gate. So, my gate. But somebody thought that, if we put ours on there, it'd be funny. But yeah.
Enough so that he wields a machete in each of his trucks.
Oh, got him.
You got stuff randomly getting cable locked up, Gator?
No. No.
Let's go to Billy on a cell. Hi, Billy.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I was living in Texas for the last decade. There's a lot of machete things going on down there. I mean, I don't know if you want to get into it seriously or not, but gang initiations, things like that.
Wow. Yeah, it's terrifying.
Yes, it is.
I didn't know.
I bet you they all thought they were responsible machete owners, too.
Here we go.
We're getting texts. Everybody says you can get a machete anywhere. Kroger, Meijer, Home Depot. I mean,
Kroger?
Yeah.
I don't know about Kroger, but Kroger?
Probably the Home and Garden department. I don't know.
They have one of those in Kroger?
There's like super Krogers now.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't looked for one.
I haven't either, but now I'm going to look.
on my agenda to go find a machete.
Go look. All right, so...
But I also didn't think it was going to be terribly hard to find a place that sells machetes.
I've often said that I have very much enjoyed the Netflix docuseries Drive to Survive. I didn't care at all about Formula One. Stumbled across Drive to Survive, started to watch. It is basically mics on drivers, on crew chiefs or team principals, on owners. It is behind the scenes of Formula One racing. I don't even really watch the races. In fact, a couple of years ago, I did see that the championship was coming down to Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. It was going to be decided in the last race of the year. I was like, I'm not watching the race, but I'm going to try and stay in the bubble for 6 months, wait until Drive to Survive comes out and figure out who won it then. Crazy. If there's a country you could get away with it, this is it. If you don't want to see the Formula One results, it's real easy not to see the Formula One results. With that said, Drive to Survive, the people that did that have gone over to other sports. They went to tennis and put out Break Point, which was a behind the scenes a year with men's and women's professional tennis players. They've done Full Swing, 2 seasons of Full Swing, which is behind the scenes with PGA and I guess a few live players. And I found that to be very entertaining. And now they've come up with a new one. They're going behind the scenes. Do you care to guess which sport it is?
Well, I thought were they considering doing baseball?
I've talked about them doing baseball for a long time. I haven't seen any proposal for it, but it was based upon the fact that there was some data showing that when the Grand Prix went to Austin, Texas, the crowd was really, really young, and they were crediting Netflix Drive to Survive that a lot of young people watch Netflix, and they got into the show, and it helped lower the average age, the demographic, and make it appeal to a younger audience, which is something baseball has its challenges with. And so I was hoping Netflix would, or MLB would strike a deal with Netflix and do a behind-the-scenes MLB season. Well, it is not baseball. Do you want to guess or just want me to tell you?
All right. Is it machete wielding?
It is not. Netflix has released a trailer for Sprint, a docuseries following the top track stars in the world. It premieres July 2nd ahead of the Olympics. So you're going to see Sha'Carri Richardson, Fred Kerley, who's apparently our number one ranked sprinter going into the Olympics, Dina Asher-Smith, Noah Lyles, just to name a few. I know nothing about track and field. I mean, I know the goal. You wait for the gun to go off, and then you run as fast as you can over the 100 meters and hope to be the first one there. But there's probably a lot more to it than just running fast. And they are producing and coming out with Sprint. And I think doing it right before the Olympics is brilliant because we do get into the Olympics and we care. Those couple of weeks.
No, it makes sense. And they'll gain more viewership because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably not going to be part of that, but
you're probably not going to watch Sprint? No. Kang, will you watch it?
I enjoy track and field a lot. I can't say for certain that I'm going to watch it, but if I have the time and I want to watch it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I would like to watch it.
Well, just so you know what's out there.
I care more about like the sprint events than the long distance stuff. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's me though. Just me. Not knocking anybody else.
Yeah, the 100-meter dash is
that's the main event.
That's the marquee event of the Olympics.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's how you find out who the fastest man in the world is.
That title's a sweet title.
One of the sound bites in the preview was, "There's no crown quite as heavy as the fastest man in the world." And I'm like, I don't know if that's true, but
I think it's like whoever wins the heavyweight boxing title used to be the baddest man alive.
Yep.
Now UFC's involved, so they take that too. But I think those titles are really cool, even though it's of course it's just a fake title. But
right, but it's hard to. He's the fastest man alive. Hard to beat that. But okay, what else? What else you got? I can hit the baseball further. Who cares? This is the fastest man alive.
Right?
It's a pretty impressive title to hold.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. We started joking about this a couple weeks ago just because it was funny. It's funny to think about, funny to consider. That could the Detroit Tigers have a second All-Star outside of Skubal? And could it be Reese Olson, who had no wins at the time?
Right.
And our joke was, could a winless pitcher make the All-Star team? I am going to be fascinated when a starting pitcher with worse numbers than 1-6 Reese Olson makes the All-Star team. He's got a 2.48 ERA, a 1.07 whip. His on-base percentage against is a spectacular 205.
Wow. Reese
Olson is an absolute stud, and he is 1-6. Now, you start thinking about long-term projections for what Reese Olson is. I think they envision a future where and barring they don't trade him, but I don't think that's happening. But Skubal is your 1, Job is your 2, and Reese Olson is your 3. Now, do they sign Flaherty? Because if you go something along the lines of Skubal, Flaherty, Job, Olson, remember those Tiger teams in the 2010s?
Yeah, the Verlander, Scherzer, Fister,
David Price in the mix.
Price
there?
Coming in there.
I mean, you're talking about, wait, what? All of that? Now, it's a pretty big presumption that Job is going to be like this good. I will tell you, I find the Paul Skeens thing to be, I feel like I might, because he was the next best pitcher behind Skeens in terms of prospects. It's encouraging to me to see a pitcher do that. Now, it's happening for the same reason a lot of these Tiger numbers pitchers are so good. It's a down year offensively. Very much a down year offensively. But Reese Olson, man, he's been good.
He's been great. And there was no indication this was what he was going to be based on his minor league career. But you saw a little flash last year towards the end of the season where he was really good. And then he's just continued to pitch that well. I mean, he doesn't look like the guy who's overwhelming you with some heavy fastball and just mows you down. He just gets it done, man. And it's great to watch. You feel bad for him because he had absolutely no run support, has had absolutely no run support this season. Can he continue to pitch that well, or is it sustainable or not? It has been, and that's huge. But another big test tonight. You get the first place Brewers coming to town. We'll see if he can, in fact, continue to pitch at that level. But it'd be great if they could. If you could depend on him, write him in ink that this is our guy, he's our number 2 right now, and knowing that they have the explosive Jackson Job at some point, and then you've got other guys competing for those other spots there, and with Casey Mize and Matt Manning and others, who's gonna step up and grab it? Is it somebody else in the minor league system? But Reese Olson, if he continues to pitch like he had, not even like he has, he doesn't have to do that. If he finishes the year with an ERA around 3, less than 3.5, I'm going to be thrilled.
Do you know how many pitchers in Major League Baseball have more losses than Reese Olson?
More losses?
Yeah.
I don't know. 10?
5. 5 pitchers have more losses. Now, there's a bunch of guys with 6 losses. Their records are 3-6, 4-6, 5-6, 3-6, 5-6, 6-6, and then there's 2 pitchers that are 1-6. These are the ERAs of all pitchers with 6 losses. 4.13, 2.99, 6.14, 4.17, 5.45, 5.32, 6.17, and then Reese Olson, 2.48. It is just a total statistical anomalation that Reese Olson is this. That he has been that good in terms of batting average against, walks and hits per innings pitched, ERA, and still just the 1 win on the year. I want to start a campaign here to get Reese Olson in the All-Star game. And the campaign is I would love to see them parade him out for, the 7th inning of the All-Star game for the American League, and they got his record up there, 2-7.
Right.
I mean, right now it's 1-6. Who knows what it would become the All-Star break, but he's 1-6, man. And he's been so good.
He has been so good. And Flaherty has been as good. His ERA is a little more elevated at 3.22, but Flaherty with the whip is below 1, which is better than Reese Olson. And Flaherty's strikeout to walk ratio, 94 strikeouts to just 10 walks in 72 innings. I mean, that's just huge, man. He's got more strikeouts than Tarek Skubal in fewer innings. They've got a nice 1-2-3 there in the pitching staff.
And that's why I credit a listener earlier this week that said, this is why you actually do want to make the playoffs. That first round series is a best of 3, and the Tigers will be starting Skubal, Flaherty, and Olson in a best of 3 series.
Do you know what their combined record is?
Olson and Flaherty?
Olson, Flaherty, and Skubal.
I mean, is it around 500?
It's exactly 500. It's 11-11.
And how many of those wins are Skubal's?
7.
The thing about Skubal is they win. What did I say? They won 9 out of his first 12 starts. He didn't get the win on all of them, but they've won 9 of his 12 starts.
Yeah, so I'm just talking about their decisions. They're 11-11 on a team that is a 500 baseball team. Their top 3 pitchers are 500.
Yep.
Everybody's 500.
Very authentically 500.
Except, Skubal is 7-1 technically, but it's I love what we've seen from Reese Olson. I'm not buying into it 100% just yet because he doesn't have that track record, but it's 11 starts and he's pitched awfully well in these 11 starts.
So they announced the premium seating, that new seating club area that they're going to put in down low behind home plate. And you asked the question, how do we feel about them announcing that before they've really spent money on players?
Mm-hmm.
And how I feel about it is it's probably completely different arms of the organization that plan and execute these things. You've got the baseball side of things that's dealing with the baseball, and you've probably got some sort of in-house, I don't know, it's not an entertainment committee, but the people that are in charge of the everyday product that the fans see that are probably working completely independent of it. It'd be nice if they married up.
You get the baseball product and then you have the fan experience product. It's kind of like, what Rod Wood does with the Lions.
Right, yeah. Yeah. And so I don't really see there being any correlation. I'm looking for anything that would encourage the Tigers to maybe get a little bit aggressive. I feel like this team is so close to justifying an aggressive move. They're not there yet, like adjacent to that, but could they get there? Because you're asking fans to pay more money, and you can choose not to. You can very easily choose not
to. They can build this structure, which is going to be built. There's 2 aspects of it. There's the club that is built underneath the stands, and then there is converting a section of seats to make them kind of like mini private. I don't know, suites is the wrong word, but that's kind of, they have a little bit of a barrier for privacy in some of those seats. Think about the Tigers Den seats, but make them a little bit more exclusive. That's basically what they're going to do.
Yep.
You can choose not to buy a ticket and still go to the game, and that's fine. I do think it's a little weird that is being done, but I suppose if they're going to be doing construction while the season's going on, people are going to go, what's that about? And you have to explain it. I mean, you got to build it.
They're doing the construction during the season?
Yeah, because they expect it to be ready to go. Some of it will be ready to go next year by opening day.
Remember the Yankees did this, and basically there's a field of premium seats behind home plate that always look empty.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing, is you got to price it right.
Well, yeah, and clearly it's not going to be New York pricing for it. I kind of envision this whole thing when you talk about the club, that sounds a lot like the club at Little Caesars Arena, the several clubs that they have there. But the ones by the great seats by the Red Wing bench and the visiting bench, you got those areas there, and you watch games, you see why aren't those seats taken? Well, they are, but people are eating and drinking at the club,
hobnobbing.
Yeah,
it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder, tonight is the Jamie Samuelson Strikeout Colon Cancer Charity Softball Game. That is at Flynn Park in Troy, 44-201 DeQuinder. If you're going to head out there, Kang will be there, Gator will be there, Evan will be there. Unfortunately, I have another baseball commitment. I will not be able to make it, but great way to support an incredible charity. Dan Miller, TV's Dan Miller. I'm seeing the event.
Wojo.
Oh, boy. And you guys last year, what was the final score of the game you played?
I honestly don't know.
Estimate.
25-18. I don't know.
Yeah, it was competitive.
You
Something
think
like
that's
that.
accurate?
I don't know. Might have been worse. I think it was worse.
I don't know.
Whatever.
I don't know.
We lost, Doug. Thanks for rubbing it in.
Sorry.
Open up that wound.
No, I'm just,
Or are you firing us up, Coach?
Yes, I am. If I am there, I will do what Gator refuses to do. I will coach.
But you're not going, so.
No, I'm not.
Kind of an empty promise there.
Yeah. It is. Yes, it is. It is the emptiest of promises. Let's go to Ted. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ted.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good.
All right.
Got an interesting idea. It may mean going backwards a little bit, but going forwards in quite a ways. You got two ball players that are struggling in mud in Arizona, Corbin Carroll and Gurriel, outfielders. And they're talk about sending Carroll even down to the minors. They are so in need of pitching, it isn't funny. What happens if you say to them, hey, Flaherty, who came from the National League, Carpenter, and somebody else, you take a step backwards, but look at the outfield you would have with Corbin Carroll out there, lead off. Get rid of the power hitting. Let's go to small ball, steal some bases, get some hits, put some people on. The price of going to the home run guys are outrageous. You know, you talk about Roberts, but it's like big receivers in the NFL. They don't pan out. And Corbin Carroll, man, he is struggling, and maybe a change of scenery for the Rookie of the Year would be phenomenal for the Tigers to look at somebody.
Yeah, I mean, Corbin Carroll's an interesting player in that he is coming off a great year where he hit, let's see here, he hit 285, 25 home runs. He walked 57 times. He did strike out 125 times, but he had a 868 OPS, and he's come back this year, and yeah, everything's dropped. He's only 23. It would be intriguing to see if that's someone you could pry out of the Diamondbacks organization.
Well, he's the jewel of their organization.
Yeah, but it's kind of like saying so is Torque, right? I mean, he was supposed to be.
Well,
but
you
Ted's
got
talking about
Walker,
trading
who's
Jack
at-
Flaherty for him.
That's
So, I
true.
mean,
Well, that way you don't have to trade your core players, Riley Green or Olsen or any of those other.
yeah, but
young
Arizona
pitchers,
does, of course. I mean, but why would Arizona do that?
because they've lost their first, their second, and Eduardo, who was with the Tigers last year, hasn't pitched an inning yet. They are down to minor league guys throwing out on the diamond.
Right, but why would
And-
they why would they get a guy who's a rental player?
Because they were in the World Series last year, and they still have aspirations of going back. And they think they've got the team to do it, but it's all on our pitching has gone to crap. And you're looking at a serviceable pitcher in Flaherty, Carpenter.
Been better than serviceable. Here's the thing about Corbin Carroll is they're still playing him every day. And so I don't know. It's clear they haven't given up on him. I feel like I actually feel like we'd have to sweeten the pot here a little bit. But I mean, he's expected to be their center fielder for years to come. And he's not having a great year.
But imagine having him and the money you would have instead of going out and get somebody
there's tremendous value in a player. I think you're underestimating what it costs to get a guy like that. To get a player who's 23 years old, took the league by storm, was the Rookie of the Year a year ago, and is having a rough go to start this season. I imagine that they're going to not want to part ways with a player like that because that's a player you think you're building around. You got a rookie of the year who's 23.
I tell you what's funny about it is I wonder what's being said about him in Arizona. Think people are calling him a bust?
I don't know if they're calling him a bust. I'm sure they're frustrated with how this season has gone, and I bet you people are saying send him to the minors, get him right, and bring him back. I don't think people want to give up on a player like that.
No, they have wild card aspirations, and I know. Last I remember, they were a couple games out of the wild card. Give me a second to see if they are still.
Well, they're below 500 right now. I think but they're probably close to the wild card because nobody's really.
They're a half game out.
Yeah. Look, Corbin Carroll there's a lot to like with the guy. He stole 54 bases last year, too. So, I mean, he gets on base, at least last year he did. It was an all-around great year. It's a terrible year this year. But if you put yourself in Arizona's shoes, are you looking to move that guy?
Probably not.
And if you are, you're not moving him for Jack Flaherty.
Yeah, probably not.
You'd be talking about moving him for Jackson Jobe.
You know what this is? My man, they expedited them giving up. He expedited them giving up on Corbin Carroll. That's what he did. And I see what he did. And I like the creativity behind it. But my guess is they are far from giving up on him.
Right. As they should be far from giving up on him.
Daniel in Yale is next here on 97.1. Hello, Daniel.
Hey, how's it going, my man? How we doing, big guy?
We're good. Thank you.
I'm just kidding. That last caller, all due respect, I think he is so delusional and there's no way you're going to trade a 30-year-old right-hander that he's put together. I mean, it hasn't even been half a season. It was a short track record. He had a couple good years, but 4 years ago, you're not going to trade a 30-year-old right-hander for a former first-round pick. Didn't Corbin hit leadoff in the All-Star game? Like, the guy's the fastest player in the world, Gold Glover, could hit 300. You're not going to get a 22-year-old.
Like I said, he expedited their frustrations and figured, is he available now? And he's probably not available for a couple years.
Yeah, you could trade 10 Jack Flaherty's. You're not getting Corbin Carroll for Corbin Carroll, man.
Yeah, and Flaherty's 28. He's not 30. But yes, it's nonsensical. If you were going to trade something for Corbin Carroll, you would have to go with one of your big-time prospects,
right?
Like Jackson Jobe.
Yeah, exactly, brother. Yeah, no, I agree with you there, Gator. I would have to say though too, I'm not a big we got a good young, like I told the screen, we got a good young nucleus, scrappy ball club. They play good. They hit cut off round bases hard. They do the right thing, but we don't need to trade. We don't need to trade any of our pieces away. I don't think. I mean, we need to sign some. We need to sign a good ball player, someone that can get on base, someone that can hit a gapper in the 8th inning and. Someone who just a good ball player, man. Someone who works 2-0, 3-0 counts, gets up in the count. I just want a good ball player.
Are you working up to? I feel like you're working up to a name. Do you have a name, or are you just talking in generalities?
Mostly a generality, but yeah, I would love. There's a handful of guys that I would love to go after this offseason. A handful of guys I would have absolutely loved to go after. Last season. I think we got a good young club. I think we're going in the right direction. I know everybody's frustrated. It's been taking some time. I would love to see more results too. And we got.
Well, I can't say they're going in the right direction when it comes to their offense. When it comes to their lineup, there's just a lot of holes, and the guys that are doing the majority of the work right now are average players, and that's what's frustrating is that they don't have what looks to be a superstar in the making. We're being patient with Colt Keith. I'm very patient with Colt Keith. I love every at-bat, watching him play, and he's definitely a different player now than he was a month ago. I really like Riley Green, but outside of those two guys, what are we doing?
I love my man's enthusiasm. I don't think anybody would disagree with, yes, a bat would help. Yes.
It's just in.
He's right.
Hang on.
Bat would help.
Getting something from the teletype. The Tigers need some bats.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'm on board. I was waiting for him to say, the guy I'd go get is blank.
Right.
He was like, no, just a bat. Just get a bat.
I got like five of them, month,
that works.
Last year or this year, yeah.
That works.
Not going to offer up a name, apparently. But.
Here's Rico Beard joining us here on 97 on the Ticket. What's up, Rico?
Gentlemen, how's it going?
All right.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated. Mike outside the studio holding court, teaching the crew about horse racing.
Yeah, I think he may have gotten angry with me on my last question, but sometimes I literally okay, this is going to sound bad.
Was the last question, let me guess, Was the last question, do they really make glue from horses?
No. I mean, it's a legitimate question. I'm like, so do you just not feed horses until the race is over? So that, there's no.
They're hungry, they're ornery.
Or there's no accidents during the middle of the race. Like they just, you know what? Hey,
no accident. Like you think that in the middle of a sprint they're going to stop and drop dirty?
Yeah. You know what? I got to go.
Huh.
When you got to go, you got to go. So I'm like, do you just feed them when the race is over?
They know that there's food at the end. What did he say?
He said some stuff like, really? And it's just like, Mike, seriously.
I'm guessing there's a schedule that they're probably used to at this
right,
point.
But, it's just one of those things that you just like, okay, I want to make sure, don't eat a big meal. Oh, right, don't eat a big meal. Don't let them eat too much.
So what is the Preakmont this weekend?
The Preakmont. Wow. I want you to ask him that.
I will. Mike. Mike.
The Preakmont.
Who you like in the Preakmont?
I feel terrible. I didn't even look at the horses to come up with.
Yeah, you didn't do well with the Derby picks. So
the Belmont, yeah. Belmont.
I'm sorry.
Is that what's going on?
It's the Preakmont. I got to use that.
Yeah, please do. What do you got planned coming up next?
To start off, just watching the NBA Finals, and when you see the two teams playing and you see what we have here, you realize they don't even play the same game. The fact that Cade, I don't think, would be the seventh man on the Celtics. That's how good they are, or just how bad you are.
This is how you start building, though. You figure out who your seventh man is, and then work around that.
No, it's just one of those, like, you're not sitting down anybody in their starting lineup. So, like, yeah, you're coming off the bench. Like, that's how far this team is from where they should be. And Gator, I agree with you and your hunch. I heard the beginning of your show.
News dump today?
Yeah, make it 3 weeks in a row. The trifecta.
There you go.
Around 4:30, I'll think about you, Gator.
When the news,
okay.
I appreciate
and you know what? It won't come from us. It'll come from social media like the last two.
For people who missed it, Gator predicted a Piston news dump today at some point. Had a hunch. So
just a hunch.
Day has 3 hours and 2 minutes left. So before business hours close. Have a great show, Rico.
Thank you.
And have a great weekend.
You too, Doug.
And you stay safe.
Oh.
And everyone, treat each other with respect.
And have your
97.1.
ham.
Brought to you by the D Las Vegas. The Tigers open a 3-game weekend series with the first-place Brewers at Comerica Park tonight. After a 4-3 road trip in Boston and Texas, Detroit's at 31-31 entering the 6-game homestand. Reese Olson gets the ball tonight. Justin Henry Malloy is still excited, getting ready to make his home debut at Comerica Park, still buzzing after that first career home run Wednesday against the Rangers. Bit of news here before tonight's game. The Tigers traded infielder Buddy Kennedy to the Phillies for cash considerations. I know everyone's going to be calling up here with their favorite Buddy Kennedy memories.
Oh, no, not Buddy.
Everyone will remember that home run against the Twins. It was incredibly memorable. First pitch against the Brewers, though, tonight, 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mandatory minicamp has ended for the Lions in Allen Park officially. They've got one final round of OTAs next week. Then after that, the next time they will gather a team will be for training camp in late July. Also, the NFL releasing its full preseason schedule this morning. It'll start with the Hall of Fame game, as it does every year, Thursday, August 1st. The Bears and Texans will do battle. And the Stanley Cup Final gets underway tomorrow night in Sunrise, Florida. The Panthers, making their second straight appearance in the finals, are the favorites to win that series against Edmonton, who's playing for the Cup for the first time since 2006. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, hi, everybody. Now, that may sound unfamiliar to you in there, because while you poor wretches have been stuck with the Pistons, there is real basketball played elsewhere. Paul Saranos, noted Miami Heat fan. Don't get on him. He's a native Floridian. Kenny Cott does not acknowledge basketball as a sport. The reasons behind it are detestable. But look, we are going to have... We are going to... And by the way, it is Floral Friday.
It is.
Which Rico did not participate in. So listen.
Well, it was cloudy and like 60 degrees. So
It's
Kenny
okay.
told me it has to be over 70.
But you wanted to start with something. See, we could try this. And we have a Kenny Cott media report at 3:00. But we are going to start with something different. And Lord knows, I don't know if it'll work. I have my doubts. But based off of the NBA Finals, which are a big deal or used to be a big deal or something people would pay attention to even if you didn't watch basketball all year, but you want to relate it to the Pistons.
Mike, it's very simple. When you watch the game last night, and I'm not even just talking the Celtics, I'm also looking at the Mavericks. That's two different games that they're playing, what you see here down at Little Caesars Arena. This team is nowhere close.
They're not in the same planet, Rico.
And then it really hit home in the pre-show meeting when you were like, yeah, you know what? Kate probably be the seventh man on Boston. It was like, well, no, wait.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't playing over Derek White.
Yeah.
He's not playing over Drew Holiday. He's not playing over the Jays. And he's not playing over Porzingis, who's the first man off the bench if Porzingis starts, Al Horford, or vice versa. He's not a top six player. So here's the question. Why the hell would you extend him for $270 million?
Brother,
you don't even have a pathway to becoming one of these teams.
No. The only pathway you have is to try to get a king's ransom for Cade and just kind of hit that reset button. Because all the other surrounding pieces really aren't that good, but he's your only valuable commodity that you have. The other teams will say, you know what? We'll take him, we'll pair him up with players X and Y, and now we have our own little big three. So yeah, if you're it really just it clarified itself to me. You got to move them.
You had an epiphany.
Yeah, it was. They're light years away from not just being competitive, but like that was like watching your Celtics. I told you, man. I think that they'll trip up and lose.
I know.
One, like good Kyrie will show up in Dallas.
Don't say that.
Well, one game, and then you'll get to watch him win it all in game 5.
I hate Kyrie's guts. And the whitewashing by the media last night was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, he's working on his Buddhism. I mean, go to hell. The guy's been a career cancer. Just say it.
Right, but Pistons fans, 248-539-9797. If you're watching the NBA Finals, did you see what I saw? And I don't see how you cannot move Cade. You can't extend him because to me, that is not the alpha dog. That is not the piece you need to build around. You got to go out there and you got to get more pieces because you're nowhere close to what I saw championship level basketball.
Let's see if we can come together on something. Did last night's game 1 send the same message to you that it sent to Rico Beard? That Trajan Langdon, I mean, obviously, this Monty Williams thing has got to shake out. Eventually, we'll see if Trajan Langdon's a real person and not just a chat GPT creation. But is the only way out for the Pistons actually, as counterintuitive as it sounds, trading your best player? That you're not in the same planet as these teams. And frankly, look, I think it's fair to say this. I'm not as hard on Cade as some people are, but I'm also not as optimistic as I was when he was a rookie. He could end up being a very nice player, but he is never going to be Luka. He's never going to be Tatum. He's never going to be Brown, i.e., he's never going to be an all-NBA type player. Mm-hmm. So without that, why would you pay him like one?
Right.
I do wonder. And listen, I know. And I know, guys. I know. Work with me.
I'll say this. For those out there thinking I'm hating on Cade, I'm actually not. I'm paying him a compliment because he's your only valuable piece. That's why I say you have to get rid of him, because I don't think people are going to be lining up for Ivy or Duren or any of the other players on the team. No. But for Cade, you pick up the phone and you say he's available. Other teams will say, okay, what do you want for him? Let's make a deal. Hey, I got beef stew. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Sorry. I needed to be able to do that once this segment.
Brother, you can do it all day.
No. It's game 1. I lived this. I lived it when we played the Warriors 2 years ago.
That's not Steph Curry on the other side.
I know. But Luka's, listen, that game got down to 8. Celtics were up by 29, fell asleep before the half, and I got upset. And then when that got down to 8 in the third quarter, I admit it was same old Spartans.
You know what?
It was Saban's Spartans for me. I go, here we go again.
Here's the difference, Mike. This is where Luka may want to take the offseason to get into better shape because he's going to just flame out.
Yeah, and his knee, something's up with his knee. He's dealing with a big-time knee problem.
So you're going to be okay.
I hope so. But I think it's interesting it had that impact on you. Now, listen, I mean, if ESPN is right, you weren't watching the NBA Finals and you were watching the Connecticut Sun and the Chicago Sky.
Or you were watching the concert down at the train station.
Sure. The point is, did game 1 of the NBA Finals, as it would relate to our basketball team here locally, where we have a new team president, we have a new general manager, we're probably going to have a new coach. I'm starting to feel pretty comfortable saying that. And Trajan Langdon is going to have to figure out right off the rip, is Cade Cunningham good enough to be the alpha dog on a championship team? Because if he's not, get rid of him. There's no point.
You can't extend him.
No, because again, you end up like Atlanta, paying Trae Young all that money, when Trae Young at his best, will be a Robin to a Batman that has not appeared yet. Yeah. And you don't want to do that. So Rico is saying last night was jarring for him. Not because of the obvious, but because both teams.
Brother, the thing is, when will you finally just admit this is your year and that this Celtics team may be one of those special teams? I don't think that you could say that because you're expecting a collapse at any moment. Because
No.
I kind of laughed when the league got cut down. I'm like, you know what? Let's go to a cut scene live at the Valeni compound as you were throwing things at the screen. Because I could only imagine. You're on the phone with Big G, like, what is this?
There were some emotional texts sent back and forth. No, it was just, I think, hold home serve, get up 2-0, and then Dallas has, look, the math on that, is Dallas really going to be able to take 4 of the next 5?
All you got to do is keep hitting Kyrie with that 2-piece combo you had last night.
Yeah, defense.
He was right. He was not ready for that. That ain't Ant-Man.
But here's the thing too, right? Even if you comp out the Pistons' future to last year, look, the Denver Nuggets are not going to go down in history as one of the all-time great teams to win it. Nor were they a team that was filled with some of the star power, right? Like Jokic is an all-NBA player. Jokic is modern Shaq. Now, beyond that, if you want to downplay guys like Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr., you can do whatever you want to do. But you still need, would Cade Cunningham be Jamal Murray? The whole premise of it is, without a pathway to acquiring the all-NBA type player, you are not winning anything. Here's what I don't want. Please do not waste our time. I mean, it's like when Gibby called the other day. I don't want to hear stories from 84. I don't want to hear them from 2004. You were scoring 70 points and beating teams. If you can't tell that the sport moved on, don't participate in the discussion. Now, defense definitely plays a role, but it's going to be, can I hold someone under 100? Not 90, not 80, and sure as HELL hell, not 70.
I rewatched that game. Every possession counted from the opening tip. Let's just put it like that.
But if you had the epiphany that Mr. R.L. Beard had last night, isn't there only one mortal certainty? You got to trade Cade, right? I mean, if you don't trade Cade, what is the pathway to acquiring an all-NBA player? What's the pathway to building a team out?
The pathway is that then Trajan Langdon has to come in and do something that the previous regime could not do and find that player with the 5th pick, or that is actually becomes that all-world player, that one that's buried deep in the draft, but it requires a little luck and a little homework to find. You have to go out and find your Giannis, your Steph Curry, that person that wasn't taken, one that you just knew. Okay, that's Wembanyama was easy.
So can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
And again, we're just talking.
We're here to 6-10.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're not talking about machete violence, but we're attempting to do something here with the finals. Let's say Rico's pathway is true, guys. Let's say Trajan Langdon's really, really sharp. Let's say he's Bob Myers or Sam Presti. At a minimum, the finding of players, let's say you make a shrewd free agent signing, and it's cheap. Let's say it turns into Derek Green Jr. for the Mavs, a veteran minimum who ended up starting. Let's say you find a guy. All right, you find your Maxi Kleba. You go out and are able to procure a Tim Hardaway Jr. later in the first round. Fine. That's about 3 years that it would take to do that, right? Cade's eligible for his extension now. Yeah. And none of what Rico's talking about, albeit true, and it gets you to be fun and you can win some games. Last I checked, we want to win a championship. If you don't believe trading Cade is the right move after watching last night, what is? Because I just have personal doubts that a core of Cade, Brandon Ingram, and Tobias Harris is raising a banner. 248-539-9797. So let's start out with that. Have a little fun. I mean, obviously, we're not going to make today inside the NBA, but we could start with it, make it local.
For those who watched it, yeah, it just was sobering, realizing we're a long way away from this.
Oh, Kenny, wait. You ready? This is exciting. And there's one key thing about last night's game that really shows you how effed up the Pistons are, and I'll tell you about it next.
Doug Karsh.
Have you ever thought about a career? All right, America's favorite place to watch football or basketball or sports, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view with a massive screen located right at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, so we're just getting started on a Friday and just kind of playing off of Game 1 of the NBA Finals. You know, you're sitting back, you're a Detroit sports fan. Maybe you're a fringe Piston fan, or maybe you're a hardcore fan. And if so, I'm so sorry because your owner just doesn't care about you. But my point is, for Rico, that was an epiphany last night. And you go, all right, we're not just bad. We're not even participating in this league. So it's the question, Rico came to a conclusion. Cade doesn't even play for the Boston Celtics in their top 6. But if you view the Celtics as one of these outer worldly teams, how does he fit in with the Mavs? You know, what is Cade an all-NBA player at any point? Probably not. Yeah. So if that's the case, why would you pay him like one, which is what he's eligible for this summer? Let's see what the ticket text have to say.
And real quick, and the other thing that frustrates me with this is just, I guess, the silence that you get from the organization. That even the fan base that wants the passion and wants to do better, and it's like the organization, you got to find out your news on social media from the NBA experts who leak things out that way instead of just being adults and let's hold press conferences and I'm going to tell you where we're going and I'm going to tell you what we're going to do and I'm going to try to sell you this pen. But instead, it's just radio silence.
I think part of it, truthfully, now it's at a point where I think there's a real good shot that Monty's gone and they want to have a new coach named before they ever trot this guy out there. Because what's the first question they're going to ask him when he's up at the podium?
Yeah.
What's the future of your head coach? Look, is it ass backwards? Oh, God, yeah. Absolutely.
But I guess
But
when you're
here
at
we
the
are.
bottom, you know what? Just stay at the bottom and do bottom-like things.
Wow. Rico Beard. Kenny, what say you?
Trade Cade. Have Ivy showcase for a year, then trade Ivy. Hope for a draft jackpot in the future. Only chance. That's from Jason and Claus.
Wow. Trading both. Dear heavens.
Cade is the only bright spot in the organization. No, they should not trade him. It was not his fault. The GM has been incompetent and didn't give him
one has said
anyone
it's his
around
fault.
him.
See, I did not say. I said, as a matter of fact, it's a compliment to Cade because Cade is that bright spot is the only thing that any other team is picking up the phone and saying, yes, I could be interested in him. Anybody else you try to sell them it's like, Scott Harris saying, hey, you want to pick up Javi's contract?
Or Kenny, go ahead.
What is it with you two trying to trade away our best players? First Scooble, now Cade.
Well, you have two teams that probably aren't going anywhere, and you're going to owe these guys money by the time you are ready to go somewhere. So the idea is you have real conversations that require brain power. Or if you want, I can just come up on the air 2 to 6, talk about elbow macaroni, scratch my nuts, and go home. No. It's really your call, guys. What's with you two? I don't know. We have real sports opinions. We want a parade.
Yeah, and it's the long game. Okay, you look past this weekend and how you want to feel about this season and knowing at the end of this season, you're not going to be having a parade, hoisting a trophy. You're not going to be the champion. So long-term thinking, how do you get there? So you start looking at the commodity that you have now and how you can flip that into more pieces to get there.
Cade's eligible for 5 at 270. You just won 14 games. I mean, if I have to explain why it's a conversation, no one's pounding the table.
No, because there are people, well, you're running all of our stars out of town.
We don't have any stars.
This is the best thing that we have, and how can we build the future if you keep getting rid of people?
Because you have to trust the people you've hired that they're going to find better people.
If this is the best we have, though, look at the teams like we were talking about in the NBA Finals and in the Stanley Cup Finals or wherever you want to look. Their better players are better than our good players, okay? Yeah. So there is a way forward, and this is maybe you have to trade away Cade.
And we also started the topic by saying if you don't want to trade Cade, I'd like you to lay out your pathway forward. Now, if you want to be a drooling idiot on ticket text and just get upset, that's your call. But there's nothing wrong with the conversation. Now, if Rico got on the damn air pantsless, screaming and yelling and ranting and raving, we must trade Cade, that's a different conversation where your reaction might be more appropriate. But that's not what the man said. But I'm okay talking about it because, frankly, I don't have any better ideas about the Pistons. I don't see a pathway out. I don't see much hope. And I do think it is either trade Cade and keep everybody else or keep everybody else and trade him.
Because, when your only option for the future and in 3 weeks is Mateus or whoever it is.
You're talking Michael Tellum's Klein at 5, Matas Bazelis.
Right, like that's okay. Sure.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Trading Cade is the only way to move forward. I see no other path, and it's sad because it's not even the kid's fault.
No, it's not. I don't blame Cade.
And I can't stress that enough for people out there listening. I am not saying he's bad. I'm saying he's good, and he's good enough that you probably can get 20 to 25 teams interested in saying, hey, what do you want from Detroit? Maybe we'll take him.
And if you disagree with it, then tell me the point. And it's like the Scooble conversations. What's the point of losing a guy in 2 years when Boris rips him away from you to free agency, or paying a $40 million pitcher if you don't think you're in a World Series window? It's the same thing with Cade. You just won 14 games. What's the wisdom in paying a guy $50 million a year? I'm asking. And if you think I'm stupid, call up and give me your version of it. Let's go to the people. Go to Dimitri, 97.1. What's up, Dimitri?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
What I want him to do is trade Cade to possibly Houston for like Amen Thompson and maybe Tari Eason or like a Cam Whitmore and maybe even a draft pick if they'll do all that. I remember Houston wanted Cade a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And when you pair Amen Thompson with a Sor Thompson, they do crazy. They got twin telepathy or something. And
here's the one problem. Dimitri, there's only one issue. I'm not mad about what you're asking for Cade because I think he's worth those things. But if you're Houston, let's reverse engineer this. They're in a position in this draft to take a developmental point guard, and whether it's one of the European guys, Topic or otherwise, and they have Freddie VanVleet. So they can have their lead guard develop the rookie cheaply, right, and develop behind that lead guard without giving up any of those things. So that's it's a hard sell, I think, if you're on Houston's end.
If Houston doesn't want Cade anymore, my plan B would be to draft Ron Holland and trade Jalen Duren for another draft pick, and maybe draft what's his name, the center from UConn.
Clingan, Donovan Clingan.
Clingan.
Yeah, listen, Dimitri, you and I are simpatico on this. If Klingan's the best player available at 5, you have to take him. And if that means I have to deal Duren, I'm absolutely doing it. I like Duren, but how's he helping winning? He's not. Can he shoot? Absolutely not. What do we need around Cade? Shooting. And look, ultimately, you're not that far off. You're going to have to pay Duren. You know, so this is the type of thing where I don't think you get to just pass on the best available player. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So, here's the thing. So watching these playoffs, I think that I had an epiphany earlier in the series where I was looking at the Knicks and looking at how they've turned things around with Brunson. And then relating it to the Mavs, when they didn't re-sign Brunson, as a Mavs fan, I really liked Luka Doncic. I was pretty upset. But how they've kind of taken it one step further with Kyrie, it seems like it's worked out for both teams. So when I look at the Pistons, I don't see us having someone that has that tough DNA, that leadership that a Jalen Brunson has. I think we need to get someone like that. And I look at Cade, and I don't see Grant Hill. I see someone that's maybe Jerry Stackhouse, and that's where I see it, where we can kind of trade him to get better pieces down the line. I just don't see someone that, because people say Cade's not Luka. That's exactly the point. He's not Luka. He's more like Jason Tatum, like a bargain Jason Tatum. He's not making people around him better. And I'm sorry, if he was really like the real deal, regardless of like the front office personnel, he'd be making guys around him better. And I had not seen that.
I think if and again, Tom, maybe this is me being unfair, but I don't think it's an outlandish statement. If Cade were an all-NBA caliber player, you don't lose 30 games in a row. It just doesn't happen. Like there's a night where you just say there's going to be no more of this, and I'm going to pull us out of this. I like Cade. I don't blame him for about 75% of what's going on here. But overall, I'm with you. If you're not an all-NBA player or on track to be one, then what are we doing? Look, if I'm San Antonio, I'd pay through the nose for Cade Cunningham. I got Wembanyama on a rookie deal. He's going to win the MVP next year. I think the Spurs are going to be in championship contention way sooner than people realize. If I put Cade and Wembanyama in that pick and roll, how you guarding it? You think I care about giving up 3 first-round picks? You think I care about giving up a young player? So you just have to start looking at what is our window and what is the best way for us to deliver a parade to our fans. I'm not sure that giving Cade his extension at 5 at 270 and then trading everything you have for Brandon Ingram is that.
Yeah.
So think about it. We can talk about it. 248-539-9797. And just a friendly reminder. All right. So listen. I'm just kidding, guys. I mean, allow me some joy. Moran Buick GMC. Make sure you're all set this summer. Road trips galore.
All right.
What? Oh, would you? We're late. And I am a terrible friend, Rico. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Terrain starting at $279 a month. The 24 Encore, $229 a month, 36 months. Both $19.99 down, and I owe Rico lunch. Embarrassing. MoranExpress.com. You can check the stock. Yes, they have Yukon Denali's in stock as well. The service center, you know the drill. You get the free loaner, so you don't have to sit there in a waiting room. Always fast, always easy at MoranExpress.com. And Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. All right, 3 o'clock. Our very own Pierre Lebrun, our very own Toronto media expert, Mr. Kenneth G. Cott, has a Tiger-related report. And if you didn't like our conversation about Cade Cunningham, you're really going to hate the convo at 3, but we're having fun. I mean,
we're just pissing people off today.
No, we're just trying to find pathways to success. And Kenny brought something interesting to the table. So you know the way we do it here. I don't care who brings it to the table. If it's good, we're doing it.
Well, we can talk about the concert from last night.
Or elbow macaroni or weather patterns or I don't know. Yeah, dessert power rankings. I heard John doing that the other day.
What's your favorite cheese?
Yeah, no to all of it. Kenny, some ticket texts, and then we'll get a little football this hour. And I am excited about your idea, Kenny. I'm not being facetious because I think when you put the data behind it, it puts people to a real test, especially when I tell them what the price is.
Yeah, you took it to the next level. Like when Kenny called and told me that, I was like, Ken, that's a great idea. Yeah, we'll definitely put that on the show sheet. But then listening to you two, I was like, wait, no. Really?
Rico had a panic attack. All right, go ahead, Kenny.
I think a player's best ability is availability, and Cade Cunningham has been injured way too often for me to pay him a big contract.
It's hard to argue. I mean, I don't blame a man for his injuries, but they are a part of the story. That's fine.
Trade Cade, restore the restore, and draft Bronny and get LeBron for free.
That's not happening. LeBron would rather play ball in Siberia than come here.
He would. If that happened, the only good thing about it is you would get a Lions haul of picks from someplace because LeBron and Rich Paul would step in and say, okay, how much to relinquish the rights to Bronny to a real team?
Yeah. And I do wonder if there's something going on with this Danny Hurley thing to the Lakers. The idea that the Lakers are indeed going to find a way to acquire Bronny, and you're going to have Danny Hurley and LeBron as the coach and co-GM, if you will. And they're going to try to build this. I'm telling you, the Lakers don't live in reality. They truly live in their own dimension. That Danny Hurley thing, but does that not seem like a disaster from a mile away?
You know what, Mike? Every now and then on social media, when a report comes out, you have to click on the link to make sure it's not somebody who just made it up and it's a real source. Is this the real Woj or Woj Light? Like somebody just making up that name. I was like, Danny, really? Wow, because I thought it was all locked up for J.J. Redick and then okay.
But,
wow.
I mean, Danny Hurley is basically new wave Izzo. You are not going to roll into the NBA yelling and screaming at people. It is not going to happen. You'll fail.
But you know what, Mike? Maybe down the road, it's good because he goes to the Lakers. He fails. Timing links up in East Lansing.
You're a sick ticket.
Tell me, come on, man. Think about it.
You are a
He
sick
fails
ticket.
in 2 years. Izzo walks away in 2 years.
Okay, sure. I'll be rooting for you. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Trade a 6'9" point guard. Cade is a mismatch nightmare. You cannot trade him.
Okay, but hold on. Just work with me. 14 wins. 17 wins. 20 wins. Guys.
And like the one texter said, there's a lot of injuries in there as well. So he's not playing all the game.
I love Cade.
I do too.
But if you're Trajan Langdon, is Cade Cunningham who you want to basically bet your professional future on? I just have doubts whether Cade will ever be an all-NBA player. And if you're not one of those, can you win a championship? The answer is no. You need if you nerd out on this and you look at the first team all-NBA list, I'm pretty sure you need one of those guys to win a championship. Now, if you want to pretend you can redo 04 again and win 72-68, God bless. Yes, Kenny, this is where you speak.
He would be an upgrade over White or Holiday, but okay, Mike.
No, he wouldn't. First of all, that's an all-NBA defensive backcourt. Derek White and Drew Holiday are overall better basketball players than Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham has never played a meaningful game in his life. These guys are battle-tested. Drew is a champion. Drew is also a guy
lockdown
who was
defender.
He's a lockdown defensive player. He can play on and off ball, and he can play championship caliber basketball and run a team. Derek White has proven to be one of the most criminally underrated players in the game. He can guard everyone. He's a two-way guy. He's a superior defensive player to Cade Cunningham. His three-point shooting is superior to Cade Cunningham. Tell me you don't know basketball without telling me. You can take that butthurt elsewhere. I like Cade. We're not going to turn this into me versus Cade or something. I love Cade. But, sorry, these guys are playing in real games. Like, Derek White has dropped 21 in an NBA Finals game. Cade hasn't gotten to the finals of the Nike Hoop Summit. Dude, am I out of line?
No, you're not, because I guess people are looking at, well, Cade, he leads the team in scoring, but there's other intangibles that those guys bring, especially when you can just shut down Kyrie.
Yeah, I was going to say, is Cade locking down Kyrie?
No, and that's just it. The fact, okay, what you don't get in them scoring baskets, Kyrie, finished with 12 points?
He was awful.
Right. Like,
he had
one of
no
the worst
room.
games he's had in a long time.
He had one really open shot. One.
Yeah.
And it was on a blown switch.
So Pistons fans, just to give you an apples, it was like the value of Tayshaun Prince back in the day. He was a defender. Or Ben Wallace. Didn't score a lot, but man, he would shut other people down. Since we were doing the nostalgic thing.
I feel you. Go ahead, Kenny.
White over Cade. Someone's been drinking today. LOL.
Okay.
The only way you trade Cade is if you get a king's ransom. Moving him otherwise would be a mistake.
Hey, do me a favor on something, too. Why don't you just pull up some numbers on Derek White and tell me what you see? And factor in that he's one of the 5 best defensive guards in the sport. See, I actually feel bad for you guys because you don't know anything about basketball because your franchise is so terrible. But if Cade is so sweet, why can't you ever win any games? Guys, you have an elite backcourt in the NBA Finals. I reserve the right to tell you they're better basketball players. Is Cade a plus defender? Is Cade a difference maker on that end of the floor? Or do you guys think you're playing NBA 2K? You're switching the argument here because you don't like the real one. Oh, you said player A rather than Cade. It's not the argument. The argument is simple. He wouldn't start for the Boston Celtics. And he wouldn't start in the backcourt for the Dallas Mavericks. End. So if he can't start for championship teams, why do I care about him? And why am I going to pay him when my team is at the bottom? There's nowhere to go for this franchise. Now, if they keep him, I'm also okay with that. But I need to see a pathway. What is the plan that goes with it in order for me to get where I want to be? See, this is just the issue. No one watches basketball in this town. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No one watches basketball at the station. It just doesn't matter. Cade is a woeful three-point shooter. Cade is a non-factor defensively. And these are things that Derek White dominates him in. But that doesn't matter to you. You know why? Because you built a team that can't shoot the three. And you're used to it now. You're accustomed to it. If a guy can't shoot the three, you know where he is on my power rank? He doesn't make the list. See, I live in the real NBA. I live in the real world. If you can't shoot the three, you can't play.
Which is the new NBA game.
And Cade has been a dreadful three-point shooter for his career. True or false?
True.
Have a nice day. Go ahead, Kenneth.
Serious question, no smarm or sarcasm. What does a realistic return for Cade even look like?
Depends who you trade him to and what you're asking for. But for me, like the Spurs thing, probably 3 first-round picks plus a player. Just spitballing. I mean, again, for the Spurs, it's different. He doesn't have to be the best player on the team. Yeah. He can be Wemba. And Wembanyama, by the way, is going to be the best player in basketball within the next year. So it's a totally different scenario.
And depending on the player you get back in return, maybe you get 2 first-round picks. But, yeah, at least 3 bodies in return for Cade.
Last one here. The problem with trading Cade is players as good as Cade only come available in the draft every 5 to 10 years in the modern NBA.
Really?
Okay.
You could talk to him.
I know he was taken number 1.
I got to go home. I can't take any more of these people.
But just because you're taking number 1 overall does not mean that you're that generational player.
Yeah, you know what's funny?
Wembanyama will be a generational player.
Wembanyama's better than Cade. Anthony Edwards is better than Cade. There's 2 in the last 4 years.
So, yeah, just
Come on,
because you
guys.
went number one doesn't mean, But
I quit. These people are out of their minds.
Stay
Rico,
with me.
read something, will you please?
Please stay with me.
Read read something.
It's free.
Yeah, please listen. It's free.
Planet Fitness is home of the judgment-free zone. Anybody, and I mean anybody, can go and work out there, including you listening in your car. You can go feel comfortable and work on your fitness goals. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. And at Planet Fitness, you may experience the squeaky clean gyms that has tons of equipment, friendly, knowledgeable staff, and a judgment-free atmosphere. If you're short on time, don't even worry about it. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And now through June 14th, $1 down, $10 a month. That's all you'll pay for a Planet Fitness membership. $1 down, $10 a month. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, you'll probably want to upgrade yourself to the Black Card. And also, Planet Fitness invites teenagers ages 14 to 19 to work out for free all summer long. Registration is now, and it's open to teens. They can work out at any of our locations free until August 31st. See planetfitness.com for more information and to register. And go to your local Planet Fitness right now, or you can go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, let's get a little football in the mix. Touch the table. Dan Campbell spoke today. We'll check in on everything NFL with football today.
So CBS released a ranking of new quarterback wide receiver duos, not the same old, but new quarterback or a new wide receiver in the mix. They also have projected stats. I wanted your take on all of it. Who do you think is going to work, not work, and where they fall in the rankings? Sound good?
Yes.
So
all right.
they've never played together.
They've never played together. Okay. Brand new duo.
Okay.
So number 12 on the list is Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton, projected 61 receptions, 835 yards, 10 TDs.
No way. I don't believe in Bo Nix. And Cortland Sutton he's supposed to be a lot of things. I'm not a big fan of his. I'm just going to say no to that whole thing.
See, I'm going to buy into it because I think it's a little bit of the CMB, the Cash Money Brothers, they got out in Denver. So this is my quarterback. That's my receiver. The coach wants to keep his job. We're just going to chuck this thing up. We're going 7-on-7 right now. So I can see ridiculous video game type numbers, but because you're losing so badly, it's not that you're winning. It's just you're down by 30-some points and the other team quit playing around halftime.
Number 10, number 11, Daniel Jones and Malik Neighbors. 68 receptions, 969 yards, 5 TDs.
Oh, God. Everybody seems to love Neighbors in the OTAs. A lot of sizzle. I don't believe in Daniel Jones. I don't believe in his durability. I don't believe in his ability to push the ball down the field. And I don't believe in the ability of the Giants' offensive line to protect him. No matter how many pieces they've thrown at it, it hasn't worked. So I'll say no, but I'm also a cynic when it comes to my own football team.
But he's your guy right now, right? There's no other real receiver or really scoring threat.
Oh, what about Wan'Dale Robinson? All 4 feet of him. Okay. No, there's not.
Because Waller is doing his best Ray Lewis impression with the music. So, yeah, Kenny, if Jones can stay healthy, I don't know if they'll hit those numbers. But, yeah, I think they're going to have some type of a connection. They have to for this man's sanity and for Big G.
Number 10, Russell Wilson, George Pickens, 55 receptions, over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns.
That could work. It could work just based on Russ's accuracy, and Pickens is such a big target. I don't love Russ by any stretch, but if the comp is Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton, I'll take that duo over the Bo Nix one. I think Pickens could be anything he wants to be if he's serious about football. And if Russ, who is clearly better than Kenny Pickett, let's just be fair, yeah, I could see that working.
See, I don't, because I don't think that Russ is going to stay the quarterback. So that's why I don't think that duo will work. I think in the end that Fields will take over. So I'm going to say no on that one, Kenny.
This one I'm excited to see. Number 9, Justin Herbert and Ladd McConkey. 71 receptions, 948 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Yes.
Wait, what are those numbers again?
71 receptions, 948 yards, only 5 touchdowns.
I just think it works with Harbaugh. Some checkdowns, some good third downs, great route runner. Yeah. He's a Harbaugh kind of player. You know Herbert's a stud.
Great system receiver. It worked perfectly.
Hunter Renfrow kind of deal.
Yeah, working out a new offense, so a check down guy is going to be essential in this. Yeah, okay.
Number 8, Will Levis, Calvin Ridley, 62 receptions, 899 yards, 9 touchdowns. Paul Sarah shaking his head.
You don't believe in Will Levis?
No,
Paul?
I do not.
No.
I
don't either. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Calvin Ridley. I was very disappointed in Calvin Ridley's return last year, so I'll say no to that on both ends.
This one you might say yes to. Number 7, Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze, 56 receptions, 800 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Yes, all
That's
of
it.
No, I'll buy all the stock in that duo.
Yeah,
all of it. I continue to say it. I think the Bears are going to be better than people recognize. They're going to be a problem. They have stacked a lot of talent, and even if you're not all in on Caleb, look at the weapons. Look at that defense backing them up. Yeah, I'll say yes to this.
And what helps the Bears out, Mike, is their schedule, where I think it's set up that they can come out the gate and win some games and not look as bad. And that breeds confidence in Caleb, because if he went out there and just got pounded early, you may be seeing Bryce Young effects. But, yeah, I'll buy that, Kenny.
Number 6, Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, 79 receptions, over 1,000 yards, and 6 touchdowns.
It's the most difficult one yet. Scary Terry has been so screwed over by quarterback play. The question is just, can Jaden Daniels translate the verticality of what they were doing at LSU and do it in the pros behind an offensive line that got Sam Howell murdered? This is a really difficult one, Kenny. On paper, I love it, but I get so scared because that's like Giants light with that O-line.
Right. How much is he going to get a lot of yards with his legs because he's running for his life and he won't have enough time in the pocket to actually throw? I'm going to say no. I think that just Jaden Daniels by himself will be that dual threat type of guy, but I wonder if he'll end up almost kind of like how Justin Fields was for that first year in Chicago, where he would make these ridiculous circus-like throws down the field, but most of his big-time plays were him running the ball 50 yards because he was afraid for his life.
So we got a Rico No and a Mike Maybe.
I'm sorry. It's confusing.
Kenny's like, just answer the question.
Josh Allen and Keon Coleman, 61 receptions, 826 yards, 5 touchdowns.
I'm saying no to it. Keon's not a good route runner. He's not interested in blocking, and he's not reliable. I mean, Josh will throw the ball out there, but Keon is just I can't with it. I can't. I thought he was fine enough at Florida State, but I didn't think he was, oh my God, he was fine.
Yes, I don't know if he can handle being a number one.
And that's all they have.
Yeah.
Shakur is their number 2, I think. They lost everybody else. And if you're not a great route runner and you can't get off the line of scrimmage in the NFL, that scares me.
But is his route just going to be go deep? Because if that's his route, then he can hit those numbers. And
all right, Rico's going to talk me into it.
Yeah.
It'll be a bunch of cowboy moonballs.
Thank you. Cowboy.
Woo!
Number 4, the JJ to JJ connection, JJ McSizzle and Justin Jefferson, 105 receptions, 1,500 yards, 7 touchdowns.
If it can work with Nick Mullins, it can work with you. I'll say yes. It's just the pure greatness of Justin Jefferson.
And I'm going to still say it depends on what happens before that bye week with Darnold. If Darnold puts them in a position where they're like above 500, they may not make that switch and let JJ kind of almost redshirt this year and really learn everything. If they're down, then yeah, Kenny, it can work. So for people out there saying, oh, you're just hating on JJ, no, I just wonder how quickly will they pull Darnold.
And let's power through the last 3 real quick. Kirk Cousins, Drake London, Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., and 1 C.J. Stroud, Steph Diggs.
Am I wrong to believe in all 3 of those?
Well, see, I don't know about the Steph Diggs
one.
one.
The Diggs one scares me because of Nico and Tank Dell.
Because they have better receivers. I'm just going to say it. They got better receivers.
2 yeses and a no.
Yes.
I'm in.
Because Kyler Murray may have his career revived out in the desert.
And if Harrison is what's advertised, a dead guy could make him look good. It's the JJ principle, right? With Marvin, with Numbnuts. With McCarr. Oh, it's JJ and JJ.
Yeah, just throw the ball somewhere within this 10-yard radius. I'll get it.
2 yeses and a no, Kenny.
And that is In Football Today.
Hi, everybody. FanDuel. So last night, the NBA Finals. FanDuel, million ways to play. $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. That's $200 to use on SGPs, live bets, and so much more. No better place to bet the finals than FanDuel. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. And restrictions apply. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers start a 3-game weekend series with the first-place Brewers at Comerica Park tonight. After a 4-3 road trip in Boston and Texas, Detroit right now 31-31 entering the 6-game homestand. Reese Olson gets the ball tonight. First pitch at 6:40, that pregame at 6:15, right here on 97.1. Mandatory minicamp officially over for the Lions in Allen Park after the final round of OTAs next week, too. The next time they'll gather as a team will be for training camp in late July, and Lee McNeil is excited for that. He's ready to get the pads on and see what this team is really made of. Not the most encouraging news here. McNeil's running mate at defensive tackle DJ Reader might not be ready for the start of training camp. Head coach Dan Campbell says he's still working his way back after tearing his quad last season in a Bengals uniform. The Athletics' James Edwards III reports that, quote, all signs point to the Pistons signing Cade Cunningham to a max contract extension this offseason. Cunningham averaged over 22 points a game in year 3 last year, and Edwards says, quote, he's 99.9% sure he gets an extension in Detroit this summer. And Detroit's annual bowl game at Ford Field needs a new title sponsor. It was most recently the Quick Lane Bowl since 2014, and it's also been the Little Caesars Pizza Bowl and the Motor City Bowl in its history. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. And you heard the report in Luke Sloan's update. I don't think it's surprising. You know, they're going to come in. All right, we're going to pay Cade $250 million. All right, good luck. Show me the pathway to getting good players here. I really need to see it. But, Kenny, we wanted to talk about something else. Tigers are 31-31. They're back at it tonight. They're going to play the Brew Crew. Kind of this idea off yesterday's show, we talked about Javi's not just bad. He's challenging the all-time record for futility, not just for a shortstop, but in the history of the sport, with a 462 OPS and the worst season in modern baseball history, 1968, was Hal Lanier with a 461. So it's this idea of, okay, if you believe this team's going to challenge for the wild card, do you really have any more time to waste trotting out a player who is actually helping you lose? Javi Baez is a negative baseball player. His defense does not make up for his debilitating, and may I add, league worst OPS at the shortstop position. Just doesn't. So we were sitting and talking pre-show, and Kenny brought something up. And Kenny, by the way, I have a Canadian news report for you about the Red Wings. We can get to that later, though. You're not going to like it. It's a name you've been touting, and a hated rival may be the team who wants to go and get him. We'll get to that a little later, but give us the spiel here.
So coming off of yesterday, we were talking about DFAing Javi Baez by the 4th of July. Earlier in the week, we talked about Vlad Jr. in Toronto. Everything that I hear from Toronto media basically says they need to blow this up, and the longer they don't, the worse they're going to be long term. I think that gets back to management. So my idea is, all right, we've DFA'd Javi Baez. In our minds, we have. So let's go after their shortstop, who also is one of the trade bait pieces that they have, Bo Bichette. And you might be like, oh, Kenny, he's having a down year. That's not a good idea. Well, first of all, Javi Baez is like a 30 OPS plus, right? 70% worse than league average. Bo Bichette on a down year is 80, which is already a 50% increase over Javi, and that's on a down year. We're used to him. I think the stat that I found was 120s and above for every single career year for OPS plus for Bo Bichette. He's had great OPS. He's been league MVP candidate every single year, American League MVP candidate every single year up until this down year. This screams to me that a change of scenery could help the guy. This is his first OPS under 800. I mean, yes, he's having a down year, but I think it represents a substantial improvement at the shortstop position, even if he is on a down year.
But now here's what you have to talk about: the cost of acquisition. See, this is where you're not going to like the conversation, because if I'm Toronto, I'm going, oh, you want Bo Bichette with a year and a half of team control? He's been top three-time All-Star, 3-time recipient of MVP votes. Oh, you want that? Okay, great. Tarek Skubal. That's what I'm saying if I'm Alex Atkins in Toronto.
Straight up.
Yeah. Because the reality is, I have a guy who's an everyday player at the most important position on the baseball field at shortstop. I have a player who's led the league in hits. I have a player who's been healthy his entire career, unlike Skubal. I have a player who is a 3-time All-Star. I have a player that has played baseball at an MVP caliber level, even though he hasn't won the MVP. Now, if you tell me, all right, I'm not dealing Skubal and they wouldn't ask for it, great. Jackson Jobe plus. I'm just telling you what Toronto would ask for. And again, he's having a down year. Respect. But I saw a trade proposal the other day. Dodger media was kicking around, and it was literally 2 of their top 3 prospects in a loaded minor league system. Well, who's your top prospect, Jackson Jobe? So I'll leave it to you guys. I'm not in love with Bo Bichette, but Kenny's not wrong. Even in a down year, he's a 50% improvement over Javi.
Which doesn't take a lot, by the way. Javi's played historically bad.
The whole point is if Bo Bichette only regains half of his form from last year, he becomes one of your best players.
Well, here's what I'll also say. I would try not to do the Skubal thing for that. Jackson Jobe, I would let you pick who you want to take, because if he is just average, think of all the games that you could win because you have somebody at shortstop that can play and can also do something at the plate. So all of those games where you're losing by a run or you can barely score, now you're able to knock people in. Yes, I would give up 2 prospects in order to get him. I would try to steer away from Skubal, because I think now if you add him, you kind of open your window up to, okay, now you're going to make a push for the playoffs. So we're kind of going to need Skubal. And now with control over Bichette, now you have a piece of your core to go along with the Riley Greens.
Well, and that's the key. He's 26 years old. So if we're talking about, hey, the Tigers have to spend money, what if Bichette becomes one of those expenditures that in a year and a half I have to sign him? But he's 26. He fits what I'm trying to do here.
And you have the money.
And you don't. Look, I'm not trying to be rude. There are 2 positions that you simply don't have anyone in the pipeline. You do not have a shortstop, and you do not have a first baseman.
Huh?
So Vlad or Bo Bichette makes sense if I'm trying to expedite the rebuild and provide a – look, if you want to understand why it's okay to try to trade for a guy in a down year, your baseball people have to say – we think it's fixable, or the underlying metrics are saying he should be better than he is.
But maybe, Mike, he just needs to change the scenery.
Fine. The point I'm making is when a guy has been up in the major leagues and has established a track record, a baseline of who he is, and it's north of an 800 OPS and it's an all-star caliber, guys, an all-star shortstop that's 2-way, that's offense and defense, and that generally is going to hit the better part of 25 or 30 home runs, that's very expensive. Like that, they don't grow on trees. Here's the other thing that's going to break your heart is if Bo Bichette gets traded, there's a very good chance he goes to Cleveland. Because Atkins worked for Shapiro in Cleveland for a long time. There's a relationship there. Cleveland's also loaded with middle infielders and always loaded with pitching. So there's a chance you could be staring down that Cleveland, who's already exponentially better than you, would then add Bo Bichette and keep him. And now you deal with that. Now, you don't make a deal to keep him from them. I'm just making a point to you.
Yeah.
I would, look, if we presume that the Tigers are going to continue to hover around this wild card, do you think it's totally insane, partially insane, or actually sensible to talk about adding a long-term piece? Not a rental, not dealing prospects for someone who's leaving. Bo Bichette, you'd have the rest of this year and all of next year.
And I think adding Bo Bichette would put you north of that 500 spot, and now all of a sudden you go from being on the fringe of the wild card to you could probably overtake because we've often said you have 90 wins with the pitching staff.
And think about this. And I know you don't run a team for this reason, but I want people to think about how would your view of Chris Ilitch change if they traded for Bo Bichette and DFA'd Javi Baez?
Brother, I'd be buying that home plate package deal.
But you get the point.
No, exactly. No. You would fire up the fan base because they're there. They just don't
again,
have anything to really hold on to.
Why can't you be rebuilding, but add to your rebuild? Again, I'm not trading for Pete Alonso, who's 36, who's expiring. Excuse me. I had two different thoughts in my mind at the same time. The point is, like, in the offseason, do I really want to be signing 37-year-old Paul Goldschmidt? No. So it's just an idea of I'm adding someone who fits the age profile, whether it be Vladdy or Bo Bichette.
And if you do this, Mike, because I think that, yes, I would give up my top 2 prospects in a heartbeat to get this thing done, because I think, and if you do that, you don't have to trade your pitching. You can keep all of those guys and just say, okay, let's go. And you pray to God that a spark happens with Torque and he can come back and do something.
And again, you would have to price it out. If I were dealing Skubal, it's going to be for something probably on a different track. It would probably be to reload the offensive prospect in a couple spots.
Yeah, Skubal, I'm looking more towards Baltimore, who's a little more desperate.
Right. But you got to price it out. I just thought it was interesting. And Kenny, with Toronto media, the Blue Jays are edging closer to having to do this. And I don't know that they'll trade both Bo and Vlad. They've got them both through next year, but they're going to have to do something. And if look, you don't have a first baseman, not at the major league level, nor in your pipeline, and you don't have a shortstop, nor at the major league level or in the pipeline. If you think free agency is a better road, it probably isn't. Not for those two positions. The first basemen that are available, hello, Rowdy Tellez. Ryan O'Hearn if the club option doesn't trigger. Like Paul Goldschmidt, who's Rico's age. Do you want Pete Alonso?
No.
$250 million. Like, you just start to ask yourself, okay, what if we go on this ride and they're 2.5 games out of the wild card? How much better are they? Take Javi out? Go get Bo Bichette on a down year? Minimum, you're 50% better. Maximum, you've transformed your lineup and transformed your team. So I'm asking you. And again, a month from now, if the team has a lousy June and they play their way out of it, would you feel that different? No. Why? Because I'm desperate to get a cornerstone player in my lineup and do it at shortstop. Because Javi, whether he's DFA'd in July or DFA'd in the offseason, there is, barring a miraculous turnaround by him, there is a 0% chance he plays with the Detroit Tigers next year. So knowing that, what are you going to do about it? 248-539-9797. I think it's interesting, Kenny, and I'm not laughing at you because I do believe they're going to deal the guy. I do.
I would just try to do it without having to move Skubal. I'll give you all the prospects you want because I think that adding him opens up your window now because you got that pitching staff.
Yeah, and look.
That in any series, you have the advantage once the playoffs come around, especially a shorter series.
Yeah, I just don't see a way Kenny would be able to execute his caper, keeping both Skubal and Job. No. So, one of them's got to go. You want to keep Skubal? First of all, let me be the first to tell you, I'd be fine if the organization attempted to sign Skubal. I'm just worried about who his agent is. So, do what you want with that. But if you kept Skubal, added Bichette, got a contract extension done, do we feel better about the rebuild?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Guys, having a little fun with you on a Friday. The team is playing some meaningful games here. And every night that they play Javi Baez is generally a night they're allowing someone to undermine their operation because he sucks. Like historically bad. Like he's the Dyson vacuums of athletes. A level of suck that really you just can't compete with in the market. He really sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, good talk.
No, he does.
Rico, tell him about a career in media.
Or how about we just go 97-1?
So I know that this topic's not simple. I know it's complicated, but it's just the idea of we always view trades in the way of I'm either selling and furthering my rebuild, or I'm buying and saying F my future and going all in. But it's more complicated than that. There are deals that exist in the middle that allow you to continue along your track, but adding something to your core. And I do think the Toronto situation that's looming, I think it's interesting. And you're reading reports that a lot of people are checking in with Toronto on Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette. Both players have one more year left. Bichette voided his arbitration by signing a 3-year, $30-some-odd million deal, and Vlad still has one ARB year left. But it's the idea both pieces through to 2025 would be your best player from day one, and it would be a part of your core. They're both 25 and 26 years old. I'm not laughing when Kenny brings it up because you have to find pathways. I don't think you can exclusively draft and develop or exclusively F them picks.
Mm-hmm.
I think there needs to be a little bit of both. And all I know is if we're going to go on a ride with this team and just try to have some fun and see if they can sneak into the wild card, every day you play Javi Baez is a day you are efforting your opponent's ability to win, because Javi Baez is arguably the worst player to ever play Major League Baseball at this point. I mean, he is
historically bad.
Right. And again, if you want to say, well, his defense doesn't begin to approach the level of suck his offense is providing. So I'm just asking you, would you be willing to give up something coveted to acquire one of these pieces? And if you want to know why Bo Bichette on a down year still has value, A, it's shortstop. It's the most important position on the field. It's the hardest damn thing to find. And B, when a guy has a track record established over 3 seasons of being an all-star and receiving MVP votes, that's why. So if you don't like it, feel free. Tell me why. If you don't think either player helps you, or you doubt your ability to sign them, or you simply believe that a Jackson Jobe or a Skubal, like those guys are just going to work and you feel it in your bones, that's fine too. 248-539-9797. Kenny?
I was going to say with Jackson Jobe, I mean, it's like one of those with Fetter here. You figure, you know what? You'll always have good pitching.
True.
But, man, it'll be a shot in the arm that your shortstop position will go from being a liability to an asset overnight. And, yeah, I'm talking with Kenny pre-show, maybe it's just simply a change of scenery. It's not like he's just all of a sudden tanked. He's having a bad year, but you've seen what he can do throughout his career. I'd do this in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and what he can do in a year is substantial. I mean, look, this is his OPS plus his career. 144, 127, 121, 128, 123. I mean, this is a productive hit. There's a reason that he's gotten all these MVP votes, and there's a reason why he's a productive hitter.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see, but if that doesn't make him even in a down year, he'd be your best player.
100%. Same. We talked about this with Vlad too. Yeah, he's having a down year too.
From a power standpoint.
From a power standpoint, yes. But he'd still be the best hitter on your lineup.
Yeah. Let me see what the people have to say. We'll get some ticket texts as well. And no one's yelling and screaming about it, but it's just something interesting. You follow the sport, you see the reports. Kenny's sick listening to Toronto radio. It's just there for you. Cameron, 97.1. What's up, Cam? How you been?
I'll admit I have to apologize. Mistakes were made. I tried getting Javi the Black Opal from Uncut Gems, but unfortunately it was a Fugazi, so mea culpa. I will say, though, Jobe, I'd be fine with giving him up, provided we extend Flaherty. But you know what? If it gets us Bo Bichette and possibly or Vlad, you know what? I'm in.
I mean, look, Cameron, here's the only thing we can do with a topic like this is we can have fun with it as fans, and then you arrive at this question, and it's just simple. Do you at least you understand the angle and you think it'd be interesting to make a phone call, right? Like on that level, The rest of it is up to Toronto. If Toronto's pricing is way out of whack, we're not going to play. But I do think it's okay to look at 25 and 26-year-old players that would immediately become a cornerstone for me.
Exactly. Pick up the phone and start dialing, as you say.
Yes. No, Cam, I'm with you. And again, the Baez thing, they're 31-31 despite him. They're 31-31 in spite of their offense. And they are a couple games out of the wild card. And the Twins are busy getting annihilated by the Yankees and coming back down to earth. If you believe you've got a chance.
You guys have always had their number lately.
You hate to see it. No, and it's just, Rico, I guess my point is I'm not making fun of Kenny's idea because even if the team lost and fell out of contention, it still makes sense because I can go into next season having my core more established.
There it is. Because you've been told once the core is established, we're going to go out and spend money. It's what we all expected from Javi Baez or Harvey Baez, just to go out there and be average. That's what the bar is.
Right.
If Bichette can just be average, you're still going to help this team win games. You have a pitching staff that can win you 90-plus games. Can you get just a key hit or two in tough spots in the 8th or 9th inning? You're not sitting there saying, okay, just don't swing at a ball that's 4 feet away from the plate.
Right. And if we get Bichette, we sign him long term, it really shows you that, like, it shows fans, hey, we're going to spend. It's going to be okay. We're not in this wheel of mediocrity where we just keep going around the same, in a circle.
Kenny, all of a sudden you start looking at Scott Harris a lot differently because it's like, okay, he's finally doing some stuff and making some moves. And now when he says, hey, I'm going to spend money, okay, you've earned a little equity and trust.
And listen, Kenny, look, I know this will be made fun of by people on the station. I don't care. It's a conversation. We're talking sports, and I don't think it's insane.
We need a shortstop. They're selling a shortstop.
I don't believe Bo Bichette should only go to the Dodgers so Mookie can go play another position and fully bloom. Or we should just allow him to go to the Guardians. Like, why can't you participate? You want to okay, does a 25-year-old player fit your timeline? Yes. Having a guy through next season, does that fit what you're trying to do? Yes. So here's the question. If you don't do this, are you really putting Javi back out there next year? No. Well, then what's your answer? What are you going to do? Sign the dead body of Tim Anderson?
If you put
an
Javi
equally bad player?
You put Javi back out there, you just told everybody I don't care.
Correct. That's why there's a 0% chance.
I'm sorry. Looks like and feels like you don't care.
That's right. Tony, 97.1. Hi, Tone. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, great topic, guys. Hey, listen, a couple quick points. One is, why do we always have to be last when making a trade, i.e. wait till the trade deadline? Why can't we get in front of things like you're suggesting, especially with Flaherty? Because I'm worried that Scott Harris is going to turn Flaherty into Rodriguez from last year and wait till the last minute and get nothing for him. So why not get weeks ahead of time and convince a team for a good mid-prospect, a bat, that you got 20 starts versus 10 starts at the end of the trade deadline?
Well, it also, listen, the market has to develop. You don't necessarily get to pick when you start the market. Other teams have to be willing to dance. It is rare. I'll defend the organization in this regard. It is rare to see a trade in early June. Now, the Luis Arraez thing took place real early in this season out of nowhere. Generally speaking, it'll start about a month from now. But you can make the phone calls. Look, I think that's the thing, Tony, that I would like to see most. Show me a report that Scott Harris checked in on Player X. Show me that the Tigers are in the market for ... When you don't see those reports, I'm sorry, in 2024, it means it's not happening.
Hey, I got something really funny for you.
Sure.
Here's a great trade proposal. Ready?
Oh, boy.
We'll trade Jackson Jobe for Bichette. And while we're talking Toronto, why don't we trade Bergeron and a couple picks for Marner? Might as well do everything for Toronto.
Yeah, there you go. We'll do a package deal, one postage stamp.
Yeah.
Tony, I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you. I do have one of Kenny Cott's targets for the Red Wings, and there's a report that I think is going to upset Kenny greatly.
And he'll give that to us
next.
97.1.
Woo!
Introducing now easy, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, all in. Now, that's calming. It's like a deep massage at the beginning of a 3-day weekend. Don't you wish every day could be like that? That's not me, Mike. It's what it says on the paper. Plus, now with an unlimited data, no commercials, and no hidden fees and plenty of peace of mind. Just simple internet at a simple price. It's everything you want and nothing you don't. It's time to get easier internet like right now. Because with Now, you can save more, worry less, and simple internet with no strings attached. Because who likes strings? Nobody. That's who. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month, all in. It's better tech at a better price and better than 5G home internet. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Stanley Cup Final gets underway tomorrow night in Sunrise, Florida. The Panthers, making their second straight appearance in the finals, are the favorites to win the series against Edmonton, who's playing for the Cup for the first time since '06. Oilers captain Connor McDavid was asked about the contrasting styles between his high-scoring, high-flying club and the hard-nosed Panthers. The puck drops 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and fun fact, this is the furthest distance between two teams playing in the finals in NHL history. Spencer Torkelson's been hitting since the Tigers sent him down to Toledo this week in 12 ABs. Tork's got 5 hits, including 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. Detroit plays Milwaukee tonight at 6:40. Michigan Panthers take on the Birmingham Stallions in the USFL Conference title game tomorrow. Panthers 7-3 on the season, and they could clinch a berth to the inaugural UFL Championship game tomorrow. And Oklahoma softball finished up a sweep of Texas last night, becoming the first school in NCAA history to win 4 straight national championships. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so Kenny, just a quick note, man, and we may as well touch the table. Interesting. You like Elliot Friedman or not?
Yes, absolutely.
Quote, Chicago is starting to make noises like they want to move things along a bit here, close quote. Do you know who that's in reference to?
No, I have no idea.
The Chicago Blackhawks and your main squeeze. His last name starts with your middle name.
Jake Gensel?
Correct.
Dang it.
Friedman said, I don't think it's impossible that the Blackhawks are considering a move for Gensel. His negotiating rights could be had for a mid-round pick. Blackhawks are loaded, and there are rumblings out of Chicago. Hey, how insulting is this? Rumblings out of Chicago, they want to move the rebuild along.
I don't understand that at all. Chicago's nowhere near close enough to wanting Jake Gensel. That seems backwards to me.
I don't make the news, I just report it.
That would be such a mistake by them.
Because Gensel's about to be 30, correct?
Yeah, he doesn't fit the timeline of their rebuild. I get wanting to add pieces around Bedard, but not that piece. That's an odd one for me.
What type of draft pick are you giving up to get his negotiating rights?
To get Gensel's negotiating rights?
Mm-hmm.
A mid-round pick.
What kind of money is he in line for?
I would guess somewhere to the tune of 7, something like that.
A little lower than I was going to say.
8.
All right. I always overshoot when it comes to free agency in the NHL because the numbers are always zany.
You got to remember, hockey's a poverty sport.
It is.
We don't give out big contracts.
I was going to say like 8.5. But okay, I just wanted to let you know, Blackhawks might be involved. If you believe in Elliot Friedman, this is a name you termed it as splashy, vital, great fit for the Wings. You think Kane is walking out the door. Well, maybe the Blackhawks are interested in your main target. I thought you'd want to know.
He fits a team like the Wings in our rebuild because we're right there on the doorstep. Chicago, brutal last year. They're young and trying to figure it out. They're not ready for Jake.
They want to move it along.
Trying to screw the Red Wings, those Blackhawks.
They're just tired of sitting there and meddling around. They want to get better.
I just had to give Kenny the news.
I don't like that one bit. And I trust Freed. He's one of the best in the business.
Hey.
If it's coming out of his mouth, it's probably dull, but it's probably true.
Okay, then.
He's not the most elaborate guy. He's not
All
the
right.
most exuberant personality.
Let's get a few of the ticket texts. We'll touch the table with this week Sports by the Numbers. We got a lot to do today. Go ahead, Kenny.
I'd do Job over Scooble because Job is a walking injury.
I wonder if you could get out of that without Job being involved. The problem would be there's no scenario in any proposals I've seen for Bichette. You're getting either 2 of the top 5 or the organization's top prospect. Well, if I translate that to the Tigers and it's not Job, then you got to start talking about things that might really scare you. And you're not, Max Clark or McGonigal or whatever it may be. I'm just telling you, these are the proposals you can read about, and you see the value of a player. Now, look, this is Scott Harris's job. You got to learn to fleece people. You got to learn to be able to win deals. Yeah. I'm not laughing at Kenny's idea about Bo Bichette.
No, but I mean, the fact that you have money right now, if you could add to the core right now, you can go out and get other pieces. You can start winning rather than waiting 2, 3, 4 years down the line. Because I don't think people want that. I mean, you have the pitching staff now. So guess what? You can keep all of your arms there. And within 2 years, we're having conversations about the Tigers like we're having conversations about the Lions, where you're talking World Series and nobody's laughing at you.
Correct.
And Scott Harris is still relatively new around here. If he makes this deal happen or anything like it, then immediately the trust goes from, I'm not sure about this guy, to this guy might be pretty smart.
Yes, and again, we're just building off of the last few days of conversation. I think this is a franchise and an organization that has a very bad image with their general public. I think the fans, a lot of them are very annoyed or completely disengaged. And whether it is right, wrong, fair, or unfair, they believe you are cheap. So you don't do things just to win your fans over. That's not what I'm suggesting. Acquiring a 26-year-old three-time All-Star shortstop who has led the league in hits, who even in a down year would be one of your best players, and who, by the way, I think he's hitting 380 in his last 18 games. He is turning it on a little bit. Just the idea of, hey, that's not crazy. Another year of team control as well gives you a chance to stabilize, insulate players like Riley Green, insulate players like Colt Keith. Then in the offseason, maybe you go and get your first baseman. What's your lineup look like next year if it's Riley Green, Colt Keith, Bo Bichette, Pete Alonso? Like all of a sudden you start to go, wait a minute now. We got good in a hurry.
And then you are a little bit encouraged, as you heard with the update, that, hey, you know what? Torque's starting to hit the ball down in AAA. So maybe.
No, stop.
I said maybe.
Stop right there.
Not to dump ice water on
Like,
it,
you
though.
don't have a first baseman right now. So you know what? Put it this way. Given all the numbers that you gave yesterday, if Torque is your worst person OPS-wise, fine. I'll live with that because it's not historically bad like it is with Javi. You have a real person at shortstop if you make this trade.
Well, that's the other thing.
I can live with that trade-off if that's your worst person at first.
All right, you make the trade, you DFA Javi, and you make one keynote signing in the offseason. You've shown your fans you're willing to spend. You're showing your fans you're trying to win, both in the short and long term. I mean, think about it. I mean, we're taking the field tonight. They're 31-31, couple games out of the wild card. Every night you play Javi, you're telling your fans, we're okay having a guy here who helps the other team win. Hey, you know what I'm saying?
No, it's actually true.
248-539-9797, America's favorite place to watch football. It is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games at the best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view with a massive screen. It's at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, so we do it every week at this time on a Friday. Sometimes it's Stoney by the numbers. Sometimes it's sports by the numbers. But in the honor of the Triple Crown finale, it is Belmont by the numbers. Kenny, hit it. And I am only confident in telling you this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. Kenny Cott, lead us to the promised land.
We'll start off with what I think is an easy one, but then again, you tell me. The number is 1867.
The year
Evan
the race
Shankin.
first started.
The year what?
Sorry. You said 1857?
67.
The year, the very first Belmont race?
That is correct. That's the quickest anyone's ever gotten it right.
Honestly, Rico should just leave. You're 1 for 1. You're batting 1,000.
Well, you know what? At least I'm better than Doug, who said, so who does Mike think is going to win in the Preakmont?
By the
Is that
way,
in Sarasota?
right,
In-
exactly.
in
Right next to
Sarasota.
Destin. No, it is the oldest Triple Crown race, not the Derby. Fun fact. Kenny.
Another year, 2002. And I'll give you a hint. It's related to betting.
Evan Jenkins joining us. Yes, Evan.
The most money bet on a single race was in 2002.
Rico Beard.
The most, well, I was about to say the most money won by a horse, but no. I'm going to go with Evan. Yeah. Most money bet that year.
Mr. Cott. Oh, Paul Serra's joining us. We're all the people are coming out of the woodwork here.
Is it the year you lost the most money ever betting on the race, Mike?
No. That would be the 2016 Belmont where Bobby Flay's leper-looking horse Creator nosed me out when I had Destin at 8-1 for the pick 5, the pick 4, the double, and a win bet.
Classic Super Chef Bobby Flay.
Piece of garbage. And that horse Creator looked like he had an awful skin condition.
Could you beat him in the kitchen?
No.
Oh, okay.
Mike, do you have a guess?
No. Go.
2002 gave the biggest payout in the history of Belmont at odds of 70.25 to 1.
I think I kind of won that one.
That was, I'll give you close enough.
All right.
I'm good with it. This is an off-the-wall edition. I think close is good enough in this week's game. Yes,
I was in the
Kenny.
barn, as they would say.
Okay. That's timeout. That's what you always say in that stupid euchre game.
Something with the barn, yeah. I like euchre. It's a
Talk
great
about
game.
an ass-backwards game. The picture cards don't mean anything. I never could get
Yes,
into
they do. The jacks mean a lot.
It's a great game, Mike.
Whatever, Hayseed. Go ahead.
I got nothing.
Hayseed crossed off the bingo board for today.
All right, let's go number 3 in Belmont. By the numbers.
By the number, number 3, 120,139. 120,139. And your hint, it's a record.
Largest crowd ever at the Belmont.
Rico Beard, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I was going to say the amount of shoes they go through in a weekend.
No.
Now, Mike, I'm going to have you guess the year.
You
What
wanna know
year did that turn
why?
out at?
Because I found out it's more than 10,000 people in the stands.
I thought it was like a Kiss concert.
Yeah, Rico's like, so how many dozen people? I'll say it's either the year American Pharaoh won the first Triple Crown in 50 years, or was it 73 when Secretariat won by 32
I'm going to
lengths?
guess the 50-year one.
It is 2004 to watch Smarty Jones vie for the Triple Crown.
Yeah, Smarty Jones, classic race.
Love Smarty
Wasn't
Jones.
that the
He was
Philly-
America's horse. How
that was
dare
the
you.
Philly horse, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just
That
keep
was
moving.
Philly's first championship.
It was.
Just keep moving.
Yeah.
Please. I beg of you.
I
to keep
remember it
moving.
like it was yesterday. Smarty Jones.
Kenny, start talking, please.
Classic Smarty.
Dom
Love Smarty.
DeSantos or whatever was out there leading
Keep
him away.
Kenny, talk.
What do you think Smarty Jones is doing these days? Studding away?
Please,
43 wow, Paul. He said he's probably glue. 43%.
Paul Serra, take it back. 43%.
43%. Another one, the hint is betting.
Ooh.
40.
I think I know this. Do you want me to get janked?
Yes,
get
indeed
janked.
I do.
I'm going to guess that's the amount of bets that are placed on the favorite to win.
That's what I was going to say as well, Evan.
Well, whatever it is, it's 10 times better than Marcano's betting. I don't know. I'm going to go with Evan.
You guys are close. If I don't want to sound like a smartass. I think it's actually the amount of time the favorite wins the Belmont Stakes.
Historically, the betting favorite has won the Belmont Stakes 43% of the time. 4 of the last 6 editions featured winning favorites. Can you name them, Mike?
Whoa, ask me it again?
4 of the last 6 had winning favorites.
The last 6.
4 of the last 6.
You name them.
Well, I mean, Justify.
Of course.
Jesus. I'm drawing up.
Jesus ran in it?
No.
Wow.
Jesus definitely didn't.
Is it Jesus or
no?
Was he number 0?
Or was it Jesus?
Right.
Okay. Let's just keep moving because if you give me 90 seconds, I'll nail them all. We don't have that type of time. Let's keep moving.
All right. The next number here is $2,500.
Okay. $2,500. Do you want to offer a hint to these gentlemen?
The hint is...
Wait. Let me see if I can guess it blindly.
I kind of want to go blind, too.
$2,500 is the cost of a seat in the suite or whatever you call it, the horse racing, that building.
Oh, the luxury box.
Yeah, the luxury box.
Rico going blind was a bad idea. That's wrong.
Okay, I'm going to guess $2,500 is the amount it costs for a saddle for one of the horses.
I am going to jank.
Wait. The goggles.
The new Nay-Bands?
Yeah, the Nay-Band. That's how much it costs for the
You've
horse
heard
goggles.
of Ray-Bans. We offer you Nay-Bands.
I mean, that may have been your best line of the year.
Paul, Sarah, any guess before I guess last?
Is it how much it costs to house and stable and feed the horses during the event?
No.
That's not bad.
That's not a bad guess. I'm pretty sure, because I'm a nerd about this, I think that was what it started as. Like in 1865, the winner got like 2,500 gold bullion or something.
Wow.
The first Belmont Stakes featured a total purse of $2,500, Ruthless taking home the $1,850 winner's share.
They bought like 6 houses with that money.
Yeah, the 2,500 they bought Manhattan. Next.
2 is the number.
The number 2.
And the hint is Triple Crown winners. 2 Triple Crown winners.
Featured white horses.
Sure.
You never see a white horse win these things.
I did see a white horse today win a race.
Not these big races.
Do you want to give them a hint?
That is the hint. 2 Triple Crown winners.
2 Triple
The amount
Crown.
of ears on each one.
It's an accomplishment. They did X.
Won the Triple Crown.
Yes, that goes without saying.
Rico wins. All right.
Have there ever been horses that have ran in the race twice?
No.
Oh, same owner?
Ooh.
Same jockey.
Yeah.
Okay, Kenny's just shaking his
Same
head
number.
furiously. Paul, Sarah.
I honestly have no idea. I would have went with maybe jockeys as well. I have no idea.
I don't either because this is a horribly phrased question, but go ahead.
Question one more time, Kenny.
What's that?
What was the question one more time?
2 Triple Crown winners have done X.
Huh. Oh, produced their offspring to run in it.
Okay, I'll just tell you. A pair of Triple Crown winners own the 2 largest winning margins in the Belmont.
Secretariat in 73.
What about Scooby Jones?
What about
was
Jesus?
Smarty.
Or was it Sticky Jones?
Jesus?
It was somebody in the 70s, Mike.
Jesus, he was around.
Secretariat's one of them. It's the most famous photo ever.
Is that the place where he was like, it was nobody in the photo?
Oh, I'm sorry.
but
This
him?
was in the 40s.
Oh,
I was
he's
reading
moving
Secretariat.
like a tremendous machine. Yeah, he won by like 32 and a half lengths.
I always
Yes.
thought that was at the Derby.
No, it's about
Huh.
Wow. More
in
you
the
know.
40s? I mean, what is it, like Man of War? I have no idea.
Count Fleet.
Okay.
Classic Count Fleet.
Evan.
Who could forget Count Fleet?
Evan.
And then
If you
he-
were within arm's reach, I swear I'd physically strike you. You are such
related
a
to
smart
Fred
ass.
Van Fleet.
Okay.
His grandfather's
Second
horse.
cousin of Greta Van Fleet. All right.
And Count Chocula.
Do we have any? Please set me free
There's
from
one-
this
there's
segment.
one-
He was
there's
featured
one
in
more.
the 70s
One
cereal
more.
box.
Belmont by the numbers.
The number is 8, and your hint is it's a record.
One owner has won it 8 times.
That's right.
Are you
Trainer
serious?
James Rowe Won his 8th Belmont with Prince Eugene, establishing a record that's
Is
never
Rose
been
still
broken.
around?
Okay, straight up, I would never. Congratulations. I don't even know who that man is.
You know what? I need some walk-up music.
You do. You do.
You started hot, you end hot.
That's
grand
right.
opening, grand closing.
That's right. Rico nailed this segment.
And that is the
Tremendous.
Belmont.
By the numbers.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers open a 3-game weekend series with the first-place Brewers at Comerica Park tonight. After a 4-3 road trip in Boston and Texas, Detroit right now 31-31 headed into this 6-game homestand. Reese Olson's going to get the ball tonight, and Justin Henry Malloy, he's in the lineup for his home debut. He's still buzzing after his first career home run Wednesday against the Rangers. Before tonight's game, the Tigers traded infielder Buddy Kennedy to the Phillies for cash considerations. That first pitch against Milwaukee, 6:40. The pregame showed 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Athletics' James Edwards III reports that, quotes, all signs point to the Pistons signing Cade Cunningham to a max contract extension this offseason. Cunningham averaged over 22 points a game in year 3 last year, and Edwards says he's, quote, 99.9% sure he gets an extension this summer. And the Stanley Cup Final gets underway tomorrow night in Sunrise, Florida. The Panthers, making their second straight appearance in the finals, are the favorites to win that series against Edmonton. They're playing for the Cup for the first time since 2006. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Odyssey.com, rewind, you missed anything. You know, we started the show, and it was a little bit of that debate about Cade's extension. If you want it, go get it. You can pay him. I'm just not sure of the wisdom when you're a 14-win basketball team who the roster that has been, I'll use the term constructed lightly, the roster that's been put around him simply doesn't fit. And my issue with Cade, while his three-point shooting improved this year to a 35% clip, he's a 32.5% career shooter from deep. Do I want to pay that $270 million after watching the NBA Finals last night, where the two teams shot a combined 70 three-pointers? This is a Pistons roster that features a center who can't shoot, a power forward who can't shoot, a top 5 pick who can't shoot, and a point guard who can't shoot, and then Cade, who largely can't shoot but got a little better last year. So when you look at it, if you think Cade can be an all-NBA player, he can be a Kyrie, he can be a Jason Tatum, a Jaylen Brown, he can be one of them first-team all-NBA guys, a Luka, you pay him. I think I have rights to have doubts, and I'm not mad if they pay him and keep him. I mean, if I'm Trajan Langdon and I look at this thing, I've got one guy that I know beyond shadow of a doubt has potential to be an all-NBA player. There's not another guy here that does. But it would be every reason I would go, okay, wait a second. Am I going to pay this guy $50 a year? And what if he's really a 32.5% three-point shooter? And now I'm locked into this.
What you don't want is to have the Detroit version of Trae Young, a guy who Atlanta kind of felt pressured into re-signing, and now, man, he's not gonna. You realize he's not gonna help Atlanta go anywhere, but you're stuck. You're on the hook with him for him, and nobody wants him. His trade value is nothing because, you got to pick up the rest of that salary, which I don't think he's worth. And I think that's where the Pistons kind of are now, where you're banking this on his potential. Will he turn out to be something? It was like the Pelicans with Zion, who was always hurt. And it's like, but if we let him go, what does that mean? What if he goes someplace else?
And here's the rub. Look, if Trajan walks in the door and you've already canvassed what the league opinion is about Cade around the league, and you don't have any even remotely loose conversations that interest you, then you're right. You probably only have one option, and you sign him. But when we opened the show based off of last night's Game 1 in the NBA Finals, if you watched it, it's jarring because you're not even playing the same sport. These teams are designed for spacing. And, yes, the Mavericks do it different with more of the isolation. The Celtics play a 5-out. It's going to result in the same thing, which is about 73s a game. You know, the Celtics as a team are going to challenge 40% on a nightly basis. They're going to take and make more threes than you can keep up with. And even on a night like last night, where I didn't think the Celtics shot particularly well for the amount of open threes they had, they still hit 9 more threes than Dallas. You're minus 27 on the three-point exchange. You're just not winning games that way. Why is it relevant to you? You're the worst three-point shooting team in basketball. And part of that is Cade Cunningham. So I'm not mocking signing him, but I don't think it should be mocked the way we started the show either, where it's like, look, is that really the road you want to go down? Now, if Cade is here, then I think Trajan Langdon's first order of business, liquidating the rest of the roster.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have Duren here if you have Cade. You can't have Asur Thompson if you have Cade. Asur Thompson was shooting 12% from three. Jalen doesn't take them. Well, right off the top, we're screwed.
Right.
I can't play Ivy with him. Why? Ivy can't shoot the three. So if they're choosing Cade, I understand it. I think
you better go draft the best scorer out of the draft, Mike.
No, I disagree. I'll tell you why. I'm not even trying to be devil's advocate. Rico, this team, you started going, Mike, I saw Jesus last night. You had the fear of God when you watched the game and you went, my God, we are the Flint Tropics. Rico, they have to take the best basketball player. They have no pathway to becoming those teams last night. And look, I know some ticket texters got bent out of shape when I said straight up, yeah, sorry, I'm not trading Derek White for Cade Cunningham if I'm the Celtics. Cade's not a plus defender. He's not a great offensive player. He can't shoot the three. And I'm looking at a guy who's one of the best combo guards in basketball.
Can guard three different positions.
Cade doesn't start for the Celtics. And he wouldn't start for the Mavericks. He's not starting over Kyrie, and he's not starting over Luka. So the point I'm making is, look, he's a good player. I don't know if he'll ever be great. Has your organization done him any favors? Absolutely not. But I don't think it's as big of a slam dunk as maybe a lot of you guys do. You can pay him, and I think not, 7 or 8 out of 10 GMs would. You have to be very self-assured not to, and to offer up to your owner, we're trading him because I have to retool this thing from the ground up. My argument is, what sense does it make to pay him $5 at $270 when I just won 14 games? I'm nowhere close. And what's the pathway for me getting him? For instance, let's say this offseason, they're hyper aggressive. They make a trade for Brandon Ingram, and you bring Miles Bridges to town. Who's the all NBA player there? Nobody. What's it netting? Yeah. You want to say 35 wins? Flirt with play-in? Is that what it nets you?
Yeah. That's probably what you're looking at. Is that?
But where is that a road to?
Mediocrity.
Which you just got off of after the Blake Griffin debacle. So, look, I have no reason to doubt James Edwards III's report, and I'm not mocking it at all. But when we talk about, trading Cade might actually be the move, it's because I don't know where this is a pathway to other than what? Being middling? That's not, if I'm Trajan Langdon, I'm not coming here to do that. And once you tie up Cade,
that's it.
The next thing that happens, this is my other fear. We've entered an era in the NBA where just because I signed that rookie extension does not mean I don't demand a trade. And if things don't turn around quickly here, you've now empowered Cade and his agent to make things very ugly for you. And I don't mean that Cade's a bad guy. I don't think he is.
But he may get tired of losing. And just says, you know what? I've looked into the crystal ball. It's not going to happen here in Detroit. Right. I want to go and play in wherever.
San Antonio.
Yeah.
So, look, we'll see. Report today, 99%, mortal lock. They're going to sign him to that rookie extension. No rookie's ever turned it down, so Cade will say yes. But you are immediately on the clock, and look, maybe I've got PTSD from the Weaver era. Maybe Langdon is going to be shrewd, and we're going to be able to acquire real players, and it's going to look great.
You know what, Mike? Maybe you would feel more confident if you actually heard something from the organization. And it wouldn't be just all speculation right now.
Or if I knew who the head coach was going to be.
Right.
Signing Cade to that extension.
Think about it. It took us 2 weeks to find out what we already knew, that Trajan was coming in here.
Do you agree with me, though, that by signing Cade, Ivy's done? They can't play together. Or at least they haven't shown the ability to do so.
See, but this is where the third factor kicks in. Or could they not play together because they were trying to run Monty's offense, and Monty's offense wasn't made for those two?
You're right, because Monty's offense is made to shoot threes. And I know your favorite song is Brian McKnight, Back at One. So we've just completed the circle. It's why They are designed for a different era. For Trajan to unwind that yarn ball, that's going to take a minute.
Well, if that's the case, Mike, maybe since they play 90s ball, just go draft Zach Edey.
There you go. To hell with it, right?
Right.
It's Fugazi. It's a weasel. It's a wazzle. It's in the wind. Kenny, a few ticket texts, if you would. Then I do have an update on NFL International. And I'm just going to read to you something. And I want you to tell me if these things are true, would you send the Lions there? Go ahead, Kenneth.
If Cade gets signed, it's worse than the Griffin contract. He's a turnover machine that can't get to the line. That's from Mark and Novi. Cade is the number 2 or 3 option on every playoff team besides Boston. True or false?
False. I think most, but you asked me a direct question. It's false. He's not the number 2 on Boston. He's not the number 3 on Boston. He's not you want to say he's number 3 on Dallas?
Let's take out Boston. At best, he's the number 3. I mean, I'm looking at playoff teams.
Yeah, now, and again, if you want to say, oh, well, what would he be on Indiana? That's not what was asked to us. If you want me to say most playoff teams, he'd be 2 or 3, it's fine. So here's what I would ask you. Find me playoff teams that are winning without all NBA players. He's not an all NBA guy, and I'm sorry, if he doesn't improve his three-point shooting, he never will be.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's 3 on Minnesota.
But you see how you're thinking about it? It's not that slam dunk. That's really where I'm at is if we put better players around him, we'll get more. I do understand that, right? Like
we'll put him in a system.
Yeah.
See, that's the only thing is last year you just throw it away because I don't know what the team was supposed to be trying to do out there. Apparently nothing. And they did that well.
They were moving the community.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That was a cheap shot. Kenny, go ahead. That was a cheap shot by me.
The last one here. What else do you give the money to if not Cade? Nobody worth a damn is coming here, and mediocre players will demand to be max contracts to come here.
There you go. Well, then just give up. That would be my advice. Sell the team. Sorry, that slipped out. Okay, we'll get to the people. I want to give you this NFL update. We got a couple of calls on the Cade, mortal certainty extension. We can get to that as well. All of it, 97.1.
Specs at LTU, guys. It's an extension and a bridge for the future of radio, TV, and media broadcast professionals. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal if you want to get into TV, you're a graphic design artist, or you listen to Mike and I on the radio and you want to do this. Specs at LTU can be the first step of achieving your dreams and goals. So it's very simple. You got to be curious. You got to visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And look, you're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. So that means from day one, you're in the lab, you're learning everything that it takes to make it in this business. So what are you waiting for? With the hands-on approach and expert faculty, Specs at LTU, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's dynamic media industry. So go to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Being number one, not easy. Takes experience, dedication, and determination. And the number one mattress purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it to be exact. And they make the best mattresses, and they do it right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we'll get to Who Said It, bottom of the hour. We'll get some NFL momentarily. I want to get to Marlon, though, kind of button up the Cade Cunningham stuff. Marlon, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Rico, what's up, my friend?
Hey.
Money Mike Valeni, how you doing, sir?
Marlon, it's good to hear from you. What do you got on this Cade deal? What do you want to do?
I know. It's been a while. Sorry, Mike, but we got to start every call like a tradition with good afternoon.
Hold, please. I got you. Hold on. There you go. All right, what do you got?
Thank you, sir. And always forget, Mike. Akil Badu stole home.
Okay, let's go. Come on. What do you got on Cade?
I think I would extend Cade only if they do a couple things. I think I can fix the Pistons to a good team. Now, last year I called you before the draft of last year, and I gave you a couple of things they could have done, and you actually gave me credit when I dropped a few names, and you said you clearly watched the NBA. You dropped names like Herbert Jones and whatnot. So I wanted you and Rico to think about something. Let me name the names before you dislike them or want to make fun of me or whatever. Just hear me out when I tell you a couple things. So what I would do after I extend Cade, and I would get rid of Monty Williams, buy him out. So my first thing, like I said, hear me out. I'd sign Frank Vogel as the new coach to a 3-year deal. I'm trading Ivy and Stewart with a second-round pick this year and a first pick next year to the Pelicans, and I'm bringing Ingram in here. At 5, I'm drafting Dalton Connect, and I'm bringing in D'Angelo Russell as my point guard because he's an assist machine and he can drop any given night 5 3-pointers. So now you spread your lineup with 3-point shooters. You got a decent team on the floor. You can leave Duren in the middle, get the rebounds, and defend. Now you're talking about a good lineup. Vogel's won everywhere he's been. It's a 3-year deal, and then you build that team around that, and you start getting winning back in the Piston basketball.
All right, you ready?
Marlon, you had me at Dalton Connect. I don't hate it.
No, he lost me with D'Lo. And here's your issue.
You're a 14-win team.
I understand. Now let me address the big.
That's why I said I know you don't like D'Lo, and I get it. And
let me address the big ticket item.
Look, when LeBron didn't play, he had a lot of assists and was getting 5 3-pointers, 6 3-pointers. That's what you need on this team is 3-point shooting. He can handle the ball, and he's not a bad point guard.
The problem is he can't stay anywhere long, which is red flags galore. Marlon, I want to help you too. Here's my Brandon Ingram problem. How many games he played? I'll bet you if I pull up his entire resume, I'll bet you he averages about 60 games a year. I mean, this is a guy who's going to miss 20, 30 games a year. Now, you can do it, but you want to talk durability? Blind fire. Rico, has he ever started 70 games, 68 games, 65 games?
Yes. His rookie year.
How many games did he start his rookie year?
He played in 79 games.
All right, now since then, how many games has he missed a season?
50. He played in 59, 52, 62, 61, 55, 45, and 64.
And you pay full price for that, by the way. You don't get a discount. I don't hate Marlon's idea. It's fun. It's interesting. You got to lose the D'Lo thing. I can't
Really?
I can't handle that.
I'll even take him short term, Mike. Okay, fine. He comes in here. He helps him out.
Why does nobody want him? Why did Brooklyn not want him after he made an all-star team? Why did Minnesota not want him? Why does L.A. not want him? Why does nobody want him?
Isn't he a bad teammate? Isn't he the one that videotaped his teammate doing something in the locker room?
Wasn't he the one who broadcast Nick Young's business?
Yes, bad teammate.
So why would I bring him here?
Because you won 14 games and you have no pride.
Okay, this is Rico's answer for everything.
No, but here's the thing.
I agreed with most of what Marlon said. It's still not good enough.
No, but in all fairness, Mike, 62 games, 12 games, 64 games. So many games Cade has played the last 3 seasons.
Which is, even better when I pair him with Ingram, and neither of them are around.
Maybe they overlap. Okay. No, I thought he was saying trade him to the Pelicans for Ingram.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Look, D'Angelo Russell, he's a lease. He's short term. He's a rental car.
Okay.
Okay. Don't change the oil. Don't go get it washed. Use it, abuse it, and then leave.
We'll go to Brett, 97.1. Hi, Brett.
Yeah, I'm actually calling from the home plate club right now.
Oh,
I hear the I hear the crickets.
Yeah. I'm actually sitting in there right now. I have missed the first half of the show, guys, so I hope no one's done that yet. So
no, it's actually fantastic on your part.
Awesome. Great. Hey, so about Cade, I don't know if you guys saw this, but yesterday Bleacher Report put this whole article out about all the teams that didn't make the playoffs, who they should try to get this year in the offseason. And they brought up something that's kind of crazy. And honestly, it's so much mediocrity up there, but I'm finally glad we got rid of Troy. I just don't know really what side of the fence I'm on with Cade, but this is interesting. They're talking about Utah giving us Keontae George, Taylor Hendricks. I don't know too much about them, but from what I see, they're young, up-and-coming guys that are doing pretty good. They're talking about the number 10 pick in this draft, a 2025 first-round pick, and then 2 first-round picks that they have in 2027. So, theoretical. I just wanted to see what you guys thought. I don't think they'll do it, especially after what came out today. But
yeah, no, look, teams like Utah, teams like OKC. I mean, the sheer amount of first-round picks that if you look at a cap table, a draft capital table, it's mind-blowing. But no, I mean, Brett, if you're signing the guy, you're signing him. But I'm not mad at your idea. Because, again, if Trajan Langdon is not convinced he's going to be an all-NBA player, then I wouldn't run to the altar.
I would like to see whether or not they keep Monty or not, and if they can figure out something, if Monty stays between Cade and Ivy, if there's something going on between the three of them where they can't work together, I'd be interested to give it one more year because I do think Monty has a great history as a coach. I mean, better than a lot of options out there. So I don't know. I want to give it one more year, but then it's like the fear of, are we going to lose the value in Cade?
Personally, Brett, I think it's pretty telling. We haven't had that press conference yet. And then you saw the report the other day, Monty's 50-50 to return. It starts to feel like they're going to let him go and not have a press conference until everything's wrapped up. Mm-hmm. Because you can't put Trajan Langdon out in front of the media and have 50 questions about Monty.
Because that is question number 1.
2 and 3.
Yeah.
And 4.
Is Monty long term? How does he fit? What type of players are you guys going to go and get to fit his offense? It could be the reason why we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Wait, we're about 3 minutes away from some type of a news dump because for the last 2 weeks, that's when it's happened.
Ain't it the truth? 248-539-9797. Kenny, a few ticket texts, and we will move on. I'll do the NFL thing a little later in the hour. I'm sorry. We just ran out of time. Go ahead.
Cade will never be a superstar without competent players around him. Please trade Cade to anyone, not San Antonio. I will vomit if I have to watch Cade Wemby be the new Duncan Ginobili.
They're not trading him. It's just our thoughts on the matter. Relax. You can breathe. I'm pretty sure you're going to be stuck with him.
I can't see a pathway to success without trading him. I'm all on board trading him.
That's my biggest problem, is that if you don't, and you still owe the Knicks a first-round pick, and you don't have what Utah or OKC or San Antonio has of this multitude of firsts, you have cap space, and then a roster that, again, Rico, you nailed it. People here in this town overvalue their own. What does this roster really net you in a deal? Like, who's lining up and like, ooh, I got to get me some Asur and his 12% three-point shot. Jalen Duren, he's not a modern NBA center. It will limit how much you can get. You start looking at this stuff and you're like,
you start wondering, like, if you just say, hey, New York, you wanted him before, you want him back, we good. You can keep him.
I think they're good with Havenstein or whatever the hell his name is.
Hartenstein. We're good.
Kenny, go ahead.
14 wins. I'm open to any idea, even including trading Cade. No problem.
And one last one.
Trade Cade. Get him out of here.
All right. That was Kenny Cott editorial. You've heard me talk about Northville Lumber a lot. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there's a reason Northville can move that much product. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. It's in stock. It's in their warehouse. You buy it, you get it, you build it. Some of as low as $1.59 a foot. So what do you need to do? They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. You call them today. Call Northville Lumber or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Tigers start a 3-game weekend series with the first-place Brewers at Comerica Park tonight. After a 4-3 road trip in Boston and Texas, Detroit right now 31-31 entering the 6-game homestand. Reese Olson gets the ball tonight. First pitch at 6:40. That pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Also, some injury news this afternoon released moments ago from the Tigers. Kerry Carpenter, who's dealing with a lumbar spine stress fracture, is completing rehab daily, but still no timetable for his return. Jack Flaherty's lower back tightness is being monitored leading up to his next start, and Kenta Maeda is currently playing catch after being pulled from his last start with abdominal discomforts. Oakland basketball coach Greg Kampe has signed a 2-year extension. He'll stay with the Golden Grizzlies through at least 2029. The 68-year-old is coming off his 40th season on the Oakland bench, of course guiding them to a Horizon League title last season and that memorable NCAA tournament upset over Kentucky. And Michigan State's received a commitment from 3-star Sandusky, Ohio receiver Braden Collier. He's the Spartans' 6th verbal commit for 2025. That's a class that ranks 59th in college football, according to 24/7 Sports. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we do it every week. It's an exercise largely in futility. But even when David is on the bench, we have who said it. This is not going to go well. All right, here we go. Kenny. So you know the drill. Our coworkers say things. We have to guess what the hell they've said. And we do it normally through some form of smarm or insult and general ball breaking. And away we go. Kenny in the role of David this week. This is going to be so bad, Rico.
Oh, it's just going to be bad. It's going to be great.
Because I'm terrible at this game.
Number one.
They all sound the same.
I don't even know who this is. David put all the cuts in yesterday, so I'm flying blind too.
Okay.
But at some point,
so you can participate.
I can participate. But at some point, you have to just be able to go up there and be an athlete and react and play.
At some point, you have to go up there, be an athlete, react, and play. That feels Baez's.
Or at least some Tiger could be Torque.
Evan just joining us in a very loud polo shirt. What is that, leopard print?
It's the Fred Flintstone edition.
It's something. You want to repeat that for Evan? He was late. He had to grab another Zins.
But at some point, you have to be able to just go up there and be an athlete and react and play.
Doesn't that sound like a former pro athlete?
It sounds like Jansen.
Exactly what I was thinking.
It sounds like Jansen.
Yeah, I'm going to say Jansen.
And that's just how I felt. Paul Sarah, you seem eager to speak.
Well, yeah, it's instantly thought of John.
See, I'm going to say his partner. I'm going to say Cookies, telling you how you go up to the plate and you do things.
Oh.
I think Cookies would have used a more, like a thesaurus example of a big long word that you have to.
No, see, I think it was kind of like Cookies just kind of cutting off Jansen, going on and just saying, you know what, at some point.
Yeah, there's no snark in it. All right, who said it?
Who said it? Yes. Thank you. Now I don't care what happens. I got one right. I get to relax on a Friday. All right, let's go to number 2.
The message with Javi is he's so bad, yet we keep throwing him out there. It's embarrassing.
Oh, boy.
The message with Javi is we keep throwing him out there?
Don't you feel like everyone at this station could have said that?
Outside the
No,
midday.
I would eliminate a couple.
I was about to say outside the midday show. But yeah, everybody else could have said that.
Say the start of it again.
The message with Javi is he's so bad, yet we keep throwing him out there. It's embarrassing.
See, that feels like Costa.
It does.
Yeah,
It's
that
embarrassing.
There's a level of anger in there, though. I think that might be Gov.
Gov has been basically on the Tigers' payroll this week. Gov has been very pro Tigers this week.
Pro Lions, too. Poor Rieger.
In the Tecumseh area.
He undressed Rieger this morning.
I know, because Rieger's like, I think we're winning 10 games. How dare you?
What are you saying? This team's not good enough?
You don't buy in.
Right. Let me ask you how many games you're going to.
No, you're wrong. You are so terrible.
He's like, I think they'll win their first, 2 games. So they're going to go 8-7 for the rest of the season.
You're a negative troll.
You're right up there with SOL, aren't
This
you?
morning was something.
It was.
Paul Sarah.
I actually think this is Jeff. I think this is Rieger.
Is he eligible?
I think so.
Yeah, well,
we don't have those.
I'll say
parameters.
yes, he's eligible.
See, it's funny is if you say the word embarrassing the way that Rieger does, embarrassing, it's like 7 seconds for him to say embarrassing.
I think he's given up on Javi, though. I don't think he's keeps going back to Javi.
Rico, did you guess yet?
I did. I said cookies.
Cookies, okay.
I'll stay with cookies.
I'm staying cookies.
Paul Serra's going Reegs.
All right, who said it?
Wow.
Paul Serra.
Wait, let's see the.
See? I mean, talk about over-enunciating a word.
All right, number 3. Torque wasn't giving them anything. If somebody steps in and gives them something, does that give them the lift? This team the lift to push them over 500?
Oh, my God. All of a sudden, Barry Bonds was in AAA.
Yeah, really tackling those 92-mile-an-hour fastballs. Who do you think it is? Who said it?
Gator.
I'm sitting in David's seat. This is Gator. It's got to be Gator. What a dumb opinion.
One more time.
Is that what David sounds like?
David would say that.
One more time, Kenny.
Torque wasn't giving them anything. If someone steps in and gives them something, does that give them the lift, this team the lift to push them over 500?
The lift.
I mean, it feels like a hopeful statement that
It
would
does.
be middays. Paul?
I'm going to go with Gator's partner. I'm going to say it's Doug.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul. I think that's more of the lift. is
It's
Doug.
more posing a question than an opinion. So it could be Doug. He's very respectful about things.
He is. He always looks at a glass half full.
See, you've talked me into the Karsh angle of this versus Gator. All right, I got one right. I'm on a free roll. I'll go with Doug. You're going Gator. Kenny's going Gator. Paul Serra with Doug Karsh. Who said it?
Yes.
Son of a...
And he's asking a rhetorical question. Like,
That's all they do. I can't separate them.
yeah, he was talking.
They do the same thing.
He was talking to himself there.
They both do.
Call him Dater.
Hey, big
All right.
lift.
Number 5.
Number 4.
Number 4. 500 baseball team.
Nice education at OU.
1, 3, 7.
I'm sorry.
Go Golden Grizzlies.
Hey,
How
your
about
coach
that
is back.
Campy extension, huh?
No way. Did they really?
Yeah.
Till 2029. He's going to be coaching at 90.
Oh my gosh.
Just
Okay.
make it a lifetime extension
Brother,
at this
he
point.
beat
I know
Kentucky.
he beat Kentucky. No, Golke beat Kentucky. Not him. That kid was just chucking shots. You did this to me. Why
Let
would you-
it go, man.
I'm not letting it go. I will let it go when they let him go.
Greg Campy, Eli Manning. Wow. Don't let him
I'll take Eli. He's won.
Okay. Can we just please?
He's got rings.
Let's go.
Number 4. 500 baseball teams can get better quickly with a couple of shrewd moves. Doesn't have to be a free agent signing. It can be a trade.
That feels like cookies.
Shrewd. I'm going to say Doug. He's a big shrewd guy.
Hell, it could be me. That sounds like something I've said.
You say shrewd?
I
don't
think
know
so
if he's-
here or there.
I don't see you as a
What is
shrewd
my
guy.
MSU education not good enough to use such a word?
I don't think you use shrewd. I don't see you
Shrewd feels
throwing it
like a
out there.
journalist word, like a Wojo type
He's
of
a
word.
journalism major.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Woj.
I'm going to go with Doug. Shrewd.
Shrewd. I'm
Now, see,
Doug.
Paul is very laid back. See, he's not jumping into this. You don't seem as confident.
I'm not as confident, although to Evan's point earlier, I would like to see Eli Manning coach OU basketball.
He could do just as good.
Wow.
I'm going to go with cookies.
I'm going to stay with cookies, but I would not be surprised if I get hit over the head with a frying pan. I feel like I've said something like
What a
that.
shrewd statement.
That's not even the right way to... Okay. Who said it?
Yes. Doug's a big shrewd
I
guy,
came
man.
I came in at the buzzer, but I finally got one.
Is there another one?
I have another one if you want it.
Make it quick.
Make it shrewd.
You're not guaranteeing me that Kane's going to be a point a game. I mean, he hasn't played a full healthy season.
I'm going... Oh, timeout. Timeout. That bearded idiot said that right there. You.
Yeah.
Kenny Cott said that. I remember it because you attacked me when I said he was a point a game, and you're like, no, he didn't play the whole season. I think meth head Tom Selleck. Right
I'm
there.
going with Selleck.
Right there.
Show me Selleck.
Show me method.
Yeah! Hey, Kenny! Yes, I remember it because you hurt my feelings. and
Kenny, did you know that was you?
I did. I was going to use the jank rule, but it didn't even get to me because Mike was yelling at me, calling me methed out Tom Selleck.
I've never been so sure of something in my life.
Dude, you put a tiger hat on this guy. He does look like Tom Selleck today.
The prequel.
Magnum
The
PI.
multi-universe.
Right. Free rehab. All right.
And that's who said it.
All right, it is Friday. Hopefully you're getting out of the office. Old Nation has got your libations for the weekend. The M43, the one that put them on the map. It is the best IPA in America, and it's something approachable. Even if you think, I don't like IPAs, you're going to love this. And now they got a new variant, the Grapefruit B43. Refreshing, summertime. Sip a few during the Belmont Stakes tomorrow. You're going to love it. It's high caliber, high quality. Everything they do there is Old Nation. Available anywhere quality beer is sold. And you can always sample what they got going on at the family-run pub and restaurant in Williamston, right off I-96. Great beer. Food, hour west of Detroit. Go have some fun with the best beer in the Midwest. Old Nation Brewing Company. Buy some today.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Tigers start a 3-game weekend series with the first-place Brewers at Comerica Park tonight. After a 4-3 road trip in Boston and Texas, Detroit right now 31-31 entering the 6-game homestand. Reese Olson gets the ball tonight. First pitch at 6:40. That pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mandatory minicamp is officially over for the Lions in Allen Park, and after the final round of OTAs next week, the next time they'll gather fully as a team will be with the real thing, training camp in late July. Aleem McNeil's really ready to get the pads on and see what this team is made of for real. McNeil's running mate at defensive tackle, DJ Reader, might not be ready for the start of training camp in late July. Head coach Dan Campbell says he's still working his way back after tearing his quad last season in a Bengals uniform. The Athletics' James Edwards III reports that, quote, all signs point to the Pistons signing Cade Cunningham to a max contract extension this offseason. Cunningham averaged over 22 points a game in year 3 last year, and Edwards says he's, quote, 99.9% sure he gets an extension this summer. And Detroit's annual bowl game at Ford Field needs a new title sponsor. It was most recently the Quick Lane Bowl since 2014. It's also been the Little Caesars Pizza Bowl and the Motor City Bowl. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We did discuss Cade Cunningham a multitude of ways. We also talked a little Tigers. So if that is interesting, you want that now, just go and get it. It's a button push away. And we may revisit that later in the hour. But I wanted to bring you this. And it comes down to who you believe. You guys know how I feel about the international football. I can't stand it. I really do hate it, quite frankly. The NFL's insistence on doing this. And look, luckily, the Lions are not one of these teams right here. So you have this game in Brazil. This is on opening weekend, Packers and Eagles. And again, it depends who you believe. But Chris Long does a podcast. He had Josh Jacobs on, running back for the Pack. According to Josh Jacobs, NFL players are being told they're not going to be able to leave the hotel. They are not to wear green on the streets because of potential being mistaken for gang members, and they will be driven around town in armored cars. Not sure if you're aware, but Brazil can be a dangerous place. Kidnappings are common, etc. Well, the NFL has come out and said, whoa. Wearing green on game day is going to be just fine. And
a little exaggerated.
Yeah, that's not what we're being told. All I thought about, Rico, we are all so excited about the Lions. And yes, the DJ Reader thing, I'm not going to panic. It's so early. If he's not ready at the start of camp, the only time I'd get concerned is if you're talking about someone who is going to miss legitimate time in the regular season. As long as DJ Reader is ready in October, November, December, I'm fine.
So September, no biggie.
No.
Okay.
No, because I signed him for the dog days of the December in the playoffs.
Okay.
So I don't want to be that radio show. Oh my God, what's your concern? I don't have it. But I wanted to ask you this. This report today, what would your reaction be if you were a Lion fan and it was your team going out there? And look, you cannot believe anything Roger Goodell says. You can't take him serious.
No.
You just can't.
Because Jacobs came out and was like, man, look, just pack black and white colors when you come out here. We don't want any mishaps. It sounds as if it was one of those, he wasn't supposed to say the quiet part out loud.
Or did he slightly exaggerate the quiet part? Look, here's the bottom line. What I don't understand is this. What is the appeal to a Packer fan or an Eagle fan? And I want to ask Lion fans this. Let's just, in a hypothetical, the Lions are playing in Brazil. What the hell is the appeal of traveling to that game? You got all the places you can go in the United States of America, places like Lambeau Field and Jerry World, or the game against San Francisco, or wherever you want to go.
It's a 2-for-1. You can cross off, I went to Brazil, and I also saw a Lions away game.
And got kidnapped at an ATM. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, Rico. No, this isn't London. No, the answer is no. Traveling to Brazil is a no. See, look, it is just something to me when you establish we're doing the international series in a place like London. I might be able to make some sense of that. Might. I understood the connection between Shad Khan, London, the Jags. Okay. We're going to Stuttgart. All right, Oktoberfest, so be it. But, come on, man. Like, what fan right now listening to me is going, yes, we're going to drop 20 grand. We're going to Brazil. Not safe. Second of all, Rico, there's no win here. Like, if you're a Packer or an Eagle fan, who gave up the home game? Which one of these
Eagles.
two teams? So you're an Eagle fan. You got one of the great home field advantages. Who the hell is happy? Look at right now, as Lion fans, is Ford Field, because I don't want to get in an argument, is Ford Field one of the 5 best home field advantages in the sport?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you imagine Lion fan reaction? We get a home game taken from us.
Well, it depends if our London overseas cousins out there in the Joey Harrington jerseys,
right,
they're going to make it quite raucous.
You see a Brazilian guy in a Kevin Jones jersey, a Boss Bailey retro.
Wow.
It looks like Philly gave up the home game, by the way.
Right. So, I mean, Kenny, I'm only localizing it because, look, as the league continues to elevate the Lions' profile, this is coming. And look, I hate the Eagles.
I was really shocked that the Lions did not play either the Bears or the Packers, because the Packers are also, I think they also have a game. Is the Packers or the Vikings? But
the Packer in Brazil.
Oh, no. But I'm saying, I know the Bears have a London game, and I thought either the Packers or the Vikings also have a London game.
But I would love to know from Lion fans, I mean, is this something where you're hoping the Lions... Look, last time, like the Lions went overseas and played in London, I think it was like the day Caldwell got fired and the Chiefs dropped a bomb on him years ago. But my point is, when your team is good like this, the idea of losing a home game in a year that my team is really stacked, I don't know how any fan would be pumped up about it. And then it goes beyond the Chris Long podcast and whatever Josh Jacobs said. I have no interest.
Because I'm really shocked at this Philly and Eagles, because normally it's just like meh teams. They go over there and it's like, okay, it's no big deal. It's the Jags or it's this team. It's like, all right, well, who cares?
Yeah, but now it's starting to be Chiefs. Dolphins went over, a very sizzle team. This is the Eagles and Packers. And by the way, I think it's irresponsible for the NFL to put them in Brazil. And I am not trying to bash, Brazilian people or Brazil. It's just not a safe place. Like, it's just factual.
And look,
okay?
even if Josh Jacobs, didn't hear correctly, I mean, the man apparently had the fear of God put in him, because he's like, look, I'm just leaving certain colors at home.
Right. So like you're left, okay, you're going, okay, well, if you believe the NFL, then Josh Jacobs went on a very popular podcast with an ex-NFL player and simply what? Made the whole thing up as if there wouldn't be retribution by the league?
Or just think about this, Mike. Let's just say you're a Lions fan and you go to someplace and they're like, well, you know what? Don't wear any blue, okay? The Lions and the Cowboys are going to be playing a game. Guys, don't wear any blue. It's like, okay, well, what was the point of going to this game? Because I can't even wear my team's colors. And it's just going to be a stadium filled with people wearing black and white. So, yes, it does take away. The league is trying to become international. I don't know what that means, because you're already number one. Maybe they're just trying to push the boundaries. The London thing, I think they're trying to get a team overseas or a team or two. But really, are you going back to Brazil? Because I remember the Niners played 2 years ago in Mexico City, and it was like, well, why? But, yeah, Brazil means you're just going to try to combine a Brazilian trip and seeing your team play and
being taken away at an ATM machine. Good for you.
Well, you hope that's not in that Venn diagram.
No, but my whole point to you is it is not a place you're going. It's just not on the itinerary. This is where, again, and I'm not doing the Rico blame him game. What are we doing? At what point is enough money enough? We don't need – look, I will flip out. Let's say the Lions next year, everything's on course. No matter what they do this year, they're going to be good again. Can you imagine, hey, the Lions have a game in Lisbon, and we lose a game at Ford Field, if I'm an Eagle fan, I'm irate. And second of all, don't you dare offer it to me as some opportunity to do what? Give the league more money?
Because you're going to be traveling. Because I always say, man, when those games are normally, it's never as good as it is because the teams are jet lagged. You don't know what you're going to get. So really, if you're the underdog, you have the advantage because the favorite, like those London games, Kenny, is just bet the under because it's going to be underwhelming.
Plus, when you travel that far, too, especially with football players, I mean, you're banged up all year long, but if you have an injury and you're traveling to that game and you're a player, that's tough on your body. That's like, what, an 8-9 hour flight?
I don't care how 8-9 hours to Brazil?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit longer than that, but yeah.
Right, long flights don't do well with injuries.
I don't care how
professional
tricked
body.
out your plane is. Yeah, you want to walk around. At some point, you're just like, okay, can I just, you know.
Flight to Brazil, just so we can speak in real terms. If the Lions got chosen to play in this game, first of all, your plane ticket's going to cost you $2,000 a seat. Okay, I'm just looking this up right now. You're talking $1,500 before fees or moving your seat or anything. Call it $2,000 a pop, right? Do you know how long of a travel day you have in store for you?
I'm thinking probably 24 hours.
No, it's 15 hours.
No, I mean like including layovers and stuff.
Sure, 15 to 18 hours,
Yeah.
depending on what airline you take. This is, to me, it's embarrassing. The fact that the NFL, which is already making money hand over fist, and if you don't believe me, the commissioner himself has a $55 million paycheck. You know, at what point do we just draw a line and go, what are we doing? A team, and again,
So yes,
you say London, I'll tell you, you could be there in 5.5 hours, depending where you're flying from.
14 to 16 hours.
Brazil's halfway across the world
That's
in
it.
literal terms.
Huh?
I just wanted to know from you guys, like we are in our bubble here. We are unaffected by this. Can you imagine a season ticket holder, you waited your whole life for the Lions to be good, you lose a game to this crap? Or better yet, we're going to go somewhere where clearly there's something the league told Josh Jacobs. I don't think Josh Jacobs just had a dream and imagined armored vehicles or imagined a safety protocol. It just, why? Like, why?
Probably going to be like one of those resort hotels where guys would kind of need you to stay inside the resort. You can have
248.
whatever you want to eat and drink, but just don't leave the gates.
248-539-9797. Got a lot of people who want to rap about it. I'm happy to do it. And again, if you have thoughts on some of the other stuff, we can do it. You know, our thoughts on Cade are pretty cemented. Go ahead.
Mike,
Tell
you
them all
did such a great job. We'll even stick around for an extra 10 minutes today. How about that?
I was about to say something nasty to a good Christian, so I'm not going to say anything. I'm turning this off.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. It is time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is the go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton Chevrolet has them all, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs to even when the sun comes back out, the convertibles, the drop tops, they've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving and experience with Hamilton. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the June Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys in Hamilton for more details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Summer driving season is here. Construction, tons of insane thunderstorms, and yes, we have more accidents than just about anybody. If you are injured in one of them, injury attorney David Feminini and his team are ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get to the people. We'll catch up on some ticket texts as well. Rico, another step towards ruining college sports. We'll talk about that later in the hour. If you want to hear about the Cade Cunningham stuff, Odyssey.com Rewind. We also had a Tiger little trade proposal that I think serves the now and the later. Did that at 3 o'clock, so you can get those if you're interested right now. We go to Ethan, 97.1. Ethan, how you doing, buddy?
Bring, bring. Hi, this is Sheila Ford Hamp. Hey, Sheila, Roger Goodell here. I wanted to talk to you about a great opportunity for the Lions to possibly play in Brazil.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Dial tone. You hang up that phone so fast, and if he tries to call back, you block the call.
Yeah, this is a long way from being selected on Hard Knocks. I can't believe this is becoming a thing. It's so disruptive to a season.
I don't know what the conversation was between Roger Goodell and the owner of the Eagles. Maybe he's got some pictures that are less than,
unsavory.
Not something he'd want to get out. Yeah. I can't imagine being an owner of a franchise and saying, yeah, I'll forfeit a home game so that we can go and play in Brazil. And maybe it's not up to the owners, but listen, Roger Goodell, he ain't paid that $50-some-odd million for nothing.
No, and all this is they parse out an international game with a boutique television package. Like, look at what they did with Black Friday last year. That singular broadcast 100%. On Amazon Prime was $110 million.
Yep. Yeah, and Mike, listen, there is not a world that I live in. If I am an owner, and these people already have more money than Jesus, there is not a world that we live in where I'm saying yes to one of these games, even overseas. And with the Jaguars, I get it. They've kind of been the prodigal child for this, the whole time or whatever, and they've got a big fan base over there. I don't care. You can pound sand.
Except Ethan.
There's only negative things that can come out of sending your team to Brazil.
Correct.
None of them
but
are
you act as
you
if
could win. Okay, great, we won.
Ethan, but here's the thing. You may not have a choice. It may be the phone call where Roger's calling up saying, hey, congratulations, you're going to Brazil. I don't want to go. I really don't care. This wasn't a question. You're going to Brazil. So pack up everything, and we're gonna leak this information out.
And I respect that, and I understand. I understand that could possibly be, hey, your name got drawn out of the hat. I'm so sorry. If you have any sort of relationship with Roger Goodell, because he is employed by the owners, I'm having a real serious conversation with him about, hey, find a way to take my team's name out of that hat. And I know that might not be possible and blah, blah, blah. But, guys, there's nothing good to come out of this. What good could come out of this?
And isn't this – hold on, time out.
It was fine.
I just thought – hold on. I have an idea. Ethan, you may have stumbled on something. Isn't this one on Friday night to open the season?
Sure is.
Oh, so we got a Thursday night game, which is Chiefs-Ravens, which I can't wait to watch. This is the Friday night game.
Yes, it is.
What no one asked for.
You know what? But no one asked for it. They're going to end up watching it because, wow, it's Eagles and Packers, and you get to see Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts in Brazil.
Yeah, I don't care. Let's go to Alex, 97.1. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Alex. What's on your mind?
Nothing. You guys are talking about this game that's going to be in Brazil, and I've been to Central America several times. I've spent a lot of time in Nicaragua, not so much South America, but I don't see where the market in these countries is coming from. I've spent actually, over the last 8 years, I've seen 3 Super Bowls in Nicaragua, and you have people in the bars that are watching these games, but it's not that big. I can understand it coming from somewhere like you guys were saying, if you want to have a game in England or, they're going to have a game in Germany. I mean, that's one thing.
Even
But,
the Mexico
like you were just
City
saying-
made some sense with proximity to the U.S. I could make sense of it. This is where I feel like we jumped the shark.
Right. You've all touched on it being such a cash grab, and it's oversaturation. And I don't follow as hard as you guys do, and I'm not a fair weather fan, but it's like I just want to watch my games. I want to watch my sports. I want this thing to be what it is, and it's too much. It's way too much.
Well, and you're about to see this. And I mean, Alex, I know it's not an equal comparison, but the NBA rights deal that's about to happen, the NBA is about to broker a north of $80 billion deal, but it's going to feature 4 different networks, including 1 streaming only option on Amazon. Say, Alex, I'm with you. We've just gotten to a place where it is just cumbersome for me to bother.
Right. And you guys brought this up the other day about the streaming services and all this Bally jazz and all that. And it's like, man, sports was something that was my getaway. Now it's become a hassle.
Hey, you could talk to Rico about it. He makes fun of me. I'm right there with you, Alex. We may be related.
Well, hey guys, here's the thing. It's being reported that maybe there's a last-ditch effort that TNT jumps in and becomes the 4th.
Right, that's why I said
streaming
4 network.
Right.
That doesn't help me.
No, but it means that inside the NBA sticks around.
Until they offer it to you on Amazon Prime only for a fee and a Bezos box.
You know what, man?
Come on.
Mike, I have been working the phones, trying to make this happen for you.
Good.
I don't really feel it, love. You know what? Forget it.
I want to wrap the cord around your neck.
It's gone. Gone.
Let's go to Ryan,
Magnum,
97.1.
help me out.
Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
So I actually got 2 quick points. Can we compromise and make the last preseason game and they can go wherever in the world they want to go? Because we don't watch those games anyway. We don't care. The starters all play the first half. We can send them off. They can go to Bali. I don't care.
Sure, exactly. You can play in Tanzania, do whatever you want. Right.
And the second thing, when the Euros send the soccer teams over here, we don't get to see the best of the best. They're always friendlies. They're always scrimmages. So why are we so anxious to jump down the throat of other countries and throw our sports in their faces? Like, you watch the London games, you see 1,000 Jag fans, 1,000 Atlanta fans, 1,000 Miami fans. You don't see like a majority rules. They don't know. They don't. I mean, I'm being kind of ignorant when I say that. I'm sure there are genuine fans there, but I believe overall they're just there to watch good football. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you. Look, when they first did the London thing, there was, now again, we got to go back 15 years, Ryan, but there was a thought process when Shad Khan overpaid for the Jags. It was to get a fledgling franchise and to move them to London, where he had a lot of his business interests in Europe. And you go, okay, we're going to attempt to make sense of this. But it has become something, I agree with you, where Ryan, like what, when you buy a hot dog, do they hand you an Ontario Smith throwback jersey? Like, it feels like a completely synthetic thing.
Ontario.
Yes, I completely agree with you. It's like the Island of Misfit Toys when you look at the London games. It's just people everywhere wearing all different. I actually believe that they're plants, in my opinion. I
agree totally.
Commercial.
Ontario Smith from Oregon, right?
Yes,
Have a good
and
weekend, boys.
you too, Rye. Okay, it's Friday. Trivia. What is he most famous for?
Ontario. It was a touchdown run at Oregon, wasn't it?
No. The Whizzinator. He's the dude who brought the fake penis into the weed test with someone else's doo-to-doo so he could get the clean doo-to-doo.
Oh, my God.
The Whizzinator. That was Ontario Smith, wasn't it?
I got to look and see.
Be careful with that at work.
248. I was about to say, no, I was thinking, because I was thinking, no, that was Najee Davenport.
That was the laundry basket. Right. And he really had to go. 248-539-97. You don't know that story, Kenny?
Oh, I know the story.
Yeah, and don't look at that one at work.
Nope.
Yeah, I'll look at that at home.
All right. Listen, it's Friday night. You've had a busy week. Youth sports is about to dominate your weekend. How about dinner on the table in under 30 minutes with Howie's mix and match menu starting at $6.99, and they've expanded the options from the Howie bread and the flatbread, salads, subs, and yes, medium one-topping pizzas. $6.99 each. You mix and match. Dinner on the table in 30 minutes. And when it comes to flavor, Howie's has got the market cornered. 8 different flavored crusts to choose from. They don't miss. Don't settle less for the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight and do it with Hungry Howie's.
The Tigers start a 3-game weekend series with the first-place Brewers at Comerica Park tonight. Reese Olson gets the ball. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Stanley Cup Final gets underway tomorrow night in Sunrise, Florida. The Panthers, making their second straight appearance in the finals, are the favorites to win the series against Edmonton, who's playing for the Cup for the first time since '06. Oilers captain Connor McDavid was asked about the contrasting styles in this series between his high-scoring club and the hard-nosed Panthers. The puck drops 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and this is the furthest distance between two teams playing in the finals in NHL history. And Oklahoma softball finished off a sweep of Texas last night, becoming the first school in history to win 4 straight softball national championships. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, NBA Finals, game one last night. If you want to get involved, FanDuel, the place to make it happen. New customers get $200 in bonus bets with a winning $5 wager. That's $200 to wager on anything you see fit. SGPs, live bets, sides, totals, whatever you like. FanDuel's got it. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. And if you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. That is a friendly reminder from one Rico Beard. You can feel free to listen to your Detroit Tigers right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Start a series against the Brewers tonight, 31-31. They're in this wild card thing, as flawed as they are. So, yeah, give it a listen if you're around, because Lord knows the vast majority of you can't see it on TV. So, Kenny, we got to catch up on ticket text and Odyssey.com Rewind. If you're heading up north, you need something to listen to. We talked about Cade Cunningham, the extension versus why extend a guy on a 14-win team and what could you get if you dealt him. Kenny had a solution for the Tigers that I don't think should be laughed at. The idea of acquiring a 26-year-old three-time All-Star with a year and a half of team control who would get rid of the dead body at short and replace it with a guy who's received MVP votes. You can go back and listen to that. I don't think it's crazy. And yes, Kenny is sober. I supported his idea. Kenny, what did the ticket text have to say, buddy?
This is back from our discussion about the NFL in Brazil. This one says the NFL is getting way too bleeping greedy. That was the first one that I found on that, by the way. The NFL is totally irresponsible in going to Brazil. Isn't there enough money here? No need to go, Joe in Tecumseh.
It is the point I'm making just about I am fine when you make decisions in the name of money. About 90% can involve that. There has to be a backstop where you draw a line and go, is the juice worth the squeeze? Because you have a customer base that is only going to do the blind lemming routine for so long. Look, I admit it. Okay, I mean, I do radio for a living. I refused. This isn't some like moral stand. I did not want to watch Dolphins Jets on Black Friday. I watched football all day on Thanksgiving. Stop invading my week. And like Rico talks about it, we have opening night, Chiefs and Ravens, no issue. You want to kick it off on Thursday night, we want a national stage. You know what I don't need the next night? Welcome to Sao Paulo, Eagles and Pack.
But
that
Mike,
game should be on Sunday.
But to some people, more is more.
Then get a life.
I want more football all the time.
You need a life.
More football.
No, my life is sports, and I draw lines.
Mike, it's one game
People
on
want to
Friday.
sit there scratching their nuts watching football every day. Go talk to your family.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Jesus, how much do you hate your marriage?
You can still do that.
Kenny, you're laughing. It's true.
Mike, you can still do that. Like you said, you don't have to watch, but other people will. And they know that.
It's so annoying.
It's just an oversaturation. Nobody asked for this. I'm sure some people will enjoy football basically, every day of the week now?
Because they have no life.
Kenny, every business model pushes the boundaries and just does stupid things later down the road, like Crystal Pepsi or New Coke or the McRib sandwich.
The Van Halen thing, the clear Pepsi.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
It just seems like with the
Was
NFL.
it 6 months?
Yeah, it tasted like nothing. But it was, you know what? Let's try this. And you do that. And that's what the NFL is doing. What if we go here? I fully expect within the next 2-3 years, there's going to be a game played in Tokyo.
You could take it a step further. How much you want to bet they move a Super Bowl to an international location?
Or at least a playoff game. I mean, it's going to start somewhere.
It's ridiculous.
I think the Super Bowl, I think London may be the Super Bowl.
Play it on the moon. F it. Call up Elon. See if we can get it on Mars.
But trust me, there's
SpaceX.
There's going to be a game in Tokyo at some point because that's next.
You're losing me. I can't take
He's not wrong, though. I think he's right about that. They keep pushing the envelope. What's to stop them from
because
going
they want to
somewhere?
make their sport truly
Are
international.
we talking about Mars or London? I just want to make sure I'm
Either
clear.
way, the Martians will be tuning into NFL Plus,
Well,
okay?
Mars may be a little difficult because I think that's like a 3-4 year trip. So, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Leave it to you to know about space. I'm really proud of you, buddy.
This is Galactic Rico we're talking about.
It is.
I totally agree with you. Roger's out of control with this international BS.
Listen, I think, I mean, again, the NBA already is a bad league, right? And I'll land the plane. I think this will make sense when I say it. It's a terrible league as it is where there's not enough players who are good enough to play NBA basketball. So let's add 2 more teams. You see that report today?
No.
Yeah, let's add 2 more NBA teams. We don't need 2 more. Just relocate the Pistons and Hornets. No one will notice.
Which 2 cities did they say?
I think Vegas and Seattle are probably your mortal locks.
Yeah. Seattle. Bring back the Sonics.
And then Vegas is...
Did they left the name Sonics, didn't they?
They own the name, yeah.
Yeah. And then,
Maybe Vancouver's ready for a second run at it. The whole point I'm making is there's already too many NBA teams.
Bryant Reeves.
Look at baseball. Are there enough major league caliber organizations? The answer is no. They're going to be in Nashville soon enough. They're going to have 2 more teams in baseball, regardless of where the A's end up in Vegas or not. It's wrecking the quality. The NHL, it's not a shot. Kenny, there's too many teams. There's too many teams.
They're moving to Utah, and Arizona still has their franchise. It's just dormant. It doesn't exist. They could bring it back another franchise.
Which of the 6 finalist names did you like for the Utah? There was the Yeti, the Blizzard, the Mastodons or whatever. Then there was like Utah Hockey Club. What was that? The EA Sports creative team? They couldn't come up with a name?
I think that ranked right up there with the, remember when it was the Washington football team, or when they didn't have a name.
Right, they were in a panic.
But everybody loved that name, and they were like, can't you just keep this name? Like, no, we're going to be the Commanders. It's like, oh, okay. All right.
That'll change again. I'll bet you money. This new owner,
think so.
Josh Harris, yeah, he didn't buy it to keep the Commanders. They'll change it again. They don't care. Go ahead, Ken.
I was a fan of the UHC, Utah Hockey Club.
Really?
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't hate it. It feels very hockey. I don't know why.
It
a
feels
lot of teams
soccerish.
call a little. A lot of teams call themselves
here we
hockey
go.
clubs. What do we got?
We got the thing, the Frost,
Yeti,
the Yeti,
Mastodons, or mammoths, or whatever.
Mammoths.
Some form of dinosaur elephant creature.
Yeah.
What else?
the Mammoths. Hold on, this isn't
The Hockey Club,
The Hockey Club. It's
the
not
Blizzard.
And no, this is still the 20. So they haven't updated it yet. So yeah, but I did hear what you said. I thought the Blizzard was going to be the team.
I'm shocked polygamists didn't make the list, but
The Utah Mormons?
Yeah, can't have it all.
The Utah White Folk?
The Utah Swap Shop. All right, what else you got?
Cade will never be a superstar without competent players to play around him. We need to trade him.
Well, look, it's clear with $65 million in cap space, they're going to make an attempt to put those players around him. But as I spoke about earlier, let's say you traded for Brandon Ingram. Lots of whispers. That's a guy who barely plays 60 games a year. So Cade, who's brittle, put with another guy who's brittle. That's not a winning recipe. I don't know what your pathway is, because the only thing I can tell you is you are never going out and getting a player to come to Detroit in free agency of all NBA caliber. That is reserved for Lakers, Miami. Hell, the Knicks haven't been able to do it. Finally, they got Jalen Brunson, who turned into a Marvel character.
I was about to say, you probably have to draft somebody. You got to find your Giannis, where you just took this guy and he just blew up, and now you get to keep him.
Wake me up when it happens. I'll be right here for you.
Or your Anthony Edwards.
248-539-9797. We'll get you to Big Finish and get you to Tiger Baseball. See if they can get back over to Hump here at about 6:15. 97.1.